todos. Es un honor y un privilegio daros la bienvenida en el quinto encuentro internacional de la Asociación Deportiva
Good
Hispano-Española
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this seminar organized jointly by the Real Madrid University School and the European University. This is going to be a unique opportunity to learn and to share knowledge with some of the leaders in physiotherapy on the international scene. I'd like to thank all of our students for participating, for joining us here today, and I'd like to thank the Dean, Jose Luis Alonso, for his support in organizing this event. I'd also like to thank our sponsors for the event, the Medicina Company, and the other sponsors as a whole for contributing to organizing this event. I'd also like to thank Mr. Nilsson, the agency which helped us organize this event, and everyone else who contributed to making this possible. As you know, we have at our Masters in Physiotherapy a pioneering program. We've become one of the most important masters in this discipline on an international level. We're one of the best ranked master's programs in the world, and it is thanks to this prestige that today we have an incredible lineup of speakers here today. Speakers who are here to share the knowledge with you and update you about the latest developments in their field. This seminar is currently being translated simultaneously, and it will be available throughout the year
Muchas
on the
gracias.
university channel in
Para
both
mí,
Spanish and
la
English.
enhorabuena
Over to you, sir.
por esta
Good
iniciativa
morning. Thank
que
you,
sin duda
and
pues en un momento
congratulations
tan
on
complicado
this
como fue
incredible
cuando estuvimos
initiative.
todos en la pandemia. A partir de ahí
Uh,
reinventasteis todo lo que son las
the
jornadas
first
online
edition of
que
this
hoy en día
seminar
pues
dates back to
es un
the
hecho y es un éxito
pandemic, which
porque
was a
podráis
very difficult
atraer
time
entre
for all
todos
of us.
pues a tantos
And
profesionales del mundo del deporte
after so many
y pueda dar
years,
cabida pues
you're
a
still able
futuros
to
alumnos,
attract
futuros
so many
profesionales
incredible speakers
en este mundo del
to
deporte
this event,
que a
which
todos
is
nos gusta
great for
tanto, ¿no?
both, well, the speakers,
Agradeceros
the
la
experts
iniciativa
themselves,
de
and the
nuevo, tanto a
students.
ti
So thank you.
como a
Thank you
Diego,
for this initiative,
a Sergio, perdón,
Diego,
¿vale? Porque,
Sergio.
bueno, habéis creado
Thank you both,
un máster de
because
fisio,
you've
realmente
designed an
que tiene una
extremely
trayectoria pues
prestigious
importante
master's
y que año tras
program,
año pues se demuestra, ¿no?
a
Con,
master's program that
con los números
year
y
after
con las
year
apuestas de calidad y con toda
collects even
la
better
imagen que
numbers
tenéis como decías, Diego, en todos esos rankings
and an increasingly
de los
high
mejores másteres de deportiva
satisfaction
del
rate.
mundo.
As you
Esto
rightly
lleva
put
mucho
it, this
trabajo
is one of the
detrás,
best ranked
postureo,
master's
acondicionamiento
programs in the discipline in the world.
una auténtica
Today's
tarea
event
para que todo
was
salga,
difficult
todo salga bien, ¿no?
to
Así que
organize,
bueno,
obviously,
daros las
and
gracias a todos los que estáis
I'm very
aquí
proud of what we've been
presentes,
able
por
to put
todo
together. And I'd
lo que
like to
está
thank you for being
online y
here,
todos los que lo veáis ahora el próximo año,
for joining us here today. I'd like to thank
ponentes
all those
increíbles,
of you who are
que tienen una
um,
calidad
streaming
magnífica
this event
en
online.
sus
Again,
y que
the
espero que
lineup
os
of
sirva
experts we
para
have
crecer
today is
profesionalmente
absolutely
como máster a otros
outstanding, and I do
profesionales
hope
en los
you'll
últimos
find it
5
useful.
años.
I do
Así que
hope
bueno,
that this
daros
event is
la
going to help you
bienvenida y
grow
por
professionally
ello paso a la
as it's
presentación.
done in the past for so many
Muchísimas
other
gracias.
students. So thank you very much, everyone.
Bueno, pues vamos a comenzar con la primera mesa
Okay,
de la
let's
jornada, una mesa
crack on then with
de
the first
physiotherapia
round
profesional y
table of the
profesional.
day. We'll be
Contaremos en la
talking about
mesa
physical
con el
therapy and
doctor Víctor
professional
Alfaro, quien
sports.
participará
We'll
también en
have
esta
Dr.
diapositiva, con el
Victor
profesor
Alfaro,
Sergio
who
Vázquez
sent us a
González
video,
y con el doctor David
Dr.
Rodríguez.
Sergio Vázquez González, and David
Comenzamos con la
Rodriguez
ponencia del
Sanz.
profesor Víctor
We'll
Alfaro.
now
Víctor Alfaro
start
es
you off
podólogo con
with
más de 20
Victor
años de experiencia
Alfaro's
profesional, director
talk.
general
He's a
de
podologist
Deportiva
with
y
over
miembro
20
del equipo de
years
investigación
experience,
inactiva del
Director
Hospital
General
Miguel
of
Servet
Photo
de
Activa,
Zaragoza.
and
Asimismo, es
Director
investigador en el Instituto de
of
Biomecánica
Research at
Aplicada.
the
Ha sido
Zaragoza
galardonado con
University
diversos premios,
Hospital.
como el Premio
He's been the
Aragonés y Más D
recipient
en
of many
2009,
different
Premio Directivo
important
Latino en
awards, such as the
2010 y Premio
Aragonés
de Ciencia
Prize
y
in
Lengua y
2019
Investigación Aragonés
and
de
the Science
2013.
and
Así que
Research
os dejo con la
Program
palabra,
in
profesor.
2013. So let's begin.
Hola, buenos días. Soy Víctor Alfaro.
Good
La verdad es que,
morning.
como
This is
dice,
Victor Alfaro.
encantado
I would have
tecnológicas
loved
en estas jornadas,
to
pero
be
es
there
imposible y bueno,
with
pues
you
tenemos aquí
face to
propuestas
face,
del día.
but
La idea es hablar
unfortunately,
estos minutos
I
sobre
haven't
nuevas
been able to.
tecnologías
For the
aplicadas
next
a
few
la
minutes, I'll be
oncología
talking to you
deportiva
about
y
new
que sepamos usarlo y qué
technologies
es lo que más nos
applied
sirve.
to
Antes
sports
de hablar de
podology,
tecnología,
the new
si
devices
no, no,
we are using
simplemente un pequeño recuerdo de que hay una
specifically.
parte previa al uso de tecnología que es poder hacer un estudio
Now,
de
before
población en
any
camilla,
new
con test
technology can be
diferenciación,
used, obviously it needs
cosas
to be
que no
studied,
tienen que ver con
carefully
tecnología,
evaluated.
pero que hay que hacer. O sea, la tecnología no va a
It's
sustituir
something that
los
simply
procedimientos
needs to
o
be
la
done.
exploración.
Obviously,
Ahora
technology is
bien, hay cosas
never
que sí o
going to
necesitamos
replace
hacerlas
human contact
con tecnología
with the
porque tenemos
patient, but
que
in
medir
so many
datos.
other
El laboratorio de
aspects,
biomecánica
technology can be
actual
useful, for
necesitamos
example, to
bastantes cosas. Una de
make
las cosas que
measurements
usamos
or to
desde hace
evaluate
muchísimo
performances and
tiempo
so
es
on and so
la
forth. And for a number of
baropodometría.
years now,
La
we
baropodometría,
have been
como conocéis, pues nos permite
using
impresiones
pedometry.
que son
We
súper
have
multidisciplinares de
this
sensores y
platform.
que nos ayuda pues
This
a
is
captar qué
basically a
hace ese
surface
pie tanto en estática
lined
como en
with
dinámica.
sensors, and it
Llevamos
allows
más de 20
us
años trabajando con baropodometría
to
y es una
study
tecnología que se le puede
the
sacar
performance
muchísimo
and the
partido.
gait
Esto es
of
un poco
our athletes.
como
And
la
we use
ecografía.
this
Hay gente
technology
que a una
quite a
ecografía le
lot.
saca partido y gente que le saca mucho menos. Pues bueno, la
Now, obviously,
baropodometría
with these
creo que
types of
si
tests, you need to be able to
existe
make the
experiencia
most of
alguna
them,
puede
much like you
introducir
would with
en las cosas que
EKGs, for
puede dar si una
example,
persona toma
or
presiones.
um,
Es una tecnología
similar
realmente
technologies. And we have been
eficaz.
using it
Esquemático lo que
consistently
nos
for a
da
number of
son
years.
dos
Once again, it's
cosas,
very, very
un
useful.
análisis
This
estático con el
technology
paciente encima
can give
en
you
posición
two
estática
types
y
of
vemos
information about
reconoce
the
la
static
superficie de
stance
apoyo,
of
dónde
the
mete las
patient,
máximas
and it
cargas,
tells you
dónde está el centro de
about
masas, los masas de cada pie,
the
la
mass
establerimetría.
center
Y a nivel
of the foot,
dinámico, pues fundamentalmente nos va a
weight,
dar la
discharge
evolución de ese centro de masas,
over
porque
the
al ser ahí
sole,
donde generamos las zonas de
etc.
sobrecarga,
And then it
qué
could give
tiempo pues
information about the gait
está apoyado cada una de
of
las zonas
the
del pie.
patient, for
Entonces,
how long, for example, each
la mejor
area of
forma
the
para dar
foot
un par de
rests on
informes
the floor, how
los que son de
weight is
cada modelo,
distributed
en los que te va a dar
across
unos
the sole,
PDFs con imágenes
and so on and
paramétricas,
so
está.
forth. And then
Pero tiene
after
muchas
this
más cosas por
analysis
debajo
is
que
made
a
by
las
the
que te las puedes
software,
pasar partido.
you even get
Yo
a
me he
PDF
dedicado
report,
mucho tiempo en mi vida profesional
uh,
a trabajar con
very, very
baropodometría.
useful,
Es
handy
uno de los
printout
artículos de
that
mi tesis
you can
doctoral.
use.
Que
This
hice en
is
una
an
firma
article that I
Biomechanics, en el
published
cual
on this technology,
desarrollaba
on
una nueva variable
pedometry,
de
and
diagnóstico
in this article I
que está
talk about
basada en
a new
descomponer
variable that we
el
now
pie
have
en estas
for
zonas.
our studies, thanks
El
to this
pie, lo primero que nos
technology. We
puede
have
pasar
been able,
cuando
thanks to this
analizamos un pie es
technology,
pensar
to
que el
break
pie
down
prona o supina como si fuera una
basically
especie
the
de pie
foot
que va de un
into
lado hacia
several
otro,
different
cuando sabemos
areas.
que el pie se compone de muchas piezas que funcionan de forma
The foot,
distinta en
as you know,
momentos
is
distintos.
composed of
Tenemos que explicar esta
many
relación
different
de forma
bones
pues, que
and
sea
pieces, sort of
súper
gears, if you
sencilla,
will,
es
that
que
work
puedes
together
descomponer
when
las zonas que
one
tú quieras. Entonces,
walks.
pues en nuestro
And with
caso,
this
descomponemos
technology,
estas
we've
zonas
been
del pie
able to
y asignamos
again break the
una
foot down into
grandeza a
several
cada uno de
different
estos
areas that
pies.
we can study
De forma
individually
que lo que
with
podemos ver es tal
graphs
como veis
like
que
this
avanza
one
el paso, pues
here.
cómo avanzan esas gráficas
As the
y cada una de
patient
esas gráficas
walks,
de un color es una zona concreta del pie.
we can draw out
Esto
a
que viendo
graph
esas gráficas
corresponding to
no
the
hacía falta
different
verlo ir
sections and
cambiando porque
segments
puedes
and
saber
areas
exactamente qué está
of the
haciendo
foot.
en cada momento.
So at
Pues
any given
esto
time, we know
lo que
exactly
vamos
what the
a
foot
estudiar
is doing
en
as the
este
patient walks. We apologize from the interpreting booth. We are experiencing some technical issues. We're currently not
estabilidad
getting any sound.
ha
Here we
pasado a
go.
ser
We're back.
una estructura tremendamente
This
elástica y móvil. Pasamos
is a
de una
tremendously
posición a un
mobile,
apoyo interno mediante la pronación
flexible
y en ese segundo
structure.
rocker además es cuando se genera la máxima tensión
In
en la
this
fascia plantar. En el momento tenemos
second
el talón apoyado,
rocker,
el pie
a lot
apoyado
of
y el paso
tension
avanzando es
is
cuando se produce la
generated.
máxima tensión en la fascia plantar, que por el sistema
And
que
this is
pasa por
when the
plantar, pues
most
se
tension
trasladará
is
esa
put
tensión al
on
resto
the
de zonas de
fascia, and
apoyación
then
del
that
pie.
tension
Entonces, analizar
is
pormenorizadamente qué pasa en este segundo rocker
that tension
va a ser muy
reverberates
estratégico.
across the whole
Lo
structure
que
of the
hicimos
leg.
fue,
So
pues bueno, pues coger
again, a very
los
useful
pasos
technology.
y
So
lo que
what
hacemos
we
en los
did
pasos es
was we
aprender
looked
talón,
at
lo que vemos en este momento.
several
El paso
different
va
types of
avanzando y
gait,
cuando contacta la zona metatasal es cuando iniciamos lo que sería
and
ese segundo rocker.
We specifically looked at the second rocker phase, what happens with the heel
Ese polígono amarillo
during
que
the
veis ahí
second
es lo que ha
rocker
sucedido en ese segundo rocker.
phase.
Y ahí podemos ver cuánto tiempo ha durado, con
And
qué intensidad ha
we
sido
were
ese
able
paso.
to see
eh,
how long it lasted.
Nos darían esa superficie de simultaneidad dinámica, que es lo que ha pasado en ese segundo rocker. Aquí
And
tenemos
this is
cuatro
what
variables, que es lo que da
happened.
complejidad
We have
a
four
la escala.
variables here,
Tenemos
and
la
that's why
pendiente de
this is
subida,
such a
que sería
complex
la pendiente que
study.
genera
We've got
aquí
the
el talón
rise
hacia la
gradient,
dorsal, la pendiente de
which is
bajada en
when
la zona
the
de
patient
apoyar el
starts
talón,
to
la
lay
altura,
the
que
metatarsus on
sería
the floor,
eh,
then data
la
regarding
zona
the
donde se establece
heel,
con la presión que se
then the
ejerce sobre el
height,
paso,
which
y
is
la
directly
longitud
related with the
de ese
tension that
paso
is
y el
generated during
tiempo
the
que ha
gait, and the
estado a la
length
vez apoyado el
of the
talón en la
gait,
zona
as well
metatarsal,
as the
que sería
time
cuánto ha
for
durado en
which the
milisegundos
foot
ese segundo roque.
has
Bien,
rested
cuando vemos aquí
on
lo que
the
estamos
floor
viendo es
during the gait.
esa
What you can
superficie
see
comparada
here
de pacientes sanos con
is
pacientes con
a
fascitis plantar.
comparison
Las negras
between
las
healthy
superponemos
patients
y lo que
and
vemos es que es imposible de
patients with
distinguir porque todos
plantar
son iguales. O
fasciitis.
sea, hay
And
pacientes
there
que
are
tienen una
no
reacción
two
con un pico muy alto de fuerza
identical
pero poco
patterns.
tiempo, otros que tienen
There are patients
pico de
with
fuerza
very
mucho más bajo
high
pero
force
mucho más
peaks, others
tiempo.
with low
Entonces,
peaks,
visualmente es imposible de
but
poderlo distinguir.
more tension. So it's
Entonces
absolutely
empezamos a usar
impossible
sistemas de
to
reducción dimensional, que son
fully
sistemas que
describe.
permiten
And
coger
so what we
N
do
variables, en nuestro
is
caso
we
son cuatro,
use
pero
these
pueden ser muchas más
systems,
variables,
which can
y
account for
utilizando este
many
sistema
different
que
variables,
reconoce una
and
única tensión.
using these
Fundamentalmente el
systems,
sistema,
we're
aunque
able to
sea
boil it all
simplemente
down
para trabajar,
to one
y lo
single
que hace es
variable. The main
ya
system
nos
we use is
selecciona,
the
si veis,
KPCA
los
system.
dos tipos de
The
los puntos
KPCA
rojos
system
serían pacientes sanos y los asteriscos pacientes patológicos, y ya
is
vemos que los
able to
condiciones
differentiate
externas
between
salen bien,
healthy
pero el sistema que
patients
utilizamos,
and
la verdad nos ha dado
non-healthy
muy buenos
patients,
resultados.
represented here respectively by the red
LRE es un
circles and
sistema de
the
reducción
asterisks.
dimensional
And then
que
after that,
permite
we used the
representar de esta
LLE,
manera en una
a
única imagen. O
dimensional
sea,
system which
trasladamos de cuatro
represents
dimensiones
the
a una
breakdown of the
única
patient
dimensión,
group
y lo que hacemos es
along
que con
a
un
line.
único
It's
paso, una
simply
relación de
one
tensiones,
variable,
nos ha
one
permitido
dimension.
diferenciar con muchísima precisión
So through
pacientes
this
sanos y
system,
pacientes con
we're able
fascitis
to
plantar.
accurately
Este
differentiate
sistema no se ha
between
diferenciado en
healthy
biomecánica, se habían utilizado en otras cosas como
patients
el clivaje del cáncer de mama, por
and
ejemplo,
patients
y permite
afflicted
unas
by
posibilidades realmente
plantar fasciitis.
espectaculares.
It's absolutely
Vimos aquí también
spectacular,
pues,
really,
que la mayor parte de
this
fascitis
program. As you
la
can see
teníamos en
here,
pacientes con un pie
the
calvo,
highest
como
number
por
of
ejemplo se
fasciitis
relaciona, y con un pie
is
valgo, que es un pie
found
ligeramente al contrario, un pie que se
in
plana, no se ensancha ahí
patients
hacia
with
adentro.
either
Entonces, pues bueno, ¿y qué relación hay? Pues bueno, la relación es
pes
muy sencilla. Cuando
parvus
vemos la huella de
or
la
a
varopodonotritis,
pes
vemos que la
valgus.
huella de un pie cabo y la huella de un pie valgo
As
son
you can see,
huellas
the print
prácticamente
of
idénticas.
these
Por
two
motivos
types of
distintos. La del pie
foot
cabo
are
porque el pie
basically
vuelve mucho,
identical
y la del pie valgo porque el pie prona y
for
salta
different
del
reasons.
apoyo
Because
externo del
in
pie.
the case of the pes
Pero
parvus, there
la
is a huge
superficie de
arc,
simultaneidad dinámica de
and in
estos
the
pies
case of
es
the
muy, muy
pes
parecida,
galvus,
y por
because
eso la
they're
tensión que
basically
se genera en
flat.
la fascia
But
es muy
the
parecida, y son
plantar
los dos tipos de
surface of
pacientes que nos
these
generan
two
fascitis
types
plantar.
of
Si es
gait
verdad
are
que a
basically
nivel de
identical,
tratamiento
and that's
requeriremos
why
cosas
both
distintas,
of these
pero
types of
encontramos esa
patients
relación que nos
are
parecía
often
muy interesante.
afflicted with
Aparte de la podometría,
plantar
también
fasciitis.
tenemos que usar
Another
otro tipo
useful
de
thing
tecnologías
you
que nos
can do
permitan
with
relacionar no solo qué está haciendo
podometry
la
then.
planta del pie, sino cómo
But
está haciendo
aside from
esa
pedometry, there
relación
are
pues, con
a huge
otro
number
tipo
of other
eh,
technologies that we can
estructuras,
use to
pues
find
como
out
puede ser
more
la
about
relación
how
del
the
cartílago.
foot
Hoy
basically
tenemos
works.
sistemas de
For example,
análisis como el que veis aquí en la
we have
fotografía,
analysis
sistemas
systems
de
such as the one
marcadores
you can
diferenciales, que
see
es un
displayed
desarrollo
on the
propio
screen.
que la verdad es que le sacamos mucho
This
partido, porque
is
con
a
marcadores
device we
inerciales
call
conseguimos
inertial
toda la
marker,
cinemática de la marcha
which gives us
con mucha
information
precisión.
about the
Aquí esta
kinetics and the
fotografía estamos
cinematics
comparando
of the
los
gait. And it's
resultados de
very,
una
very
pruebas que se
useful
hace con un Bicon,
for us.
y la verdad es que
Here you can
son
see
francamente buenos.
a
Con una
photograph
ventaja de que no
of
hay
a
que
session
trabajar a
with
ser
a
mecánico, sino que
patient.
podemos
And
instrumentar
it's
al paciente,
incredibly
sacarlo a un campo de
useful
fútbol,
tool, and
hacer lo
which can be used
que
pretty
tenga
much
que hacer.
anywhere on a football pitch, for example, or
Esto sería
out
parte
in the
de los
street as the
resultados que
patient
vemos
is
con
jogging
los
or
aparatos
running.
sensores. Entonces,
And this is the
por
type of
ahora esto
results
es
you
a
receive
nivel
from these
exclusivamente
sensors.
de pie, pero podemos sacar también todo lo que tiene que ver con
It
gráficas
gives you
de
information,
rodilla, de
obviously,
cadera.
about the
Pero ya solo a
foot,
nivel de pie
but
sería importante
also
también
about
utilizar
the
cosas
hips
como la
and the knee,
excursión de la pronación. La excursión de la pronación es desde el
about
momento más
the
extremo
foot.
del apoyo hasta la
You
máxima
get
pronación. Y es un dato muy interesante
useful
para ver.
information
Tenemos los
about
impactos, cuánto impacto tenemos en cada uno de
pronation,
los
for
pies
example, and
y
the
los
impact
rockers
that
de la
is
marcha.
generated
Y
on
para nosotros es
each
muy
foot.
importante poder ver
You get
la
information about
simetría o
the
asimetría de esos rockers de la
rockers,
marcha,
for example. We can
todo lo que
see
tiene que ver con tiempo
if
de
there
vuelo,
is
tiempos
symmetry
de
or a
apoyo.
lack
Y un
thereof
dato muy importante que es
during
la
the
fuerza,
rocking phase.
poder
And we
saber
get a
la
lot of
fuerza ejecutada en
information
cada uno de los
about
pies.
power
Entonces,
as
esta es
well
una
that is
prueba que podemos
generated by
realizar
each foot.
pues en 3 minutos. El informe es
And
automático
the
y a nivel
tests
clínico nos
only
ayuda a tener
last
datos numéricos que
3 minutes.
podemos
Basically,
manejar
after
después y
that, an
utilizar para el
automated
diseño de
report is
entrenamientos.
generated, and after 5 minutes, we
Es muy
even get
importante.
information regarding a
La
tailor-made
tecnología
treatment for
ayuda a
the
un montón de
particular case
cosas,
of that
pero también a
patient.
veces
So,
ayuda a
technology is
confundir
very
bastante
useful,
cosas.
but sometimes
En el
it
mundo
can
de la
also be quite
biomecánica aplicada a
confusing.
las
In
plantillas,
the world
nos hemos
of
encontrado con cosas pues como una plataforma de presiones que desde la
biomechanics
plataforma de
applied
presiones
to
directamente se hago una
insoles,
plantilla.
we have
Con un
pressure
escáner en 2D, que
platforms,
sería
as you
como ves
know,
en la foto, que
which
tenemos
can
una
be
serie de fotocopiadoras,
used
te hago una
to
plantilla. Bueno, todos los
automatically
sistemas, la
generate an
plataforma es un sistema
insole,
diagnóstico, no es un
or
sistema de
scanners
ajustes.
even.
Sirve
But
para
these
diagnosticar,
are
pero es un sistema en 2D,
diagnostic
dos dimensiones. Lo que mide es
systems.
la presión que se
And
está pasando en un
2D
determinado
scanners
momento
only
en un
measure the
sistema 2D,
pressure
al igual que un
and
escáner
little
2D.
else.
Lo que nos va a dar es una huella, pues como la que veis aquí. Es
A
una
2D
huella en
scanner
2D que sería
basically
igual que una
gives you
pedigravía, que sería
a
antigua,
footprint,
antiguamente con tinta,
which is the
solo que
same
más
thing you could
tecnológica.
have
Pero esto se
done
usa
back in the
para
day
medir que si el
with
largo
an ink
y el ancho.
pyrography. But again,
Para
it's
medir lo
2D,
interesante
so it
de
gives you
los
information
íngulas
about the
lo
length
que
and the
es
width of
dónde
the foot.
está la geometría de la
And
planta.
that's not
Para
all
esto
the
necesitamos
information we need. We need information about
gráficos
the
más detalladas.
geometry of the foot, and
Es
that's why we need
imposible saber dónde está el pie
3D
si no tienes una
systems.
imagen 3D
It's
del pie,
impossible to know
que puede ser una imagen física con un
what
molde físico, y un molde
your
físico
foot is
obviamente es
doing
3D, o
unless
utilizar tecnología
you have
como
3D
el escáner
information. And for
láser, la
that, you need, for
fotogrametría,
example,
sensores de
laser
densidad,
scanners,
la tecnología que sea lo que nos
photometry,
permita de verdad
depth
hacer una excursión
sensors.
en 3D.
You need basically a
Nosotros
type
para
of technology
nuestra
that gives
técnica
you
es
a
una
3D
técnica
rendition
propia
of the
de
foot. And what we
reconstructiva,
use
pues
is an
utilizamos
original
técnica analítica, tenemos
photoactiva
el tejido blando, el
technology,
paciente está en
which
carga, porque si
measures
hiciéramos
the
un plano,
movement of the soft
que es la manera
tissue,
más real, no nos gusta hacer moldes en
because we
descarga
think it's the
porque
most
creemos
realistic sort of measurement we
que hay
can
una
use.
parte que se nos escapa muchísimo. O sea, un paciente, imaginaos un paciente muy laxo, cuando tú haces un molde en descarga, la geometría de ese pie, a lo que se parezca cuando esté corriendo,
The geometry
va
of
a ser
the
muy
foot
dispar.
of
Entonces queremos un molde
a
en caja,
patient
con
changes,
todo el apoyo
obviously, depending
del
on the
paciente,
type of
observando
load they're
cómo usa el
carrying at a
apoyo
given
y
minute,
pasarle a su entrenador
whether
el movimiento.
they're idle or whether they're running. And
Una
that
vez que
is why
tenemos
we
ese molde,
use 3D technology
incorporamos,
to create
creo
a
que lo más
mold
importante
of
es
the
poder
patient's foot. And
aplicar de
once we
verdad
get the
cálculos
mold,
para saber cuánto se va a mover esa plantilla.
we
Nuestra
need to
filosofía de
run
trabajo
some
siempre es
calculations to
buscar la
figure
plantilla que
out
se tiene que mover. ¿Y qué es lo
how
más interesante?
mobile
Saber
the
cuánto se tiene
insole
que
is
mover.
going to be. We
Una
believe that
operación de
insoles
rodilla que
should be
bloquee un
mobile,
pie,
but we need to know
en mi opinión,
um,
creo
how
que
mobile
está
they
haciendo en la mayor parte de
should
veces
be
flaco favor, porque el
for
pie
an
se tiene que mover.
optimal
De hecho,
performance.
queremos esas
The
33
foot
articulaciones
needs
para
to
que
be
el
able
inicio de
to
la
move.
pronación sea lo que
That is
permita que
why
nuestra
the
rodilla,
foot
nuestra
is
muñeca pinzante
composed
sea
of
amortiguo. Entonces,
33
la rodilla
articulation.
tiene que ayudar a
So
regular ese
during
movimiento cuando hace
pronation,
falta, pero tenemos que poder calcular
um,
que se mueve.
it
Eso, la
doesn't
plantilla que
have
veis ahí
to
es
bear
una plantilla, como veis, un
too
pie muy cabo,
big of a
por
load.
tanto, un pie mucho más aplanado.
On the left-hand
Es
side of the
el mismo
screen, you
peso
can
del
see a
paciente
pes
y lo hemos
cavus.
aplicado a las
On the
otras cargas.
right-hand
¿Y
side
qué es
of
lo
the
que pasa?
screen,
Que
you can
aplicando las
see a
mismas
pes
cargas
valgus.
vemos que la plantilla del
But
pie
both feet
más
bear the
cabo
same
prácticamente
loads.
casi no se
So the
mueve
insole
y la
of the
plantilla del pie más cabo
Pescavus is
prácticamente se chafa
basically
de todo. ¿Qué
immobile.
quiere
They
decir?
won't
El
move.
mismo
It's
material
basically
y en
still.
pacientes del
Whereas
mismo
the
peso
insole
puede ser un
for the
error
Pes
considerable porque
valgus
no depende solo
is
del
very, very
peso del
mobile.
paciente, depende muchísimo más de la
So
geometría del
even
pie y
with
cuál es la dinámica de
patients
ese paso.
who
Entonces
weigh the
utilizamos
same,
sistemas de cálculo que nos permiten
insoles are
coger todos
different
esos datos que hemos
because
cogido
what
en
they
el
should
estudio
do and how
y
they
poder
should
calcular
be
exactamente qué
made
grado de
depends on
movimiento
the foot
queremos.
geometry and on the
Hoy
gait.
la
And that's
inteligencia
what we look
artificial
at. then
que yo creo que en
artificial
salud sea de
intelligence
las herramientas que más partido se le puede
obviously
sacar.
is possibly
No
one
sé,
of the most
coincido
useful
con que en la teoría
technologies.
comparemos un paciente
And
que acaba de
thanks to
entrar
AI
con
right
hace 1.000.000,
now,
200.000 pacientes, que es
we're
base de
able
datos de estudios
to
digitales
compare and
y
contrast
podemos
data from a
encontrar a tiempo real,
recently
a tiempos reales,
hospitalized patient
en
with
menos de 2 segundos,
hundreds of thousands of
paciente casi
previous
idéntico, lo más
cases in a
parecido
matter of
posible,
seconds.
que hayamos tratado y que le haya ido bien el tratamiento. De manera
AI
que el
helps us
ingeniero, cuando
retrieve
está
data
cambiando una
regarding
técnica, se
similar
está basando
cases that
en
we've
datos del
worked
éxito de
with
pacientes
in
con
the
ese
past.
caso.
And so
Y yo creo que esto
this
es
speeds up the
muy interesante
treatment of
porque
the new
permite
patient
que el conocimiento se
significantly. And
acentúe.
it's
Es
very,
decir,
very
cuanto más
important
pacientes
because
ve la
it
estructura,
also
más
allows us
listo es el
to
sistema y más puede
increase our
evolucionar el
knowledge. The
profesional.
more patients
Permite,
we
por
work
ejemplo, como un
with
ejemplo práctico,
who are similar to one
poder
another, the more
calcular
information
si
we
le
have
hemos quitado
about
tensión al tendón de Aquiles y
those
tenemos una
cases. For
determinada
example,
geometría
if
de
we have
paciente
a
con unas
patient with a
cargas,
lot of
el sistema
tension
nos
on
puede
their
calcular qué
Achilles heel,
posición
the
sería
system
la
can
que ese tendón de
calculate
Aquiles
which
sufriría más.
position is
Entonces,
optimal
nos permite
for the Achilles
hacer las
heel.
cosas cada vez
So,
acercándolas más
thanks to
al método científico que
technology and
permite
AI,
identificar
we're
y
able to
repetir
better
ciertas
apply the
funciones o
scientific
cuantificar
method
pues
and
diferentes procesos
ensure
musculares. Entonces,
that
la
we can
inteligencia
improve.
artificial no nos debe dar
Again, this
miedo,
is
debemos de
thanks
usarla
to
bien
AI. We shouldn't be
y
afraid
no
of
va a
it.
sustituir
Uh,
a un
we
profesional.
need to be
Un
able
buen
to
profesional
use it,
no va a ser
obviously, but it's never going to
bueno, un
replace
mal profesional no
good
va a ser bueno porque tenga
professionals of our
un
sector.
sistema más tecnológico, pero un buen profesional va a ser muchísimo, muchísimo más
A
óptimo
good
porque va a
professional
permitir
is
pues ganar
going to
tiempo
perform
y
a
ganar
lot
errores.
better thanks to
Una vez tenemos
AI,
la plantilla
um,
diseñada, en nuestro
because
caso
AI
buscamos
helps
maneras de
us
llevarlas a
save
la
time
práctica.
and
Esta era la
gain
que,
knowledge.
dado los últimos, bueno,
So,
hasta
this
hace
is an
5 años,
example of the
es un central
technology
mecanizado, es
we
un
were
robot que está
using
usando el
5 years
registro
ago.
y con la
We
información
have a
del
robot
sistema pues
here,
esculpía la plantilla.
which,
Y obtuvimos buenos resultados, aunque es
thanks
verdad
to an
que
information
era un
input from the
sistema no muy
system, was
sostenible porque
able
generaba muchísimo residuo,
to create
algo
insoles.
lento y había
But
cosas que no se podían hacer.
it was a bit
Desde
slow.
hace ya
It
pues 5 años hemos
generated a
empezado a
lot of
trabajar con
waste, so we
impresoras
stopped
3D de alta
using
gama
it at the end. And
que, bueno,
now
que nos ha
we're
abierto un montón de
working with
posibilidades. Hemos
3D
podido desarrollar materiales
printers,
propios
Delta Gamma 3D
y hacer
printers. Over the
cosas
past few
que no
years,
se
we've
pueden
been
hacer de otra
able to
manera.
even
Hacer
create
material
some
que
proprietary
sería imposible de fabricarlo con
materials,
otras tecnologías.
work with
Por ejemplo,
geometries
pues
that couldn't
una
be
plantilla en la
reproduced
que en
using
una secuela de un
other
paciente con
types of
polio
technology. For
queremos
example,
mantenerle un alta
we
y que no
have
se
an
chafe, pero
insole
que a la vez se
for
mueva en
a
cada paso. Pues bueno, esto nos
patient
permite generar este
of
tipo de estructuras
polio,
dinámicas
and we were able
que
to create
funcionan
this very
bastante
dynamic
bien.
structure, which is
O en este
incredibly
caso, por ejemplo,
useful
tenemos un
and
paciente
performs incredibly well.
amputado de
This is
una
the
parte muy
case
importante de su
of
pie y nos ha
a
permitido, pues
patient
analizando
who
el
had
generar una
a
estructura que
large
se
part
mueve
of
pues de una forma
his
muy,
right
muy
foot
parecida a
amputated,
como
and we
se
were
mueve
able
el
to
otro pie
create this
y poder generar
insole,
una marcha
which
lo más
enables him
armónica
to
posible.
to
Con este paciente,
um,
por ejemplo, que es un paciente
once
paralímpico
again
con una
have
rotura
a
del
harmonious
tendón de
gait.
Aquiles
This is a
que
Paralympic
tenía que competir,
athlete,
pues pudimos
uh,
calcular una férula en la cual
and
los
we
grados de
were
peso
able
estaban
to create basically a
milimétricamente
cast
calculados junto con el equipo
used to
médico
support
para que ese
his
tendón
Achilles heel,
pudiese aguantar
and
y el
we
jugador no
carefully
perdiera peso.
molded it
Entonces
to
creo que la
provide the best
tecnología nos
possible
abre
support for the
un
Achilles
abanico
heel.
muy, muy importante de
And
posibilidad.
this clearly shows that thanks to
Ahora mismo
technology, we
estamos
have a
trabajando
wide
con
array of possibilities
varios
ahead of us that
clientes,
we
un
can
proyecto
choose
que
from when the
llevamos
time comes
con Real Madrid,
for
que
it.
es la plataforma de
Um,
evaluación de
as of
renovación
late,
del
we have been
registro médico
working
desde
with
hace 15
Smart
años
NX,
y es una plataforma
a
inteligente
platform
bueno, en la que se
which
basa una
is
plantilla personalizada en
owned
la
by
que
Real Madrid.
dotamos
It's
de
a
una
smart
sensórica
insole.
y hace
They're
que
kitted
el
out
sistema
with
pueda recoger
sensors
datos a tiempo real
and
en un entrenamiento, en la vida diaria, en un
it
partido
supplies
y
coaches,
luego toda
managers
esa
with
información
real-time data
podemos
from
utilizar
training
algoritmos que
sessions
nos va a dar
or
muchísimos datos
official
de qué pasa en la
matches.
marcha real,
Even
en
it
situación
gives us
real,
basically a lot of
y
information about what happens to the
esto
foot
nos
in a
permite pues, bueno, pues eso,
real-life
que montes una pelota de
situation.
fútbol y que puedas hacer el gesto que se quiera. Y creo que nos abre un abanico muy interesante de
We
posibilidades.
apologize from the interpreting booth, but unfortunately, with the music on, we can't hear what the speaker is saying.
Mucho más pormenorizado de cada uno de nuestros
Much more
pacientes,
accurate
para que un médico
for our
profesional trabaje
patients. And this is
para
for
un
a
paciente y
professional
sea más
team,
fiel.
but it's also
Y
valid
hay
for
una
an
cosa
amateur
clave
patient.
que es muy
There's a very
interesante
important
y
piece of
aunque sea
information that is very
que va
interesting
mejor
for
dicho,
us. It's about what happens with
nosotros
fatigue.
analizamos a un paciente paciente, lo
We
analizamos
analyze a patient, we analyze him at
en un
our
rato,
practice.
el
You
recorrido
see him for
rápido,
a while,
sin
he's running for a
mucho
while,
que ver
and
con lo que ese
it doesn't
paciente
have
llega a
much to
pasar
do with
en,
what that
en torno
patient
al
is going
maratón.
to go
A
through
veces hemos dicho que en la maratón de
in his
coger
feet
huellas en
if
la
he's
salida
running a marathon.
de
Sometimes
la
we have
llegada,
taken
sino
footprints
porque sabe que
at
ese
the
paciente
start of
tiene
the
unos
race and at
riesgos
the end of the race,
específicos distintos.
and
Entonces,
if it was
este
not
sistema nos va
because
a permitir
you know
monitorizar
that
de
it's the
verdad
same patient, you could think
qué
that they
pasa
are different
cuando
patients. You'll be able to
sea el
monitor
jugador o el
what
deportista
happens when the player or the
empieza
athlete
y qué relación puede tener
puts
eso con
weight
sus
on it,
lesiones. Entonces,
and
creo
what relationship could it have
que
with
esto no solo lo
with his
tenemos aquí
injuries. So
para
this is not
nosotros
only a
como
useful system for
podólogos, sino
us
que para el resto
as
del ecosistema de
pathologists, but
todos los que
also for
estamos
the rest of
alrededor,
the
fisioterapeutas, médicos
ecosystem
preparadores físicos,
that we have
es información
around it,
pues
physical trainers,
muy relevante.
coaches, and
Y
so on
con
and so forth.
esto
It will give us
me
very relevant
despido
information.
y bueno,
And with this, I would like to
un
say
placer
thank you.
que para
And
mí formar
to
parte
me, the fact of being
del Real
part
Madrid,
of
pues
Real Madrid,
entender es
as you can
una
imagine,
gozada. Formar
is
parte ahora
amazing,
de la
and to be
Universidad
part
Europea
of
con la creación de un máster
European
que estamos
University, thanks to the
planificando,
master's degree that
pues
we are
nos
planning,
hace también muchísima
mm,
ilusión y
is
quedaremos pues
really
con las
great to
fotos
me.
y
I'm really
y
excited, and
quizás
I would like
la gente
to
de
finish
Poto
up with
Activa, pues
my people,
incluso
with Poto
empezamos
Activa
en Huesca y pero ya
people. We're
estamos
starting in
en muchos
Huesca,
sitios
and
y
today we are
que
working
nada,
at
pues
many places.
no sería otra
And I would
cosa
like
que
to say the
Escuela,
previous picture
pues
wouldn't be
esto es una
possible
casa, que son los
if
que
I
realmente
didn't have this other
hacen que
team
las
at
cosas
home that
funcionen.
are the
En esta
ones that
foto
make things work.
estamos pues
Here we
300
have
profesionales,
300
casi
something
un podólogos y la
professionals.
otra mitad
Half of them are
muy
pathologists, and the other
variopintos.
half
Tenemos
are very
ingenieros
different
químicos,
people. We have
matemáticos, desarrollo.
engineers,
Y
physicists,
creo que esto
mathematicians,
es lo que
development
nos ha dado
people,
la
and I
visión
think that this is what has
360
given us
grados de
the
lo que hacemos, poder
360 view
controlar
of
la
what we do,
bioquímica, pero
to be able to
poderle dar esa
control the
capa de
clinical part,
tecnología que
but
creo que
also
es
to
muy
have this
importante
technology
y
layer that
sobre
is very
todo en
important, and
colaboración
especially
entre
the
distintos
collaboration
profesionales.
between
Yo creo que foros como este
different
nos van a
professionals. I
habilitar
think that these forums
profesionales
where we can bring
pues
together
ramas
professionals from
diversas de
different
deportivos
branches
que es
related to
importantísimo
health and
porque no hay
sport is very
nadie,
important, because
ninguna
we don't
tecnología
have
que por sí
any
sola vaya a
technology
mejorar todo
that
lo que
on
hace
its
otro.
own can improve
Necesitamos
everything that
desde
an athlete goes through. I think that
nuestro
we all have
pequeño
to
grano de
contribute
arena saber
our grain of
complementarnos con los
sand,
demás,
and
intentar
to
entre
complement
todos
with the
remar
others,
en favor del
to
deportista,
try to
que es lo importante.
be positive
Muchísimas
in
gracias
favor of the
y a
athlete.
por
That
el
is the
micrófono.
important thing. Thank you very much, and I'm fully available for you. Big hug for you all.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias, Víctor, por
Okay,
tu
so thank you very
participación.
much, Victor, for
Vamos a
your
continuar ahora
participation.
con la
Now
siguiente
we'll continue
ponencia,
with
que
the
nos va a
next
encargar el profesor
talk.
Sergio Vázquez
That will be
González.
by Professor
Sergio Vázquez
Sergio Vázquez
es
González,
director del máster de fisioterapia
who's a
deportiva del
co-manager of the
cofundador del Físico
physiotherapist
Deportivo de
course
Madrid.
of the
Además, Sergio
UEM
lleva
and
muchos años
co-founder of
trabajando
Real
como
Madrid
entrenador
Awards. He has been
de
working as a
pacientes
physiotherapist for more than
profesionales
25
y actualmente es
years,
fisioterapeuta de la
and
selección
currently
española
he's a
sub-20.
physiotherapist of the
Sergio viene a
under
hablarnos hoy
19
del
Spanish
rol del
national team. He's going
fisioterapeuta
to speak about
en el
the role that
entorno
physiotherapists
profesional,
play
en
in a professional environment, in a professional team. So, Sergio, thank you very much for being with
Muchas
us.
gracias, Diego.
Well,
Muchas gracias por
thank you very
invitarme.
much, Diego. Thank you very much for the
Gracias a
invitation.
vosotros que hacéis posible
Thank
esto y
you
gracias
to
a todos
all
los
the
que
ones
tenéis
that make all
interés
this possible.
en participar
And thank you
de
to
forma
all the
más
ones that want to
activa. Así
participate either in
que
one way
nada,
or another.
en
So,
en mi ponencia simplemente quiero un poco dar luz
my
a
talk,
algo
I
que
just
ya
want to
sabemos
shed
todos,
light
que
on
es
something that we all know,
concienciarnos
and this is
de qué hace un fisioterapeuta
what we do, what a
las cosas
physiotherapist
básicas
does,
a partir de las cuales
and
nosotros empezamos
basic things
a montar nuestro trabajo.
that we use to set up our work.
En el deporte nosotros hacemos
So, in
diferentes líneas
sport,
de trabajo.
we
Para mí
follow
la
different
mejor de
working
las
lines. To me, the
sincronizar,
most important
en deporte
thing,
es la parte de la
the most
prevención. Creo
beautiful
que es
one
lo ideal.
has to do with
La
prevention. I think
el
that's
trabajo en equipo no
ideal.
existe.
Prevention, in
Para eso
fact,
están
you
los
don't
protocolos
work as a
todos
team, does not
delegados
exist.
al
If
preparador
we
físico, a los
don't work
entrenadores,
with the
a los
physical
nutricionistas, los
coach, the coaches,
podólogos,
nutritionists,
los
physiologists,
médicos, los
doctors,
psicólogos y
psychologists,
seguramente que alguien
and
más,
I'm sure that I'm
no
forgetting
sería
someone,
posible.
it
La
would not
prevención
be possible. But
es
prevention
muy buena, va
is
mucho más allá de todo lo que
very important. It goes
hagamos
much
de
further
forma pasiva o
of what we
deportiva
can
con un
do in a
deportista.
passive or active way
Como resumen en la
with an
prevención
athlete.
hacemos
As a summary
tareas
of prevention,
grupales, a
we
lo que nosotros denominamos
perform group
científicamente como la
activities
prevención
to
primaria.
what
Son
we
esas
call
tareas
the
grupales
primary
que nosotros diseñamos para
prevention.
trabajar con un
These are
deportista,
the tasks
sabiendo cuál es el
that
deporte
we
que
design in order
realiza
to work with an athlete,
qué es
knowing
lo que
the
dice la
sport he
epidemiología
plays and
sobre las lesiones
understanding
que
what
va a
the
poder padecer
epidemiology
ese
says about
deportista.
the
Creo que es un
injuries
buen
that he
punto de
could
partida que debemos
suffer.
de tener
I
todos
think
los
that it's a good
fisioterapeutas para
starting point
trabajar
that any
con
physiotherapist
con
should
un
have in order to
deportista
work
o con un
with an
paciente,
athlete or with a patient,
conociendo su
knowing his environment, and what would be a secondary prevention
tener un poco la idea
would be
de
to,
cómo
well,
trabajar
to
con
have the
ese
idea of
entrenador
how
y
to work with
poder
that
mecanismos
now with that
que
athlete in a more individualized way. To me,
desarrollemos toda
that's
la gente
ideal.
los
The fact
métodos
that
que
we develop
aprendamos
every
de una forma
technique and
mucho más
methodology that
individualizada
we learn in much
sobre
more
el deportista.
individualized way
Gracias
on
a una
the athlete.
exploración previa. Hay que hacer un
Thanks to a
análisis
previous
previo ya
exploration,
que
we
tenemos que
think we
plantearnos
have to
cómo van a
perform an
ayudar
analysis, and I
a
think that
mejorar a estos
we need
deportistas
to
para
know how to
que
explore
nuestras
these
técnicas y nuestros
athletes in order
métodos se
to know that
dirijan
our techniques and
hacia
methods
el deportista
are
concreto para que esto
focused
haga una
on that
progresión
specific
secundaria,
athlete. And as
continuada
far
o
as
a
it's a
veces
secondary
antes de
prevention or
rozar la
sometimes tertiary
tendinitis.
prevention if the athlete could have
Bueno,
had
esto
any
sería
kind of
ideal. Ojalá
injury.
que esto lo hiciéramos
So this would be
prevención
the ideal situation. I hope
y
I
está,
wish
¿no?
that we only
Genial.
did
Y
prevention
bueno,
and
es verdad
that's it.
que
This would be
en
amazing.
el
But
día a
the
día, ¿qué
truth is
hacemos?
that on
Fundamentalmente
a daily
trabajar la
basis,
recuperación
we
del esfuerzo. Yo creo que
basically
es
work in the
entenderlo
effort
así.
recovery. I
El
think that we need to understand it
deportista
this
de alto
way.
rendimiento trabaja
The
con una
high performance
intensidad
athlete
muy alta
has a
y
very
muy
high
aguda y es
demand
nuestra labor
in physical
pues
terms,
desde el
and
punto de
our
vista
task from
musculoesquelético, pero también
a
desde el sistema nervioso,
muscle and
intentamos
skeletal point of view and
regular y
the
equilibrar
nervous
estos
system point
niveles
of view, we
de
need to try
actividad
to
que
regulate and
tienen.
balance these levels of
Hay
activity
muchas
that they
formas en
have.
las que nosotros podemos
There are
hacer
many
recuperación de esfuerzo.
ways that we can follow
Podríamos
to make an
ponerte
effort recovery.
papers y
We could have
papers y
papers and
ponernos
papers and
forma a
papers
la
about what's the
de...
best
Ahora se ha
way
puesto un poquito
to
más de
do it.
moda,
Now
según lo
it's
que dice la
well,
prensa, la
according
tele,
to
la
what the press and the
radio,
TV
los
and
deportistas,
radio and
que
the
esté más
media
de moda o no, pues
want to
ahora
be
pues
more
estamos con
trendy or not.
moda
Now what is trendy
el cold water immersion o los
is it
baños
called
sumersibles
water
en agua fría.
immersions.
Bueno, es una buena técnica, yo creo que es
That's a
importante
good
tenerla en
technique. I
cuenta
think that it's a
porque
good
muchos
important.
deportistas
It's
mucho más
important to
jóvenes
take it
que
into
nosotros
account. Different things that athletes is
tratan
agree more or less on that because
eh,
it's not ideal for
un
them
montón
to
de
get into
técnicas,
such a
¿no?
cold water. But there are many other techniques. For
Hay una
example,
parte más de
I'll
electroterapia
go
donde tenemos
to the
corrientes, donde
electrotherapy where
tenemos
we have
elementos de
currents,
fisioterapia,
where we have
tenemos el
pressotherapy
diferenciación,
elements.
el
We
trabajo
have
de
the active
postura, un
exercise.
elemento de recuperación
Active
que nos
exercise.
cuesta
It's an
también
important recovery element. We need to take that
Ahora lo
into
más
account. We have many
importante es
techniques. To me,
entender
the most important thing would
qué
be to
necesita este
understand
deportista.
what this
No
athlete
elegir la
needs
técnica porque es la
and
que
not
mejor
to
se me da a
pick the
mí,
technique
sino
because it's
elegir
the
la
one that
técnica que
works the best.
creamos que le va mejor con el
It's
deportista. Y ahora
about
pues
picking the
aplicarlo todos
technique
para
that
exactamente
fits
de la misma
with the
forma
athlete.
e
And if not, we
intentemos
can work as a
ponerle a su
team
disposición
to
que un
try
compañero o
to
una compañera pueda trabajar esa recuperación del esfuerzo
make it
con el equipo
available
en el que mejor,
for
que sea más
for
idónea
um,
para
for
ese
another
atleta.
colleague to use the
Y
technique that benefits that
trabajamos en el
athlete.
rendimiento.
And we're working on
Eso no
performance
se puede
too.
desligar, más allá de que no sea una de nuestras competencias,
Both
hacer
things
que
come
un
together. It's
deportista
not
rinda
one of our
mejor, se puede
skills to make
desligar
one
nuestras
athlete
habilidades
to have a
y
better
de la misma
performance, but
forma
we
trabajamos
can't
mucho para mantener
decouple them. And we are working
las
as a
mayores
team
garantías.
in order to
Vamos
obtain the highest
focalizándonos lo
performance.
más importante son
The
los
ones that work
resultados.
in the sports level
Esto
know
es
that the most
así.
important thing
El
are the
deporte es del
results,
deportista
and this is the point. So the
y es en lo
sport
que nos tenemos que
belongs to
entender
the
que
athlete,
en el
and
rendimiento
we need to
siempre hay
know
que
that
intentar
we are always in performance.
ayudar en
We
la
need to
parte
try to
organizatoria
help
a que el
as
deportista
far as we
progrese.
can
Una de las
to the
partes
athlete to
en las
for the
que
athlete to
trabajamos el
perform
fisioterapeuta es el día del
something
partido, ¿no? ¿Qué ocurre?
where
Bueno, pues os traigo un
sometimes we
poco
always
apuntes
work
que considero que no
on
se
the
nos
game
pueden
day,
olvidar y cómo
and these are the
poder
things that we
vista.
can't
Lo
forget, and we need
primero,
to take them
fijaros,
into
es
account.
organización.
First
Hay que
and
organizarse bien.
foremost, the
Día del
organization. We need to
partido,
be well organized in
voy a
that
repetirme, el deporte es
the
del
match day.
deportista, ese día es
So
importantísimo para el deportista,
it's
es
very
su día,
important. That day is very important for the
es lo más
athlete.
importante que
It
tiene
is his
cualquier
day. It's the most
deportista
important day for
en
any
ese
athlete
sentido hay que
in
organizarse bien. Tenemos que
competition, in
tener
the
reuniones
game or whatever.
previamente con el
We need to
resto
try to hold
del staff
meetings
médico,
previously
del staff
with the
técnico para saber
doctors, with
cómo
the technical staff,
va a
in order to
programarse
know how
ese partido. A veces
that
viajamos
game
desde
is
un
going to be
hotel, a veces
scheduled.
viajamos
Sometimes we
desde
travel from a hotel. Sometimes
el
we travel
propio
from the
centro, o el centro del club o el centro de la federación, dependiendo de donde trabajéis. Y eso es importante
federation or
cómo va a
from the club
organizarse,
has
qué
facilities
jugadores
depending on where
se
we
vienen a
work, and
nosotros.
that's important to
Por ejemplo,
organize.
algo tan sencillo
In our
como
case, something as simple
nosotros necesitamos
as,
saber
well, we
cuánto
need
tiempo
to
antes
know
vamos a estar en el estadio.
with how much time in advance
Vamos
we're
a
going to be at the
necesitar saber
stadium.
cuántos
We
deportistas
will know
necesitan
how many
para poder
athletes need.
vendajes,
Now you'll
activación
see,
o
well,
cualquier
a
tipo
bandages
de
activation
asistencia por
or
nuestra
any
parte
kind of
y calcular
assistance on our
cuántos
side,
profesionales
and we
somos,
need to
cuánto
calculate how many
tiempo vamos a
professionals
necesitar trabajar,
we have, how much time
desde que
we'll have to work,
llegamos al
because
estadio hasta que el deportista tiene que
since
estar
we
a
get
las
to the
11
stadium until
entrenador,
the
hasta que el
athlete has to
entrenador
be
decide que el
available
deportista
for
está
the
en el
coach, until the
estadio
coach decides that he
dando
has to
su
be
charla,
in the locker
el
room
jugador pues
giving
todo
his
tiene su
talk.
tiempo.
We
No podemos
need
ir con
to
eso, no podemos agobiar, no podemos agobiar al
we need to
deportista,
take
no
that into
podemos
account.
agobiar
We can't be under
nosotros
stress.
estaríamos
We
haciendo
can't put
realmente
the
ese
athlete under
entrenamiento
stress
de ese
because
día que
we would
podemos
have
decir lo importante que es
we would be playing a negative role would be jeopardizing the situation. The athlete has to be ready for that competition. And without order, there's nothing. We need to set the right order. We need to work as a team. I know that I'm repeating myself, but let's do it. The goal that we have is a common goal. Let's order things up. Let's see who's going to see what, who's going to do what on what athlete. So that's paramount. And without this, it's very difficult that we are able to have a good organization, as I've told you before. But the order sometimes will just work with a team. So it's like, let's try to tidy it up. The better we do it, what athletes I'm going to activate, that I'm going to work with advantages, with assistance from my side, either at the locker room, on the pitch, whatever. So we should set that order in order to be able to get the benefits, in order to be able to be efficient with our work, and focus, concentration. That is paramount. That's something that we need to take into account. Since we are ready, since we are setting how we're going to prepare that game, starting by the concentration. So how do we need to organize ourselves? We need to review the material we have before leaving to the event. We need to know what material we are going to need in that game. We need to have a look at the different first aid kits. We normally have a travel kit where we have the material. We need to know what to bring with ourselves for the game. We need to complete that first aid kit. If we do it the day before, or maybe depending on where the game is going to take place, if we can leave it 24 hours in advance, it will allow us to stay focused, to face any event that could happen during the game day. And we have many things among these materials. If you have any kind of doubt, any kind of suggestion, we can solve it later. To me, one of the most important things, of course, everything's important, but to me, one of the most important things is the things that we need for emergencies. This material can be necessary at a specific moment, and at least we should know not only the material we have, but also where it is located in the first aid kit. We have a look before a game, where do we have any piece of material? Because when we have to go on the pitch, I can't be looking for it in the first aid kit. I need to know where it is. I need to have a clear map in my head of what is where. And we need to train this as we are taking notes. We are starting to study these notes. We need to do it exactly the same. We need to study what we have in the first aid kit and to map it. This material, just to make a remark, can be used by qualified people and trained people for that. People trained for that. Sorry. We always say doctors have to do this. If you have a doctor, that is the one that is has the highest qualification, but we need to qualify for it. First of all, because we not always have the possibility of having a nurse with us, and second, because this is what European regulations tell us of basic vital support. Any person that is facing an emergency situation where there's vital risk, there's an emergent risk, has to be prepared, and it can be the person who develops the protocol that vital basic support sends us. So before going on the pitch, we need to remember specific things. It's important to know that players have their own routines, and that's it. Many people, when we see them on the TV, they say that maybe we all have our costumes. I think that we all have our habits that make us stay focused and that are preparing our nervous system. And well, this is real. I mean, these are not only personal habits; they are preparing our nervous systems to work. So let's leave athletes on their own. Sometimes they're a little bit contradictory, or they can create some incidents with our work. Let's respect their habits. Let's respect their crazes, and let's adapt ourselves to that, as well as we adapt a bandage let's adapt times and ways to the athlete. For example, they need to go on the pitch before, after. They need to go to the gym before or after a game to do an active work, before or after your assistance. So we need to adapt to that, and we need to organize ourselves in the right way. So what are we going to review, as I was telling you? So the order. So we'll have athletes in the locker room that need bandages, other ones that have to be activated, other ones need lotions. So there will be athletes that need three things only, others that only need one. So how to organize ourselves? That's the most important thing. If you have the possibility of writing it down before getting into the locker room, sometimes we're traveling on the bus, sometimes we can fill it up the day before. If it is written down and if we have that protocol, amazing, because it will be much more efficient. This is very important. So to me, as a proposal, I would say maybe the best thing and the most important thing would be to have the bandages before. So once I've put the bandages, I can put lotions, and after that I put lotions, I can make activations. Why am I following this order? So when we're putting different lotions, although with the gloves it's easy to put them on and off, not to have to wash our hands. We have to put lotions and we have to put a bandage later, we'll have difficulties. So this order makes sense. Or sometimes we can work with gloves and we can apply a lotion and a bandage later on. The truth is that we need to try to, well, respecting routines and schedules of the athlete, we need to try to follow a specific order so that it's always the same and we're more efficient when working in the locker room, because the timing is very short and we need to do many things. I don't know if you'll watch the video. Sometimes we are starting at the hotel. We need to talk to the technical staff, and there are athletes that want to go to the locker room just to go to the pitch, and sometimes they're asking us about things at the hotel or the concentration hotel. Sometimes we don't have schedules, and we have to do that in advance. Sometimes we usually do that on the pitch. That's also possible. But as far as it's not possible, we should organize ourselves, as I'm telling you. So we leave the concentration place, and they are focused on the game. They know how to adapt to that game, to the rival, and so on and so forth. So we need to accompany that concentration, so to speak. Our mind needs to be in the game. It's not if we're going to win or we're going to get a better result. That's not the point. It's true, but we need to stay focused as the players are, so that we can work in the same sense here. So when we get to the gameplays, depending on the place we are, there's always there are always regulations in Spain, in UEFA. For example, if it's a game in Europe, in FIBA, if it's basketball game, for example. And we need to know the regulations. We need to know what we have available on the pitch, because sometimes we will have to make an evacuation, and we'll have to know where to go to, how far the hospital is. We need to know who is performing that evacuation. If it's possible, maybe we can introduce to the people that are on at the grass level, so to tell them who we are. And if the doctor can do this, this is amazing. We can participate there. If we don't have a doctor, it's important that we do it. It's important that you always get to know these people, because if there's a moment when we have to go through an emergency situation, we need to be quick and efficient. So, to know this theoretical context of this competition, we can do this, and practically, we can perform it the same day. We need to have our checklist. We have a medical room. There are medical staff in the facilities. We have an evacuation plan. We know where the ambulance is. We know the hospitals. I'm telling you, we need to have a checklist, a constant checklist of all these things in order to be able to work on a theoretical situation, to work as efficiently as possible. So we are in the locker room. So let's get to work. that's everything we have to do. And by the way, this the video, as you imagine, uh, is in high speed, but we need to be quick. We need to be efficient. Sometimes we put a bandage, we talk to the athletes, we organize ourselves, we tell them who comes first or after. We tell them that we're going to put a bandage before or later, depending on what they need. You'll see that while we perform different activities in the locker room, we are working together with the doctor or with a physical coach. They always come along to tell us something. We always have something to contribute. Sometimes coaches or analysts are talking to the players while they are working with us. We need to take this into account. Sometimes you have to sign some T-shirts at that moment. We need to try to follow a specific order and organization. Maybe what we can have in mind is to have a good organization. I think that this is will allow us to work much more efficiently for the athlete's benefit. Sometimes they're laying down and up. We ask them to heat them up before. The order that you set has to be based on the athlete's routine. Sometimes the athlete doesn't want to stand up and sit down once and again, and you need to activate him in the same moment at the same time. And if you have to put a bandage and to activate an athlete, what I was telling you, the most interesting thing would be to activate him and to put a bandage later because he is laying down. And so if you're going to use lotions, it would be better to put a bandage before, and after that you activate him or to put the lotions. So as you see, there's no order. We need to be consistent with what the athlete needs. So what do we do? So we've done our work at the locker room. There's an activation in which sometimes we participate because maybe they have a more passive work in terms of mobility because they need a more active work in terms of motor control, more proprioceptive towards a specific activation or more focused on a specific place. And it is where we have to work with the athlete. And if we don't have to do anything, we need to stay focused. We need to see what they're doing, what I'm going to need. In the vast majority of the situations, what we do, for example, now in the summer, we need hydration. We need to pay attention to the hydration they need and anything that could come up. We need to stay focused. We are not supporters that can be having fun and that's it. For example, sitting down, enjoying. No, we have to stay focused for what they're doing. And of course, during the game, we need to stay focused to see what the athlete's going through. Because you will have the diagnosis with the observation, you'll know what they're going through. The action mechanism is very important. Having doctors like Jose Maria Valmorenilla, of course, they could speak a lot about how the action mechanism goes much ahead of any other diagnosis that we could see. And the concentration is paramount. That is very important. In hydration, I'm sure that during game, in the best case scenario, if we deal with hydration, if we see what's going on, we don't have much more to do. But we always have to think that we need to stay focused and we need to be prepared for any kind of intervention to find out whether it's an emergency situation and to be well prepared. That's the most important thing. And well, thank you very much for your attention. Great, Sergio. Thank you very much for your participation. And we'll continue with Dr. David Rodriguez Sanz. David is a physiotherapist and pathologist. He's a teacher of the Sports Physiotherapy master's degree. He's a professor in biomechanics by the University Complutense of Madrid and consultant in biomechanics. And David has participated in that isokinetic conference, that took place a couple of weeks ago. And David, in 2023, was considered among the 2% of the most prestigious researchers by the University of Stanford, and he's a researcher of the Prenom Centers in Madrid. So, David, what can I say about you? Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks for inviting us. Thanks for inviting me. It's a great honor to have your experience and your know-how. David has more than 150 JCRs published. So he knows a lot about researching. So, David, the floor is all yours. Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for the invitation. I feel at home. Every time that you call me, you know that it will be a yes. So thank you very much, first of all, for the effort that you make with master's degree of sports physiotherapy, because organizing the master degree is very tough. Now that we are we're family here, they're always paying attention to every single detail, and they are always seeking for the highest quality. We need to give credit to that, because that's an invisible work that is done from the direction, so that you can be as good as possible, so that everything works out smoothly. And this is why they are getting those excellent results that we've been told, those rankings, and that importance that they have, and that high quality. So, big round of applause for them, because they really nail it. They organize sessions to keep on improving the knowledge field. So that, I mean, we need to be very grateful for that. So thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm not going to speak about the feet and biomechanics. That could be is a little bit weird, because maybe we have come through that, we have come over that, and you've always heard me talking about that. We are going to speak about a relatively new and old component. We're going to speak a little bit about the breathing training. So sorry, and how can it help you with your athletes, both improving some aspects and to prevent different injuries. This comes together with a research project. And I would like to get started by saying that I'm here speaking, but I have a great research team behind me. Maybe we are a role model on a national scale and an international scale. In biomechanic components and physiology, we have positive evaluations of every agency, national and international. If you want to take a leap in this aspect, send us an email, because it will be great to help you and to welcome you, for you to grow and to investigate. This is what makes our daily basis to be different, our daily work to be different. See, this component, well, I want you to see it. This is something that appeared in the Middle Ages. So if we asked, how do we knock on the door? You would all do this. And why? Because these things, do you have them on your doors? No, but we still knock on the door the same way. So there's no reinforcement anyway. We all knock on the door this way, and this is because we are very highly conditioned. What happens? This has a repercussion that is inherent to all this. Years and centuries going this way, but something similar happens. So in the case of breathing, we only breathe 23,000 times a day. The diaphragm and the heart do not rest. So the heart is even more difficult, 100,000 beats a day. So diaphragm separates the abdominal part from the top part, and has different hiatus. So it's a pattern that is a little bit difficult. I just want you to know about the change we need to keep and the advantages that we can have when we develop these breathing training in our patients. In the end, we can improve the tolerance to exercise to avoid the appearance of fatigue, and it's an entry door to develop the core, the abdominal core. We know that it protects us from being injured. It's one of the best predictors of sports performance. If your diaphragm doesn't work very well, it's impossible to do it working well. So what do I bring on the first place? A systematic analysis by some colleagues, where they are speaking about many virtues that we have to develop. In the end, we develop, well, thanks to breathing, we develop ventilation maintenance pattern, sorry, and we play with partial pressures of CO2 and O2 in order to have this breathing component. When we have an intense physical activity, in the end, the muscle resistance that help us will be reduced. So any muscle gets fatigued, and when it is in fatigue, as as Professor Sergio has said, we have a work increase, and we can have differences or problems that are linked to that fatigue. So this fact makes us reduce the respiratory function, and this is relatively complex. It will create difficulties that we have to solve. Indeed, there are many components. We have reflex. The diaphragm is one of the muscles together with the heart. These are the live muscles. It doesn't matter the mammal that we are analyzing. Every mammal has a diaphragm. It's present in every single mammal. So it's quite interesting in terms of physiology and performance, and to prevent injuries from happening. Okay. So what are we doing with this inspiration muscle training? We'll have different aspects. We know that it can create diaphragmatic hypertrophy, an increase of bloodstream of these muscles, a reduction of fatigue, and we will have a reduction of dyspnea. We will have an increase of that efficiency, respiratory efficiency and resistance. We'll have a component that will protect the lower limbs. We'll have a type 1 fiber increase. So all these patterns, in the end, the fact that we're more or less economized, I want you to understand this as one of the everything to develop the abdominal core. If we didn't have this, we wouldn't have abdominal core. It's impossible.
That muscle is often engaged, so it's just impossible. And whenever you do a plank, for example, unless you do it in an integrated manner, it's absolutely pointless. And we breathe between 23 and 25,000 times a day, and if we don't do it properly, then that's going to lead to problems. So, thanks to our lovely research group, and thanks to a public national project spearheaded by the Ministry of Science and Innovation, we've been able to kickstart a project which we're about to wrap up now after 3 years of work, and it's been very, very interesting. A huge research project, and we've been able to develop several different patterns that I'll be talking to you about today, and they're all very relevant. First off, we put together a patent whereby you can evaluate dynamic models for the diaphragm. It's a patented model, which you can use to see what's happening to the diaphragm. In this case, the patient is lying down, but you can use it as the patient, for example, is running or jogging. But obviously, in this particular case, in this particular study, we just wanted to find out whether the system worked. So we only looked at patients lying down. These are the images that we've been able to produce, looking at the ribs and the diaphragm. And obviously, the same device could be used as the patient, for example, is doing squats or kicking a ball. The important thing is that we look at it in a sort of dynamic way. It was a very long article, this, and it was a lot of work, but we've been able to find out that our device actually works. Now, regarding inspiratory muscle training, once you do come up with an invention, you better make sure it's actually useful. And so what we did was we used our device to get some lateral biofeedback of a patient doing some inspiration exercises. We used our device to see how the inspiration training was impacting the diaphragm of this patient, an athlete in this particular case, because we worked with athletes, our participants were athletes, and we found out that there was an improvement across the board. Better pressure, for example, as we saw in the bilateral PPT, spinal muscle improvement, a number of improvements really in this first study. Really, we mostly worked with male participants, really. So that was a little bias of the study. But we decided to bring it one step further because we think that this study can have important repercussions on the whole musculoskeletal system for athletes. So what we did was a gender-based study. The shape of a man's body is different from a woman's. We know that because, for example, whenever a skeleton or a mummy is found in archaeological digs, we were always able to tell whether these people were men or women because there are differences. And we found out that inspiration is generally weaker, inspiration muscles are generally weaker in women. That's the difference between men and women. And so the gender-based study seemed pretty interesting to us. And there is, for example, a huge prevalence of ACL tears in women. It's an actual epidemic. We didn't know why that was, and now we do. And the saying goes for diaphragm injuries, they're more common in women. Is it maybe because the diaphragm isn't working properly? That's our hypothesis, but it's something we should look into. It's something we should research. This article is based on several different levels of scientific evidence, and we looked at resistance, a number of things, really. A lot of athletes, um, footballers, for example, or rowers, competitive rowers, have their diaphragms hugely engaged all the time. And because their cores are well trained, they take longer to become fatigued. So when it comes to injury prediction models, we know, for example, that the core plays a hugely important role in injury prevention. And thanks to research projects, we now know that. And Dr. Chicharra, who's part of our research group, and he's actually one of the most important experts in physiology in the world, actually tutored Alejandro Lucia in his PhD dissertation, where he looks at inspiration training, and it's very, very interesting. So the takeaway message of all of this is breathe. Breathing is very, very important, really, and breathing well is even more important. When we breathe well and our diaphragm is strong, our core functions properly. When our core functions properly, the lower limbs behave very, very differently as compared to when the diaphragm isn't working properly and the core, as a result of that, is also not working properly. And the key lies in the details, as always. There are lots of things we have to worry about as athletes: circadian rhythms, eating well, diet, rest, posture, everything. And breathing is one of them. Now, as Dr. Miñambres said earlier, after a lot of research, we now know that if the core isn't properly developed, it's very, very difficult for peripheral subsystems to subsist. And it'll be a tall order for us to actually have success with our athletes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muy bien, pues David, muchísimas gracias por la charla y por aportar siempre calidad.
Microphone, please.
Pues vamos a empezar con la rueda
Okay, then.
de preguntas. No sé si alguien en la
Let's
sala tiene
kick off
dudas,
our
alguna
Q&A.
cosa los
Are there any
ponentes.
questions you'd like to ask our speakers at this time?
Si no, rompemos el hielo. Román, ¿tenemos alguna pregunta en redes?
Roman, maybe questions from our online participants? Did we get any?
Hola, hola. Hola. Pregunta que tenemos para Sergio, desde YouTube nos llega.
Okay, we've got a
¿En qué
question for
depende la
Sergio.
preparación de un botiquín?
What does the
Pues depende de
preparation
muchos
of a boating
factores.
depend on?
Por ejemplo,
Well, a number of
pues
factors,
depende
really.
el entorno en el que nos movamos. Si nos movemos en un club o en una selección, el botiquín siempre tiene que llevar
How
las
do you
cosas que
go
necesitan
about
los
putting
deportistas
together your
para
first aid
trabajar.
kit?
Eso es
Well, it
importante.
depends on
Tenemos
what
la
the
posibilidad
athletes
de
you're going to be
conocer
working
ahí
with are going to
habitualmente,
need.
sabemos
If you
lo
work for a
que,
club,
lo
you
que
know, for
necesitan
example,
llevar y el
what
material
your
que necesitan en
athletes
su botiquín.
need and what
Cuando trabajamos
materials you're going to need
en
in
una
your first
selección,
aid kit.
con el
When
tiempo
we
tenemos
work,
la
for
posibilidad de ir
example,
conociéndoles y también
with
adaptando el material que necesitamos
national teams over
a
time,
tener las
we find
cantidades
out more
necesarias
about what
según
it
lo que
is
quieran
they
nuestros
need and
deportistas.
how much of it they need,
Pero quizá como factores más
depending
importantes
on
de
the
un botiquín
athlete
es
profiles. But
importante, por ejemplo, no
generally
es lo mismo preparar un
speaking,
botiquín para un partido que tenemos en casa o en nuestro stats, en nuestra zona.
it depends
No es lo mismo
largely
preparar
also on where you're
un
playing.
botiquín para un
A
partido que tenemos
first aid
fuera,
kit you've
en el que vamos a estar
designed
dos
for
o
a
tres
home
días
game
fuera
is different
de nuestras instalaciones,
for
y no es lo
one
mismo
you've
preparar un
prepared
botiquín
for an away
como, por
game
ejemplo,
where
ahora
you're away
preparamos
from your
para la
facilities
Eurocopa que
from a couple of
tenemos
days. And it's different, of
en
course,
nuestro
from the
CNE,
first aid kits we've
donde
put
vamos a estar
together
a priori
for
4 o 5 semanas
the
fuera de
European
casa y poco
Championship,
preparar un botiquín
where,
para
we'll
una
be away
competición
from home from
de
our facilities for
deportistas,
5, 6 weeks,
25 20
and we'll have
deportistas,
to put together a
y en un mes
different
ensayar
first aid
la
kit
cantidad
for
de
about
material
25, 26 athletes.
que se prepararía
And
luego en un mes.
it
Pues
needs
a lo
to
mejor aquí
last
es
for
más
a
difícil,
month.
eso es fácil entenderlo,
So
pero no
obviously,
solo por el número de
greater
días
volume,
que
the
necesitamos
longer you're
calendario de
away.
entrenamientos.
But
Si
aside
se va a
from the
entrenar
number
día
of
por
days,
semana,
we
no es lo
also
mismo
need
que si
information
pues, se
about the
entrena,
training schedule.
si las sesiones
You know,
semanales
if
van a
they're
ser
only going
6
to
7 no es lo mismo que si las
train
sesiones van a ser
3 times a
9
week,
10 evidentemente
uh,
es importante.
or
E
rather
incluso no es
six,
lo mismo
7 times
las
a
sesiones,
week,
también
we
tenemos que
put together
comentar
a different
algo sobre las
kit
sesiones. Y esto cambia, porque no siempre lo que se dice al inicio es luego lo que ocurre después.
from uh,
Uno tiene que habituarse
what we'd
al,
need for
al día a día.
for
No es lo mismo un
a ten
entrenamiento
session
limitado. Uno
training
se
week,
necesita
and
hacer
and it
extenuante, un
also
rodaje o un
depends on
entrenamiento
the type of
específicamente
training.
que hay
If
que dar a toda la gente
a
que
lot
se
more
realiza.
strength training is
Em,
scheduled, then
Otra de
we
las
need
casuísticas
different
importantes que
elements in
ocurren,
our
por
kits. And
ejemplo,
another important thing,
hablando, no es lo mismo entrenar en una zona en la que hay
it's
muy
not
buena
the
temperatura e
same
irte a otra zona
when
donde hay baja
athletes are
temperatura. Entonces
training
tenemos medidas en las que nosotros tenemos
at
medidas
a
adaptadas
high
que nosotros tenemos
temperature,
que trabajar en nuestro botiquín.
uh, as when they're training at
Debido a
low
cosas
temperatures, for example. The
más
kit will
concretas.
be composed of
No es lo
different
mismo, por ejemplo, en el
elements
fútbol,
in
no es lo
those
mismo
cases.
que
In
nosotros
football,
tengamos que hacer una
for
preparación de un
example,
botiquín hacia donde todos nuestros partidos van a ser en hierba natural, donde van a ser en césped artificial.
we prepare a
Casi siempre se les
certain
da
type of
césped artificial.
kit
Los
when
alumnos
players are going to play
participan
on
en
natural
torneos
grass,
en
and
este
a
evento
different
del Real
type of
Madrid,
kit if
fundamentalmente
players are
players
going to
culturistas.
be playing on
Por
AstroTurf.
suerte, ningún esguince
Uh,
de tobillo, al
you
menos
were asking
no que
me
pasara por el
earlier
servicio médico
about, for
que tenemos,
example, injury
pero
rates
sí
for
que
Real
sabemos de casos
Madrid.
que ha ocurrido.
We've had
Además,
no
tanto
ankle
nosotros como el club nos
injuries
tenemos que
lately, but
preparar. Nosotros ahora nos
a
vamos a ir
lot of
aquí
burns
a la Eurocopa en
because of the
Irlanda.
high
Toda la
temperature.
fase de grupos va a ser en
And
febrero. Tenemos que preparar nuestro botiquín
for example, the
para tener
whole
mucho
group
más material
stage of
para
the
cubrir.
Irish
Tenemos que
European
incrementar
Championship is going to
nuestro
be played on
botiquín, sin olvidarnos de
AstroTurf, and
todo lo
so
demás,
we're
y
going to
tener mucho más
be
contenido
putting together a kit
fijaros, ¿no? Cómo tenemos que
specifically for
prepararnos
that.
con tiempo para
So
ello
this is
y donde a lo
all the
mejor
factors we
aportamos una
need to take into
cantidad de
account. It
determinadas cosas
takes
para
time.
tratar las quemaduras. Ahora,
And
eh,
so right
todo eso
now
el verano.
we need a lot of
Todo eso
products
ocurre en verano, cuando salimos a
for
correr o a hacer
burns,
deporte.
but
Los
we'll need
bíceps recalentan
different
más,
products in
tenemos más
Ireland.
euforia,
And
pues hay que
in the summer,
prepararse para eso. Fijaros que
because
donde a
players
veces nos
run so
habituamos a
much,
medidas
they often get
mecánicas o musculoesqueléticas, a veces nos tenemos que preparar para medidas más
blisters.
de enfermería.
In the
Así
winter, they
que los
don't, at least
botiquines
not as
cambian
much.
mucho
And so,
dependiendo del contexto,
yeah,
dependiendo
kits
del
vary
participante, del
greatly
deportista,
depending on the
dependiendo del
context, the
evento, dependiendo del
participants,
clima,
the
dependiendo de
athlete
los
profile,
tiempos,
the
de las
climate, the
velocidades.
event, the
Fijaros que
training
depende de
schedule, the
muchos
training
factores y
volume.
de muchos
I don't
factores
think I've
del
ever
país por donde podemos
put
organizar el
together
deporte.
any two identical
Tenemos otra
kits,
pregunta
really.
de YouTube.
We've
Esta,
got another
o sea, esta
question
vez
from
para
YouTube.
David. ¿Cómo
This is
traslado este
for
estudio a la
David.
práctica clínica y en qué momento de la temporada debería hacerlo?
How can
Bueno,
you
muchísimas gracias
apply your
por la
study to
pregunta
clinical
y por
practice,
habernos
and at
escuchado.
which
Desde
stage
YouTube, pues
in the season should we do it? Thank you for your question, and thank you for listening to us over YouTube. How to apply it? Well, you need an evaluation first, because without an evaluation, you can't do anything, and there are several different methods you can use to evaluate. It depends on the model you choose to do it. In simple context, we've often found base alterations in athletes who we didn't expect to hyperventilate. We actually published another interesting article about hyperventilation in high-performance athletes. Once you do your evaluation, then you can start implementing that technology. As you know, this type of muscle is made up of type 2 and type 1 fibers, and so results come relatively quickly. No studies indicate whether it's best to do the training in the morning or in the afternoon, but we do know that if you stick to a regular schedule, it's better. But ergonomically, physiologically, no direct differences. How to apply it to your clinical practice? You do a training session. Over a couple of days, you make sure that the subject is receiving the treatment well, and then you run tests every 3-4 weeks. You look at their resistance, and the most frequent injury in our athletes, we say this often, is their ego. For runners, for example, runners want to run faster and for longer than they actually can. Weightlifters want to lift more weight or do more reps than they actually can, and that's because of their ego. And the same goes for breathing. With our training system, you're able to strengthen your diaphragm, and in order to do that, the athlete needs to develop a strong technique. That's the first thing you need. But we don't start with a high load. We simply teach them the technique first and then increase the load. So that's how we go about it, really. But you need constant tests every 3-4 weeks, really.
¿Qué tal, David? Mi pregunta va con
Hello,
hacia ti
David.
como podólogo, pese a que la presentación ha ido de otro tema. Y es
My
que
question is
tengo pacientes
intended for you as a podologist, although you talked about something different in your presentation very often. I'm a podologist myself. My patients have problems in their foot soles, for example, or in their gait, but they come to me for a different problem. Then I tell them, look, but your gait is wrong. And they say, but I've always walked this way and it's never given me any trouble. So my question is, as a pathologist, how do you educate your patients to change their gait if they need to? And then a further question. How often do you find it necessary to alter a patient's gait? Because sometimes if you prescribe an insole, maybe you solve one problem, but cause other problems. Well, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and thank you for it. Now, about the first half of your question, how to educate your patients. This is a problem we have to face in all healthcare sectors. Patients sometimes seem to think that pain is normal. They come to us telling us that this has hurt me, this has been hurting me for years, 3-4 years, and they think it's normal, but it's not. That's the first thing we should tell them. Pain is not normal. And then after a biomechanical analysis, we find out whether they need to change their gait or anything else. We need to explain to them that a biomechanical analysis is like running some blood work. I often run a parallel between that and high blood pressure. High blood pressure is one of the deadliest diseases of our time, and I know of nobody who's ever reported pain from high blood pressure. High blood pressure doesn't cause pain, but it kills. And that's a useful comparison to make so that patients understand that, they need to be looked at and certain things may need to be changed if they want to feel and be healthy. That's the first thing. And the second thing is not everybody needs insoles, not at all. And actually, insoles are not our first line of defense. When a patient comes to you as a doctor, for example, the first option should never be, and rarely is, surgery or drugs. The first thing we should always look at as doctors is a sort of conservative treatment option. In the case of fasciitis, for example, that's what we should do. And now we've got electromyographical studies, functional studies that we can do that give us a lot of information and can help us create a bespoke treatment for our patients. One of the most important things is, a lot of fasciitis, for example, aren't just that. They aren't just fasciitis, and a lot of them can be solved by improving hip mobility, which is one of the highest risk factors, ankle flexibility, and that's something that can be solved through active training and stretching. And a strong core is fundamental in that regard. If I go to the doctor, for example, because I have, pain in my plantar fascia, I'm always going to be told that one of the first things I need to do is strengthen my core and my glutes. And then after I've done that, if it's still bothering me, then you need to move it up one notch treatment-wise. But if you go to the dentist, for example, and you've got a cavity, you don't get a tooth pulled out just straight away. Same thing with us. So we always need to start with strength training and stretching, because the strength and flexibility are the best possible predictors for lower limb injuries. Well, thank you for your answer. Thank you for your question. Are there any further questions? Yes, one more.
Hola, es para David.
Hello, this is David. We've seen that in inspiration training, you mostly use power breeze, but how do you adapt that to your patient? Do you measure your PIM first, or is there a gold standard protocol which has yielded better results? Rather, do we maybe not have a gold standard nowadays? That's a great question. There are several ways in which this could be developed. Different things that could be done, but this is quite tricky because we need standards if we are to come up with convincing scientific profiles. So yes, standardization is useful, but super adaptation is also important. There are already different protocols, each best suited for a different performance profile, but it all depends on the adaptation profile of the athlete as well. Generalizing is never good. If we need a 3-4 week standardization, well, that could work, but someone else might be able to adapt to the training load in 2 weeks instead of 4. So you need to customize your treatment to the patient, to the athlete. And when it comes to injury prevention, one of the most important factors is results-oriented training. For example, if I find out that my athlete's core is weak, then one of the key variables would be analyzing IBT changes. So that's one of the key things I'd be looking at, but it was a very good question.
La mía también es para David y es
I
¿cómo
also
podemos
have a
integrar
question for
este tipo de
David.
entrenamientos inspiratorios en una
How
planificación de
can we
entrenamiento de un atleta
incorporate
de alto rendimiento? Y siguiendo
breathing
la pregunta es,
exercises
¿qué
into a high
desafíos
performance athletes
presentan o vamos
training
a enfrentar
regime?
nosotros
And
al
secondly,
incorporar estos entrenamientos en un atleta o en tu
what
experiencia?
challenges are
Muchísimas
we
gracias
going to
por
have
la
to
pregunta.
face
Y es
once
muy
we do
interesante,
that in your
pero yo lo he
experience?
comentado un poco por encima.
Interesting
Lo más
question.
importante es
Um,
integrarlo en
I
la
think I
actividad
touched
funcional.
upon it in
Por eso
my
el desarrollo
presentation.
de esa patente y
This is
ese
something
desarrollo
that
entonces
should be
del
added to
desarrollo
the athlete's functional
de la actividad. Al principio tú no eres
activities.
capaz de hacer un entrenamiento de este
Early on,
tipo combinado con otros factores. Es como lo que
you
hablábamos. Está
won't
muy
be
bien
able to
hacer
do
planchas
this
abdominales,
type of
¿vale?
training
Incluso los gimnasios
alongside
están
other
súper
types
limpios,
of
pero en algún momento tienes que integrarlo en tu función
trainings.
dinámica. Pues si eres un atleta de vallas, pues tienes que integrarlo en correr y saltar, correr y saltar, correr y saltar, porque es a lo que te
If
dedicas. Pero es que hay que personalizarlo hasta el punto de
you're
que
a high jumper,
tú
for
eres un
example,
portero
sooner
y
or
tienes muchos
later,
desplazamientos laterales y
you're
carreras
going to
de
need to
10 metros
integrate
máximo. No
breathing
vas a tener una
training
carrera
to
nunca de
jumping
25 metros
and
o
skipping
muy, muy
because
raras
that's what
ocasiones.
their
Si
athletes
eres un extremo es muy fácil.
do.
Yo lo único que
Runners,
os pido
same
perdón es
thing. At
porque
some point,
solamente
they're
conozco
going
un deporte. El
to
resto de los ejemplos
they're
me
going to
parecen
need
lacos.
to combine
Hay,
running
hay gente
with
que se dedica a
the new
chocar, hay gente
breathing
que se dedica a saltar, hay
technique.
gente que se dedica a golpear, hay
It
gente que
depends
se
on the
dedica...
athlete. Some
Y en función
people
de lo que te dediques, eso
run
es el
for a
principal
living,
foco.
other
Entonces lo que tienes que hacer es
people
integrar
box
ese
for a living. It
entrenamiento
depends.
en ese gesto
But what you
funcional que
should
estás
do
desarrollando. Se
is
puede combinar de manera
integrate
simultánea.
that
Uno de los perfiles que es importante
motion
destacar es que,
into
porque a
the
veces sí lo he oído
athletic
también en algún compañero, es, oye, que se me ha ocurrido la idea de añadir, como dices,
motion that
entrenamiento
the athlete is
excéntrico,
supposed
funciona
to perform.
extraordinariamente
And some
bien en el puente
colleagues
muscular,
have come
hacerlo
up with
para
interesting
recuperación.
ideas
Eso
about,
no
for
lo hagáis
example,
nunca. Los
combining
ejercicios
that
excéntricos
with
sabemos que tienen
eccentric
explicaciones científicas que cuando lo haces sin
strength
diafragma
training.
provoca
Don't do
una
it
destrucción del diafragma y un
because it's
aumento de
been
la
proven that
cefalea.
it
Entonces eso no,
destroys
no lo hagáis. Hay que
the
como evitar
diaphragm
tener
and
precaución. Trabajamos siempre con
results
patrones
in
normales,
an
pero
increased
integrados en
CPK.
esas
So,
actividades. Eso ya va a
normal
ser el
patterns,
último
but
escalón. Primero
integrate
tienes que
them little
aprender a
by
hacerlo y luego
little
ya lo trasladamos.
into the athlete's day-to-day activities, functional activities.
Con la última pregunta.
¿Hola? Vale. Última pregunta, Sergio. Es que me viene como anillo al dedo.
Last
La semana que viene, bueno, en dos, voy a
question,
un torneo
Sergio.
como fisioterapeuta y tengo aquí la lista de material.
As a,
Muy rápido. A ver si me
I'm
puedo
going to have
acordar.
to participate in a
Magnesio,
tournament in two
citraquilina, penjasmal,
weeks as a
spray,
physiotherapist.
criospray, el spray
I
de
have
hidrógeno.
a kit list here.
Puede
So
ser
we've
por
got several
ciencia,
different
¿no?
sprays.
Tenso.
No diga marcas.
Vale, perdón. Cremas
Please
calor,
don't name any brands. Sorry.
productos de tiras de plátanos americanos, vaselina, doble cierre,
Stitches,
apósitos,
Vaseline,
gasas, tiritas, cánulas,
gauze,
tapones para la nariz,
plasters,
por si sangra.
nose plugs
No digo marcas,
against any
líquido con
potential
sabor a pepinillo para calambre,
nosebleeds,
guantes,
cucumber flavored
spray que
liquid
empieza por R
against
y acaba
cramp,
por X,
and a
pinzas y
spray
tijeras.
whose name I'm not going to mention
Muy
starts with an
rápido.
R and with an X. This is what I've put together. What do you think about it? Okay, that was a long list, so I'm certainly going to get a couple of elements. It sounds all right, but it depends on the context and the volumes as well, depend on the
vas a venir a este
context.
torneo, la temperatura que puede hacer o la humedad que también va a poder hacer, por el tema de si tienes que ir con cuidado,
Humidity,
pensar qué pasa
training
cuando tengas
schedule,
menos heridas. Piensa
whether you expect there to be more or less wounds, for example, blisters.
en el contexto
Are
de
you
que
going
estás
to
con
need
un
to apply
deportista,
more, for
eso
example,
sabes que
bandages or
depende más o
plasters?
menos,
Do
pueden
you know your
necesitar más o
athletes?
menos.
Also, you should ask yourself that. If you know your
Integrarlo por
athletes, you
lo
know
claro.
if
Tengo
your
claro que es
athletes
para
accept
periodos
bandages or they
estáticos,
prefer
para las
plasters.
heridas o cualquier
You
situación que
know,
pudiera producirse en
you
el
should
contexto
take
de
into
que
account
necesites
whether
estar
you think you're going to need
para nariz,
homeostatic
para movilidad
treatments for any
musculoesquelética,
potential
pero
nosebleeds, for
son,
example, or
venga la
skin
marca,
lesions.
creo que no hay muchas más y si las hay no las conozco. El Epistasol también es algo que te va a ayudar mucho en
Pistasol
este tipo
is
de
probably going
solicitud
to
de
come in
operaciones,
handy
como
for
sabes. Luego también
nosebleeds.
tenemos otra línea basado no fuera de las heridas, la parte mecánica musculoesquelética, todo lo que
And then
necesites
for the mechanical
cremas que pudieras
musculoskeletal
necesitar, a veces alguna
part
crema
of it, you're going to need
algo de
creams,
frío, a sugerencia de
anti-inflammatory
spray,
topical
algún
creams,
filtro
for
de Persil
example,
y si no,
cold
algunos contenedores
therapy
de hielo, que eso sí que
with
te va a
sprays,
favorecer
or
mucho,
maybe
o
even
colcha
ice boxes
o como puedas
or ice
tenerlo
bags,
en el
whatever,
botiquín.
whatever format you can bring your
Y si
ice
te vas a una
inside
zona, por ejemplo,
the
una de las cosas que no he dicho
aid
antes,
kit.
nosotros nos vamos a pasar un tiempo
And then think
en
about where you're
Francia,
going.
que de hecho ahora mismo
we, for example, are going to be spending some time in a geographical area, which right now is brimming with mosquitoes, and so I'm going to bring something against mosquito bites. If you expect there to be mosquitoes, bring something against that as well. Something for maybe supplements for hydration and blood sugar. You mentioned a cucumber flavored liquid. If your athletes like it, that's great. Some other people like different flavors, but something against cramps, that's good. And then if you get a chance maybe to talk to your nutritionist, if they can come with you, even better. But if they're not, then ask them for advice about hydration products or stuff like that. But I think you pretty much have
Muy bien,
everything you
pues
need.
muchísimas gracias a
Well,
todos. Con esta última pregunta
thank you
finalizamos
very
la
much.
primera
With
mesa.
that
Vamos a
question,
tomar un
we'll be
minutito de pausa
concluding
y
the
continuamos con
first
la
round
segunda
table.
mesa súper interesante.
There'll be a
Muchísimas
short
gracias a todos.
break now, and then the next round table. Thank you.
Chicos, nos sentamos, estamos en directo, ¿eh? Romero. 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 Estamos en el aire. Siéntate, porfa. Sí, está por aquí. Sí. Bueno, pues continuamos con la.
Okay, so let's continue with the second roundtable of this session. In this case, we are going to speak about multidisciplinary treatment in sport. We have Dr. Ángel Álvarez Pinardo. He's a sports and clinical psychologist. He's a former professional referee. Thank you, Ángel, for being with us. He's going to speak about the psychological variables involved in sports injuries. And Ángel, thank you very much for being with us. And the floor is all yours. You can get started. Thank you very much. As I always say, it's a great pleasure. The goal would be to speak about these psychological variables that are involved in political injuries and how we can detect them, and basically how we can help from a multidisciplinary approach to prevent them, and mentally, to prevent them mentally too. I think that it's important to take into account in what field psychology and sport are bonded together, because they have different spheres. I think that right now we have three main areas where it would be defined. Maybe the most important one would be the one that is being some kind of trend among the sport, the athletes that are being some kind of loudspeaker, and they are conveying their vision as people, how important mental health is at personal level beyond the performance and the sports activity that is performed. So beyond what we see on the screen, beyond what we see at the track or on the pitch, there is a person behind that that has different difficulties and insecurities or fears that has to be tackled. We will have another area that is much better known in the psychology world, in the world psychology, in the world of psychology. I mean, in this case, we're looking for performance booster to take as much, to leverage as much as possible, and we need to have a mental work of that person in order to be able to take its maximum, the maximum performance, so that this athlete can face every competition or every situation in the best way possible. And last but not least, the area that we will focus ourselves today will be the prevention and intervention to rehab injuries. And we would get into the nitty-gritty of all this. We have the goals and the tools here that psychologists have for this. So we get started by creating a bond with the athlete. For them, it's very important to take into account what they need. In this sense, the psychologist has to be able to create a safe bond where the athlete feels valued, has that trust. He feels appreciated, not to be judged. Or they always have that pressure. They have to create that safe space for the athlete, so to speak, to try to help them. We'll have to create common goals between the athlete and the psychologist when creating the commitment and motivation that will take him develop his faculties, that will allow him to perform at a better level. So we were speaking about this in the previous roundtable. David was speaking about to work on expectations, to create realistic expectations. Sometimes the athletes see themselves in situations in which they try to think that they can reach specific levels, and sometimes this is more negative rather than positive for them. So we should manage these expectations, and we should see these goals step by step, so that they can accomplish good results. Among the main variables that we have, it's true that there's one that's the most important one, that would be stress. It's true that it has been mediated because of the personality traits of that the athlete, of that person, like for example that control capacity that they may have, that improvement, how they manage these anxieties, how they manage their emotions, and the stress history that is beyond behind this athlete, how they faced previous situations, how they've come over them, and that facing resource that will allow him with all the tactics that the athlete has to manage stress in one way or another. It's true that in the last researches, we are including a negative triad as vulnerability factors that are linked to sports injury that are anxiety and depression, but these researchers are quite recent. They still don't know, and they do not indicate whether they would all be connected to prevention, or some of them appear at a later time. Like, for example, well, the sports injury, we don't have many concluding results, but besides stress, we are seeing that other factors like anxiety and depression are interfering in that injury. But I will focus on stress today. When we are speaking about stress, this word comes to our mind. We all speak about this many times during the day, and it's a little bit generic, I would say. It's not very common right now. Why? Because, like, well, two people have called me, I need to take care of my kids, I've forgotten about going shopping, I have to go training. That's the concept of stress we have. So in order to speak about the situation in this case, we will take the understanding William definition to focus on the sport field. A stressful situation is the situation where the athlete has to assess the demand that has been asked about, and to see what personal resources he has, and in what way he's going to face that, and the consequences that he would have in case he solved or didn't solve that situation. So we're using more relevant things when we are speaking about an assessment, and we are seeing that the athlete needs to consider what he's being asked about, what he can give, what he has, and what's going to happen if I make it or not. So in front of that situation, the first thing that we see is a physiological change. We all know them. It can be a heartbeat increase, um, breath rate increase, muscle tension. But besides, we'll have attention alteration. What do I mean by this? We'll have, we won't stay that focused. It will be a more tunnel vision. The athlete won't be able to see everything as a whole. He will be much more focused on that situation. So that double situation will make us perform this cognitive evaluation to see, so based on my previous requirements in terms of stress history, etc., personality traits, etc., and facing strategies, how can I face the situation? So I'll make a cognitive evaluation that allows me to come over the situation and to keep on maintaining this stressful situation. And I'll feel myself safe. And this situation would be, we'll move from a demanding situation to a threatening situation. So what happens when we are facing these threatening situations? We will have a first approach in which the athlete will increase the muscle tension, and how this is going to affect us. There will be problems in motor coordination. It will reduce the athlete flexibility. So his exercise pattern, when he's competing, he won't be able to execute them in the most correct way. So there will be a difficulty there. That will be important to take account of. When it's more tunneling, we lose peripheral information. The context doesn't teach us anything, so we are at risk of missing information about what's going on. And we're including a third factor, that would be the distraction levels. We are not focused on the action that we are developing. We're not focused on my exercise, on my exercise execution. So this distraction level makes them be at a much riskier situation to suffer an injury. So what can we do to face that? So among the psychological variables that we can work in and that we can work on, we would have the concentration capacity. So what a typical example would be the establishment of these routines that will allow the athlete to find this security about the exercise that he's going to develop, how it's going to be developed, and to avoid that these are the situations, these are the environments that could interfere in his activity by creating these routines and gestures. Sometimes the typical example would be Rafael Nadal when he's going to serve. So these movements he used to do, these cyclical movements, that's training, mental training that has been prepared to create that focus capacity that allows him to be at the right place and at the right time. And that would be that service and that point. Another situation that we will manage will be how we manage the attentional capacity. What's the difference between both? In this case, there can be different external influences. We can have the coach that is telling us something, the rival that is trying to interfere in a different way, so environmental elements that could be an interference. So here, the way we manage the attention capacity from a psychological point of view has to be developed in the sense of saying, hey, let's stay focused, let's make the athlete be able to see what element they want to pay attention to. They need to be able to take their mind to the same stimulus that would be the sports activity that he's playing at that time. Because when all these external influences arrive, we shouldn't be tempted to split our attention to move towards these other points. So in the end, this reduces the stress level because we are highly accustomed to see the high levels of activation. But it's true that a high level of activation is putting everything at risk. So this is why we are going through this situation. So there has to be an activation, but it has to be an optimal point. The athlete has to be able to consider what level he wants to offer. So this will create stress control. So what does this mean, stress control? So it's just a situation according to which when the athlete makes these assessment, they see that they have the possibility, they have the capacities to face these tasks because the resources they need, they are focusing on that in order to assume that situation in a much safer way to avoid other vulnerable factors or situations. Among these variables that are studied in psychology and that could play a role, you have this competitive anxiety, this motivation, risky attitudes, emotional problems, self-confidence. To me, that's one of the key factors, and I will see how it will determine how situations evolve. So, what will happen for sport for athletes that are at risk and have higher stress level? There are different cognitive strategies that can be used. One of them, one ones could be to solve the task, to solve the perception of what I have to do, and others can be avoided. So what will it depend of? It will depend on the personal resources that we have, the ones that we've been talking about before. So when an athlete has limited personal resources and problems to manage their own emotions, to understand these emotions, we are much closer to create situations that are considered as unconscious. So what are these unconscious situations that we could find? For example, there is no warm-up, lack of activation when starting to compete with pain. Sometimes this athlete is hiding that pain because of the disease or whatever. They try to move on. In the end, we are exposing ourselves to a much more difficult situation and aggressive conduct and behaviors in the sports activity. Sometimes when we see that we don't have every resource or that we are not sure of how we face a specific situation, sometimes it takes us it makes us be much riskier, and these behaviors are against us, and they bring us closer to an injury. So, in controlling stress, as we were saying before, with these variables that we've managed, we were saying, well, self-confidence. What is that? Self-confidence is the capacity the athlete has, and we have to work on that since the very beginning. Of the cognitive anticipation they could have on the resort and the goals that have to be targeted, and we should see them with accomplishments. It's very important to work on the task, and the athlete is working by anticipating goals that do not depend on him. Sometimes we will focus on the task to see how they execute their activities and their actions, because this is what will make them will bring them closer to the goal that has been set. So they will change the approach, and this will help them perform better. When this self-confidence does not exist, we are much closer to the injury situation, because we go back again to the risky behavior. So the self-assessment about his own skills, if he feels that he has a capacity, if the athlete has a capacity, we're closer to accomplish it, and we're closer to execute it correctly. And the fact of believing in the personal capacities, and for that, it's necessary to have good strategies of facing this. It's important to mention that we work from cognitive restructuring, that it's a conductual and cognitive therapy that is done with the athlete one-to-one, that we need to teach them how to manage their emotional management. So it's important that the athlete knows that when he is at a training session, at a competition situation, there will be moments when he will feel emotions, and he has to learn, identify what that emotion means, how can we use it, why it is there, what information it is conveying. The assessment he makes, he should interiorize what he can do in order to improve that performance about that situation. He should learn how to channel all this. So at competition moments, for example, when things are not working out and we see that we're having difficulties, we should learn to channel all these situations. We should learn to understand that we are in a vulnerable situation, that we are in a fearful situation, that we have to change the approach, and we need to bring it towards what we can do to change our goals in that time, and to express to let these feeling go, fear, difficulty, you name it, and we'll learn how to regulate it, and we will set it in a safer way. So in this sense, we should regulate the adaptive thoughts to said when we are thinking about these things that are not useful for them and for that moment that make us feel that we are in a moment of difficulty, and to analyze them at that moment and to replace them by others that are much more functional. Okay, so the psychologist's role in the rehab processes. So once the athlete has been injured, the psychologist will try to adhere to rehab programs to create self-trust in going back to the sport activity, to reduce the injury-linked stress, and to work on psychological variables, for example, catastrophes, thoughts, pain, mood. And when going back to the pitch, so to speak, or to the activity, we need them to be very well prepared from a psychological point of view. We should set goals step by step. So this has to be constantly reassessed every week. It's like, what's the point? Where are we with changing this goal from by this one? So let's move to another goal. We should control that activation, that cognitive evaluation about my resources, and we'll need to work a lot, and we'll have to manage them when going back to competition. We'll need to manage the pressure that they could feel because they are going back before expected. It's a moment of the season when the athlete considers that it's not the right time to go back, and this will make them not feeling with the necessary resources. So this has to be treated at mental level in order to convey that trust that allows them to have these resources to compete in a safe way. And the athlete's autonomy, the external influence of the environment telling you have to do this and that. Many times they should learn to assess that they need to make their own decisions, and they need to see their own resources to decide whether they are ready to take a further step or not. So the influence of psychological variables would be split in two parts. We would give tools to the athlete to prevent the injury. That would be that focusing capacity, tension regulation, and attentional control. And when we are in that injury situation, we should have these tackling strategies. We should work on emotional management, loneliness of the athletes when they are injured, and to work on that self-trust that will allow them to go back to the activity with the same performance they used to have. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angel. Thanks for the explanation and the need of understanding how psychology plays an important role in athletes. So let's continue with Professor Ana de la Fuente. She's a readapter of Women's Real Madrid, and she's a professor of the master in its English version. She's going to speak about readaptation and from a neurocognitive point of view. Thank you very much for being with us, Ana. We're going to speak about anterior cruciate ligament. Yes, hello. Thank you very much for giving me the possibility of sharing our work. I hope that it can be interesting for you. And I'm very happy that I've been able to speak after Angel, because there are many things that will overlap very well in how to manage some psychological variables with neurocognitive work. So, as Diego was saying, we're going to speak in the readaptation process of the anterior cruciate ligament. We're going to speak about how to tackle this from a neurocognitive point of view. These first stages. I mean, it's a very short intervention proposal. We should continue that throughout the process. But for you to see how important this work is, now it seems that it is a little bit more trendy, but as David was saying, we are still missing a lot of things to do. Neurocognitive field is very difficult. It's very difficult to implement research in this sense, but at least it's capturing more attention than what it used to do, and we are on the right way, I would say. So, see, I wanted to start the presentation with a video that maybe many of you have already watched. It is when Davide Alaba are injured of the anterior cruciate ligament, and we can see when we see these injuries, you'll see it better. We'll see it in slow motion. The first remark it comes to our mind is, wow, that was but luck. Maybe he has made that movement 500 times. It's not a very aggressive move. So you'll see how many times he could have done that gesture when he's pressing a rival. I've said 500, maybe that's an understatement. So it's not an aggressive gesture, it's bad luck, right? And we always think, yes, there are many researches about this. We always think about the biomechanical factors, right? We all know that the anterior cruciate ligament, we know how it breaks, the rotation, the knee, if the body is not aligned. So the neurocognitive part is it's not that common. It doesn't resonate that much as a biomechanical side. And there are studies that we haven't many, but there are studies that are starting to set some things about this, saying that between 70 and 80% of anterior cruciate ligament injuries take place when this kind of actions with divided attention, with with short processing time, motor actions that are relatively simple, that the player has done 500 times, and for whatever reason, it happens. This is what we are trying to find out. So, every time we speak about the anterior cruciate ligament injury or any other injury, this is, well, the most important injury and has been very much studied. But we always analyze the outputs, that motor response that happens, and the injury mechanisms at mechanical level. And this is what we try to work on every time we implement preventive work, that work to try to reduce that injury risk. We should try to control core, etc., the trunk, ankle movement, hip stability. We know this very well. But for this action to happen, things have to happen. As Angel was saying before. So different processing things have to happen. Information processing, for example. So first and foremost, we should get quality information in good quantity and quality. So this information, what system do we use to receive it? Through the visual system, vestibular system, and somatosensorial system. So 90% of information comes through our eyes. This is why when we work with athletes and we restrict visual information, we see quite chaotic things happening in the context where the human beings move. The vast majority of information comes through our eyes. The vestibular system contributes information regarding the position of our body in space, especially our head. And the somatosensory system, that is the one that we like the most, that we like the most as physiotherapists, readapters, etc., is the one to try to give credit to, is the one that contributes information about how our joints are placed, our muscle and skeletal system is located, etc. So after this information be perceived through these systems, our brain receives it, it has to process it, and according to what it interprets from the environment and according to how we are located in the environment, it proposes a motor response. That would be the motor action that we see. But to see that, there's a very important process behind that we usually don't pay that much attention to. So what is sport? It's visual attention in object tracking. Sport is working memory and pattern recognition. When we have, for example, a player, so for example, a winger is constantly facing the opposite winger. So it's important to know how our rival's body work. And it's like, maybe if he did that, maybe he's going to do the same right now. So we need to recognize patterns of our rivals or from our teammates. Dual task. We're always executing different things at the time, seeing where my teammates are and seeing where my rivals are. seeing where the goalkeeper is and the space that I have in the goal, or where the ball is in my feet. So we
Y
always have
luego
different things to pay
un
attention to.
tiempo de reacción y de
And
procesamiento
reaction and
corto. Eso es
process
lo que tiene
time
que
that
haber
is
con
short.
el deporte.
This is what
Decidir
sets the
rápido.
difference in sport.
Sí, puedes
To
ejecutar muy
make
bien, pero
up
si
our
no
mind
sabes
quickly,
ejecutar
you
muy bien en
can
el tiempo que
execute
tienes
things
para
very well, but
ejecutar,
if
pues
you are
tampoco
unable
puedes
to
ejecutar.
execute in the time you have to execute, you're
Si
dead.
todo
There's no
esto se
execution.
altera,
So everything,
la
if everything
ejecución va
is
a ser
changed,
distinta,
will the
probablemente.
execution be
No es lo
different?
mismo la respuesta
Absolutely
motriz que yo
yes.
voy a dar en unas
So the
condiciones u
motor
otras en este sentido,
response won't be
según
the
la
same
información que yo sea capaz
depending on the
de transmitir
conditions,
como yo
depending on the
soy de
information that I'm
procesarlo.
able
Después
to
de todo esto
process
es
and
cuando
to
viene la
receive.
acción motriz. Pero la
And
acción motriz se va a ver
the motor,
supeditada a la
the
capacidad que yo
motor
tenga de atender a nivel visual, a
action
mi
will depend
trabajo, a las
on my
condiciones que trabajo
visual
actualmente, el
attention, to
tiempo de
my working
recuperación
memory,
que
to my
tengo.
dual task, and my reaction
Entonces,
and process time. Absolutely yes.
¿qué es lo que pasa cuando nos lesionamos del
What
ligamento
happens
cruzado anterior?
when we have an
Hay
anterior
una
cruciate ligament
disfunción
injury?
neurofisiológica a nivel
So there's a
sistema nervioso
neurophysiological
central y periférico, ¿vale?
problem at our
Esta
peripheral and central nervous
disfunción
system level.
neurofisiológica viene dada
This
porque, en primer
dysfunction
lugar, hay una
comes
destrucción
because
aferente,
there's
¿vale? Hay
an
una rotura
afferent
del ligamento
interruption.
sabéis que
There's
tiene muchos
the
mecanoreceptores
break
y esos
of the
mecanoreceptores liberan
ligament that
información
has many
sin intención o tanta
mechanoreceptors, and
información
they
y de tanta
stop
calidad.
sending
Con lo
that
cual hay que
information,
darle un
or
poquito de
maybe
información
the information
somatosensorial
is
para
hasn't
empezar, ¿vale? A
have a
entender
very
ese
good quality.
ligamento
So we
lesionado.
lose that
Por otro lado,
somatosensory information. On the other hand,
tenemos mucho dolor.
we
Ese
well, it
dolor
hurts. We
lo
have a
que
lot of
causa
pain.
es que el
That
cerebro
pain
interprete las
makes the
sensaciones que
brain
vienen de esa
interpret the
articulación como muy
feelings that come from
malas,
that
muy
joint
incómodas,
as
dolorosas,
uncomfortable, as
no nos
painful,
gusta
as
sentir
bad.
esa
We don't
sensación,
like
¿vale?
to have this feeling.
Luego tenemos una hipoestimulación del
Then we
sistema
have
neuromuscular.
a
Si me duelen
neuromuscular
cosas,
system
pues las muevo menos,
hypostimulation,
¿no? Si a mí me duele
because
la rodilla, pues voy
if
a
something
mover
hurts,
menos la rodilla
I
porque me
will
duele
move it
cuando
less.
es un
If
mecanismo
my
de
knee
protección del
hurts,
sistema nervioso
I will
central.
move it.
Con lo
It's a
cual,
protection system
la
of my central
musculatura
nervous
que
system.
flexiona
So
esa
the
rodilla
muscle
va a
that
tener menos
extends
actividad.
that knee
Cuádriceps
won't
isquiotibiales
have that
van a perder
activity.
actividad,
Isquiotibials
¿sí?
and
Van a perder
quadriceps
capacidad.
will lose that
Luego vamos
activity.
a ver alterada nuestra excitabilidad corticoespinal, ¿vale? Va
We
a
will
haber una
see our
hipoexcitabilidad
corticospinal
corticoespinal.
hypoexcitability
Esta
altered.
excitabilidad corticoespinal ya sabéis
So
que va desde nuestro sistema
these
nervioso central
corticospinal hypoexcitability goes through a central
al
nervous
sistema
system,
nervioso
through the
periférico.
spine, to the
Entonces,
peripheral nervous system. So
esa información que va de
that
nuestro sistema
information
nervioso central
that goes from my
a
central
nuestros
nervous
músculos
system
se va a
to
ver
our
más
muscles
mermada. ¿Por qué?
will be
Porque el
jeopardized.
cerebro apaga
Why?
cosas.
Because my brain
Si a mí me
switches
duele, pues
things
voy a
off.
intentar no
If it
mover
hurts,
cosas,
I'll
entonces lo
try
que voy a
not
hacer
to
es
move
apagar
things. And what
interruptores,
will I do will
¿vale?
be
Por
to
eso
switch
vemos esa inhibición de
to turn
cuádriceps,
switches
por
off.
eso
This is
vemos
what we
esa
see, this
inhibición de isquios.
quadriceps
No
inhibition of that
específicamente mover
hamstring
la rodilla, sino
inhibition,
moverle
because
cosas
they
por
are in
derecha
charge
y
of
por
moving
izquierda,
the knee.
¿vale?
If
Esa
it
vamos a
hurts, I
ejercitar.
prefer them to
Y luego a
stop
nivel
and to switch them
intracortical
off.
también va a haber cierta inhibición. A nivel de
And
corteza,
then
¿os acordáis todos de ese dibujito de la
there is
nube
also
alrededor
going to be some degree of
de zonas cerebrales en nuestra corteza
intracortical inhibition
motora? Pues va a haber una
because
inhibición,
that's
va a
why
haber menos
the motor
representación también
cortex
de según qué
works.
áreas, de esas áreas que
So
resultan
depending on
dolorosas,
what
de esas
areas
áreas
are
que ahora mismo
affected,
están moviendo
depending on
menos,
what areas are
ahora mismo son menos
sore,
importantes para
and
nuestro
depending
cerebro
on
porque
what
no nos
areas
interesan
we are
y que
moving
pueden ser cosas
less,
negativas, ¿vale?
well,
Entonces,
different
todo
negative
esto pasa
results
cuando
will
se
ensue.
produce la lesión del
And
ligamento
all of
cruzado
this
anterior y además
happens
cuando hay un proceso
when
quirúrgico asociado, que ahora
an
mismo es
ACL
el
injury
tratamiento de
occurs,
elección, ¿no? Para esa lesión del ligamento cruzado anterior, la reparación
when
quirúrgica,
treatment
se
is
agrava
administered
además
for
porque
it,
tenemos
which
más
is
dolor, porque tenemos más
obviously
inflamación,
surgery.
porque tenemos
Surgery makes it worse, in
menos
fact, because there is
estimulación
more
a
pain,
nivel
more
muscular,
inflammation,
porque tenemos la
less
movilidad de la rodilla
muscular
limitada, ¿vale? Tenemos
stimulation,
primeras fases, con lo
limited
cual
knee
esto además se
mobility,
agrava.
especially in early
¿Qué es lo que
phases. So
ocurre?
the whole
Que cuando
um,
tenemos todo esto,
picture,
nuestro
the
sistema
whole
nervioso central, nuestro
scenario
cuerpo en general
actually
se adapta,
worsens.
¿vale? Entramos en
But
un
the
estado
body
monoplásico.
and
Nuestro cuerpo lo hace siempre
the
lo
central
mejor que
nervous
hace con lo
system
que tiene, lo mejor que lo puede hacer con
adapts
lo que tiene, ¿vale?
to it.
Entonces, lo que
It's
hacemos es
neuroplastic. It adapts
movernos a
to
través de
what's going on. The
compensaciones,
body always
¿sí? Entramos en un estado
does it, and
neuroplástico en el
so
que
we are able
intentamos
to
buscar
move
nuevas formas de hacer lo mismo
through
que hacíamos antes, pero
compensation. We
sin que
enter
sea tan
a
incómodo,
state of
¿vale? Llegar a esas
neuroplasticity
sensaciones
whereby we are
relativamente
able
cómodas.
to move in a comfortable way, avoiding
Cuando
negative
abordamos este proceso de
feelings.
lesión desde el ámbito de la fisioterapia, de la
Now, when we
rehabilitación,
look at these
¿qué es lo
injuries
primero en
from
lo
the
que
point
pensamos
of
todos?
view of
Primeras fases del ligamento
rehabilitation
cruzado
of
anterior, todos pensamos, hay
physiotherapy,
que ganar movilidad,
what is it
hay
we
que
think
ganar
about?
fuerza.
In in the early phases of an
atrofiado
ACL
y que
injury,
vuelva
we
a
need to
tener la
gain
reconocibición,
mobility,
porque antes el miedo era la
strength.
activación. Todos
There is
pensamos de
atrophy,
primeras en
and the
aspectos
first
biomecánicos.
thing we think about really as
Solo nos
physiotherapists is
centramos en los
the
aspectos
biomechanics of it
biomecánicos,
all. But
no
if we
restauramos todo
only
lo que
look
hemos
at the
visto antes. El
biomechanics of it
cuádriceps
all,
puede volver a activarse
we'll never be able
si
to
no
restore
hacemos
everything that
trabajo
we looked
neurocognitivo,
at
sí,
earlier.
claro. claro.
Will you be able to
Puede
recover
volver
from an ACL
años
injury
después
without
todavía
any
mecanismos de
neurocognitive
compensación.
work
Sí,
at all?
claro.
Yes. But will you
¿Cómo lo va a
still
hacer?
be seeing
¿Cómo va a seguir moviéndose esa
neurocompensation
persona? Sí, va a
mechanisms
seguir,
years
va a
later?
tener fuerza
Yes,
para
because
la
that
práctica
person
deportiva. Sí, sí,
will be strong
pero
enough to
va a haber
exercise, to
muchas
do
compensaciones que
sports.
si no les
Yes,
hacemos
surely.
van a
But
seguir
there will
exageradas
also
en el
be
tiempo.
some
Eso no
compensation
significa que el deportista va a
mechanisms
ser
in
incapaz,
place which
pero quizá de nuestro
need to
ámbito
be
podemos mejorar
undone.
su capacidad
And if we don't
abordando eso
undo them,
en primeras
then
fases. ¿Vale?
they will just remain there. And
¿Cómo podemos
that's
abordar
our
ese tipo
job, to undo them.
de
And
problemáticas en primeras
how
fases?
do we go
Como
about it,
hablábamos, tenemos una
especially in
disfunción
the
neurofisiológica que
early
nos conduce
stages?
a un estado neuroplástico.
So what we have here is a
En ese estado
neurophysiological
neuroplástico, si los
dysfunction
estímulos que
leading to
damos
a
son adecuados,
neuroplastic state, and
genial.
with the
Vamos a
appropriate
producir muchas adaptaciones
stimuli,
porque nuestro
then
cerebro
that's
está
great.
deseando que
There'll be a lot of
le demos
adaptation
cosas,
because our
¿vale?
brain actually
Si no le damos
wants to
estímulos
be able to
adecuados
do
o si
that.
los
But
damos
if
inadecuados,
there is
pues
no
buscará
adequate
sus vueltas,
stimuli, or
¿vale? Pero el
if there
cerebro
are
tiene que
stimuli, but
encontrar
if they're
nuevas
not
formas de
adequate,
moverse,
then
tiene
the
que
brain
encontrar
will be
nuevas formas de tratar con esa rodilla lesionada,
searching
¿sí?
for
O con
new
ese cuádriceps,
ways
con ese
of
músculo menos capaz,
treating the
está
injury,
encontrando
because the
nuevas formas de
hamstring is,
relacionarse con
let's
ello,
say,
con lo cual
less
los estímulos
capable
que
of
damos en estas
bearing
primeras
load,
fases
the
son
knee is less
muy
stable
importantes. Estas primeras
and
fases podemos hablar de
weaker,
los primeros
and so the
meses,
brain will
los
adapt.
primeros
And
3 meses
the
quizá,
first few months
después de
are
esa cirugía de dos
absolutely
meses
crucial. The
anterior,
first 3 months,
porque
I'd say, after an ACL
esa rodilla
surgery
todavía es muy
are
incapaz, esa
absolutely
musculatura
crucial
alrededor todavía es
because
muy
the
incapaz.
knee is
Tenemos que
still
darles capacidad
unstable,
a
the
través de
surrounding
mejorar
muscles
también
are
esa disfunción
unstable,
neurofisiológica.
and we need to fix
¿Y
that
qué es lo
through
primero que tendríamos
neurophysiological
que hacer?
stimulation. And
Normalizar
the
las
very
sensaciones
first thing we
somatosensoriales,
should do
¿no?
is
Si
to
yo tengo
normalize
una musculatura adyacente, yo
somatosensory
tengo una articulación que cada vez que le aplico algún
experiences for the
estímulo
patient. If
provoca
every
sensaciones
time
dolorosas,
I
pues es
stimulate
que es normal que
the
a mi cerebro
joint,
no le
the
guste, que
pain,
no quiera moverla, que
the
prefiera
patient is in
callar.
pain, then obviously the
Es
brain
normal,
won't
es
want
incómodo,
to move
¿vale?
it.
Tenemos que
Of
enseñarle
course,
que
a
todas las
lot of
sensaciones que
switches
produce
will
el
turn
movimiento
off.
no van a
That's
ser
only
dolorosas,
normal.
que
We
todas las
need to make
sensaciones que
sure
produce la activación
that the
muscular no van a
feelings
ser
ensuing
dolorosas,
from an
¿vale?
engagement of that
Y a partir de ahí
joint
empezamos a trabajar
aren't painful. And once we achieve that,
favoreciendo que el sistema somatosensorial
we need to make
transmita mucha
sure that the
información.
somatosensory system
Seguramente cuando
transmits as
pensáis en
much
procesos de
information as
readaptación
possible.
ya no solo diríamos
Usually,
de un
when we
estado
think
anterior,
about
también quizá una rehabilitación
rehab,
o una
not only
adaptación más
ACL
sencilla,
rehab, but also
todos pensamos
something
en tareas
simpler
tipo
involving ligaments or
ojos
the
cerrados,
ankle, for
¿vale?
example, an
Ojos
ankle
cerrados,
sprain.
¿no? Apoyándonos un poquito.
We think,
Sí, pero si antes no
close
hemos
your eyes
dado
and limp
capacidad al
away.
sistema somatosensorial
Well,
para que
yes, but
transmita
unless we've first
información
enabled
en
the
buena
somatosensory
cantidad
system
y en
to
buena calidad,
transmit a
pues
good
también estamos
amount
quitando los ojos buenos, ¿no?
of
Quitando la
information, good
información.
quality
Y eso,
information,
si no hemos conseguido que nuestro
if we
sistema
don't
somatosensorial
ensure that that
transmita
happens,
toda la
if
información
the
que necesitamos, con lo cual,
somatosensory system is not
primero
transmitting all the
normalizamos ese
information
sistema
we need,
somatosensorial,
number
la cantidad
one,
de información y la
we're not
jerarquía,
normalizing
y
it.
luego ya empezamos a manipular a nivel
And number
estructural.
two, we
Y
can't
todo eso a la vez que
move
trabajamos a
on
nivel
to a
estructural. La
phase
movilidad hay que
of
trabajarla, claro.
exteroceptive
La fuerza hay que
manipulation.
trabajarla, claro. La activación
After we
muscular hay que
do that,
trabajarla,
of
claro. ¿Se puede
course,
hacer en
we have
conjunto?
to activate the
Sí,
knee,
no
and
hace
of
falta que lo
course, we
hagamos
have
separado. En el mismo
to
ejercicio podemos
strengthen
trabajar
the
las dos cosas.
muscles, but you can do it at the same time.
Para esa normalización somatosensorial,
Now, for
algunos
this
ejemplos de trabajo. De lo que se trata
somatosensory
es de intentar
normalization
que
to occur,
nuestro
there are
cerebro
several
reciba
things we
información de
can
esas
do.
estructuras que no
We need
sea
to make sure,
dolorosa.
again,
Con lo
that
cual,
this brain
que conectemos esa
receives
rodilla y esa
positive
musculatura innata con
information from
nuestro
the knee,
cerebro.
not pain.
¿Podemos
The
darle esa
knee needs to
información
be
no
properly
dolorosa a través
connected
de
with the
vibración?
brain.
Sí. ¿Podemos
Can
darle información no
vibration help?
dolorosa a través
Yes,
de
and it's
biofeedback
non-painful.
para que tenga que
Can we use
procesar qué es lo que está
biofeedback
ocurriendo en esa
so
musculatura?
that
Sí.
the
Manipulando
brain
la
needs to
atención para que
process
nuestro
what's going
cerebro
on in the
sepa lo que está
muscles?
ocurriendo en esa
Yes.
musculatura, sí, con
Can we
sonido,
uh,
intentar cuadrar activaciones en sonido
manipulate
con un metrónomo, intentar
the muscle? Can we use sound
visualizar a nivel
manipulation
cerebral
with a
diferentes
metronome,
áreas
for
de esa
example?
musculatura o de esa
Can we
articulación a nivel de
en-
control excéntrico para igual tener que temporizar
encourage the
parecido
brain
con el
to
metrónomo, mirar al
visualize
espejo,
that?
que esto lo
Can we
vamos a ver
achieve some
ya
degree of
sobre la
eccentric
siguiente,
control?
¿vale?
Use maybe
Vamos a ver
mirror
algunos
therapy?
ejemplos
Yes, we
para que
can do
quede
all of that.
más claro.
A lot of them, I'm sure you're already familiar with them, but
Terapia
let's look at
espejo,
a couple of
¿vale? No
examples.
necesitamos
This is mirror therapy.
mucha infraestructura, ahora
You don't
con los
need a
dispositivos
lot of
electrónicos tenemos
infrastructure
aplicaciones para todo.
to
Esto es
do it
un trabajo
with
de movimiento, Billo, pero si
electronic
estamos haciendo trabajo de
devices,
movilidad de
you've
rodilla,
got
sería
plenty
como,
of
estoy
options.
trabajando el aspecto
In this
estructural, sí.
case,
Estoy trabajando
we're
movilidad, sí. Pero también
working
estoy
on the
trabajando a
ankle, but
nivel
with the knee it'd be
cognitivo.
the same. And
Eso
we're
me hace
working on
es fácil
mobility
de
as well
implementar
as
y tenemos datos positivos.
neurocognition. This is a very easy
A nivel de
exercise and
fuerza,
it
típico
works
ejercicio de fuerza
on
de
both
cuádriceps, que
fronts.
en las sesiones de
This is the
ligamento cruciado
strength
anterior hacemos
exercise,
8.500
typical
veces.
exercise we
¿Puedo
do
aplicar
for
duración
strengthening
local a
quads
todo?
after an
Sí.
ACL
Es el mismo, la misma isometría
tear.
de cuádriceps.
applying
Y le aportamos
vibration as
además
well, which is
información
very useful.
no
So
dolorosa,
it's
otro
an
tipo de estímulo no
isometric
doloroso en
exercise,
nuestra estitabilidad
and by
corticoespinal y
applying
mejoramos.
two non-painful stimuli, the
Lo mismo, el mismo ejercicio isométrico
corticospinal
de cuádriceps, pero con
excitability
cuadrados.
improves. This is another
Esto es un poco juego para ellos.
isometric
Yo toco
exercise
una zona y me tiene que
for
decir qué
the
zona he
quad
tocado.
in
Estoy intentando
quadrants.
conectar
I
ese área
touch
con
one
el
of the four
cerebro y el
areas, and then the
profesor tiene que
athlete
saber qué es
needs
lo
to
que
tell
estoy
me which
tocando.
one it
Una
was.
vez que
I'm
esto
trying to
activa,
get the brain to connect
procesa
with
dónde
the
estoy
muscle.
tocando, ya
Uh,
necesitamos que haya una
so
tensión
it's
en esa
an
zona.
activation process. We're creating tension in the
Esto no lo
muscle,
vais a
and the
escuchar, pero es
athlete
con un
is able
metrónomo,
to
¿vale?
recognize.
Que
You
tenemos que
can't
hacer una activación
hear it,
muscular
obviously,
al ritmo del
but here
sonido
we
del
have a
metrónomo.
metronome,
Como misma isometría de
and the
cuádriceps,
patient needs
pero
to contract the
metemos un
muscle
estímulo neurocognitivo.
in sync with
Y
the
esto
metronome.
uniendo las
So
dos,
there is
cuadrantes y vibración,
muscle
¿vale?
strengthening as well as a
Ya por último,
cognitive
una vez que
stimulus there. And then
tenemos
finally,
normalizadas esas sensaciones
once
somatosensoriales,
we've normalized
podemos
all of
empezar a
those
jugar con el aspecto
somatosensory
esteroceptivo, ¿vale?
feelings, we
Podemos
can
empezar
start
a
playing around with
manipular el sistema visual para que dé menos
exteroceptive
información y
manipulations
favorecer
as
tejido
well. We can
somatosensorial que tenga que
act
trabajar.
on the visual
Podemos modificar
system.
la información que nos da el sistema
We can
vestibular para
modify
que
the
sea el
information
somatosensorial
received
el que
by the
tenga que trabajar. El
vestibular system
somatosensorial es el nuestro, el
as
que nos
well.
gusta, ¿vale? Entonces, todo lo que
That's
alteremos
why
lo demás va a hacer que el
working on the
somatosensorial tenga que
somatosensory
trabajar.
system is so important. Okay.
Alterando el foco externo visual. No hace falta que siempre sea ojos
Altering the
cerrados. De
visual
hecho,
external
ningún
focus. It doesn't
futbolista va a
need
jugar
to
al
be
fútbol con los
with
ojos
closed
cerrados,
eyes. For
pero sí que
example,
van a
no
jugar al
footballers are
fútbol
ever going
atendiendo a
to
otras cosas que no sea sus rodillas,
play
como
football
empezar a trabajar durante el
blindfolded,
gimnasio.
but
Y
it can be
vamos a poner
helpful
los
to
focos
work on
externos
that
visuales en
from
algunos
the
ejercicios
gym already.
para que tenga que atender otra
Visual
cosa que no sea,
stimuli as
otra
the
cosa que no sea
athletes
sus
are
rodillas.
performing
Y sea el
exercises so
sistema
that
somatosensorial el que
they
tenga que
have
encargarse en
to
automático,
visually process
¿vale?
something other than
Típico
their
trabajo que
knee.
hablábamos
It helps
antes,
when
apoyo
and
monopodal,
they're not
respiración
keeping their
visual,
eyes closed.
fácil. Esto
So
lo
this
hacemos
is a
todos sin
visual
músculo.
restriction exercise, for example. I'm sure
Lo mismo,
we
pero
all
con
do
movimiento,
this. Same thing, but with
¿vale? Para que
movement,
el sistema somatosensorial tenga que
so
aplicar,
that the
tenga que aportar
somatosensory
diferente
system
información
needs to
dinámica.
supply dynamic information.
¿Cómo alteramos la información del sistema
How do
vestibular?
we
Con
alter
movimientos de cabeza.
information for the vestibular system?
Aquí tiene las
By
dos
having the
cosas. Tiene
athlete move
restricción visual
her
y
head in
además
this case. In
tiene
this case, there
perturbación
is a
vestibular,
visual
porque el
restriction,
sistema vestibular
and
solo
a
se va a poder
vestibular
encargar de esos
alteration.
movimientos de
The
cabeza, con
vestibular
lo cual el
system is only
somatosensorial es
going
el
to
que
take
tiene que
charge of
supervisar
the
todo lo
head
demás. Esta
movements, and
rodilla
so
depende
the
100% del
somatosensory system needs to fix
somatosensorial.
everything else. The knee,
Aquí
in
lo
this
mismo,
case, is
otros
fully
movimientos
dependent
de
on the
cabeza más
somatosensory system.
rápidos,
Same thing
el
here,
somatosensorial
moving the
activo.
head very, very quickly, and the
Y
somatosensory
aquí en
system
lo que
is
hablábamos
working on the
de
knee.
foco externo visual,
And this
¿vale?
is an
Vamos a
external
trabajar desde el
visual
gimnasio. Ella ahora
focus,
mismo puede estar
something
centrándose en su
we
rodilla. Complicado.
do
No
at the
tendría que
gym.
cerrar los ojos. Lo que estamos
You know,
haciendo es, ella
you
tiene que
see,
mirar a algo externo,
she doesn't need to
tiene que
close
precisar
her
dónde
eyes
está
here.
eso
She
y
just
tiene que
needs
tocarlo
to focus her
sin
gaze on
poder prestar
something else,
atención a su
something
rodilla
external, and
anterior,
then
con lo cual
touching it
todo el
without
trabajo del
paying any
sistema
attention to the knee. And
somatosensorial
in this way, the
dándole un poquito más de
somatosensory system is
especificidad
at
con respecto a
work
su
on
práctica
the
deportiva,
knee.
salvando todavía mucho las distancias
And
porque
this
son muy
is
cortas.
um,
Y ya está. Y espero
a
que os
sports
haya
specific
parecido
exercise as well. And that
interesante,
was all
cortito,
from me.
pero
Thank you very much. It was quite short, but hopefully you found it interesting. Thank you.
Pues nada, mil gracias
a vosotros.
por la charla.
Thank you. Thank you. Microphone, please.
Como el paciente necesita poner foco externo, ¿verdad? Para centrarnos en la articulación. Bueno, vamos a terminar la mesa de trabajo multidisciplinar con el profesor, el doctor Carlos Romero. Carlos es profesor
Microphone,
titular de
please.
la Universidad Europea, es uno de los investigadores principales de la casa y además es fisioterapeuta en el Real Madrid. Carlos viene a hablarnos en su charla de reevaluando el vendaje funcional en el deporte, análisis desde la evidencia científica. Carlos, quiero decirte, un placer. Un placer tenerte, un orgullo, así que por favor, cuando quieras.
Genial, mil gracias. Gracias, Sergio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergio. Thanks, Diego, for the invitation. Yet another year. Congrats to my colleagues on their presentations, which I loved. I know it's quite late, and I know you all want to go off to lunch, so I'll try not to beat about the bush.
Bueno, pues como ha dicho Diego, yo me
As
dedico a
Diego said,
trabajar aquí en esta universidad en el grado de
I
fisioterapia y
work
en
here.
nuestro laboratorio y por la
I'm
tarde
a
tengo la suerte
lecturer
de trabajar
at the BA
con
in
chavales de
physiotherapy in the
fútbol
morning, and
de
then
la
in
casa
the
del Madrid.
afternoon, evening,
Y
I
bueno, pues
I'm very, very lucky because I get to work
estos dos
with
aspectos,
our
pues
Real Madrid
surgieron una serie de
footballers.
ideas que
Now,
ahora mismo los vamos a
about
comentar.
today's
Entiendo
topic,
que
I have
algunos
quite a
los
few
que os
ideas
gustan
I
los
want to
vendajes,
share
habéis
with you.
cursado máster o un curso de
I
vendajes
assume you all like
y
bandages
os gustan.
and that you've
Sé que
worked
ahí
with
hay un
bandages. I know you
compañero,
like
Carlos,
them.
que es fisio de
Carlos,
baloncesto del primer equipo, además campeón de
the
liga recientemente. Te mandamos la
basketball first team's official therapist, loves bandages. His team just won the EuroLeague, by the way. Congrats.
Fijaros,
Anyway,
el esguince de tobillo, ¿no?
bandages
Cualquier deportista,
and
cualquier fisio
ankle
que se dedique al
sprains.
deporte, pues
All
tiene que tener muy
athletes and all
claro de qué
physiotherapists
consiste el esguince de
need
tobillo
to be
y
very
tan
well
solo,
aware of
como vais
what
a
an
ver ahí,
ankle
pues
sprain is all
la
about.
cantidad de dinero que cuesta al día, ¿no?
You
Un
can see
futbolista
how
de élite,
expensive those injuries are
Manchester City, 18.000 libras al día, una
for
lesión,
uh,
Manchester United,
elite
20.000,
athletes.
Liverpool 15.000,
Manchester
obviamente tienes que
City,
tener cuidado y realizar todos estos
£18,000 a
procedimientos,
day.
pues
Man United, £20,000 a day.
no
Liverpool,
podemos permitirnos
£13,000 a day. So
pues,
these are
una
injuries
lesión,
that need
¿vale?
to be
No
prevented
voy a
at
detenerme en el
all
mecanismo lesional
costs.
de
I
digamos,
won't
de
be
una lucha
dwelling
específica
on
de esguince de tobillo porque si no
how
nos
and
vamos.
why these ankle sprains occur,
Vale,
because I think we're
tenemos
all
el vendaje
aware of
de
it.
tobillo, ¿eh? Es el vendaje más
And
empleado
here
en
we've
casi
got
todas las
ankle
profesiones,
bandages.
más
It's the
practicado
most
y el que
widely
más
employed
realizamos
type of
para los
bandage in our
equipos, ¿vale?
profession, I think,
Nos
and we're all
limitamos
very, very
¿vale? A
aware
restringir
of how they
el
work.
movimiento de tobillo, ¿vale? El movimiento
They
lateral en
serve
inversión y
the
flexión
purpose of
plantar, ¿vale? Que como
restricting the
todos sabemos, pues
ankle's
tiene un coste
movement and plantar
importante, no es
inversion, and it's
un
got
método de
limited
profilaxis
cost, really.
caro para nada, ¿no?
It's not expensive at all.
Bien, con el paso de los años, pues sí
Over
que
the years,
veíamos todos los días, pues cómo el
day
vendaje
after
se
day,
rompe, nos preguntábamos, pues, como
we,
si nosotros vendamos
see
mal, no vendamos mal,
these
hablaba
bandages
con distintos
come upon.
compañeros,
And
bueno, pues yo
often
también estoy
we
viendo algo
wonder,
parecido,
did we do the
dicen que
bandage
la
properly?
asiduidad,
It's
pues
something I've talked
debe
about with
hacernos
my
pensar,
colleagues as well.
y
And,
creo que es por
it
desarrollar algunas
gets
investigaciones
us thinking
cómo
really,
puede
and
ser, que
some
es
good
respondiendo a
research
una
has been done
pregunta puramente clínica
into this.
y
To answer a
viendo
purely
pues, que
clinical
algunos
question,
jugadores están muy
why do
dispuestos
these
a
bandages come
sacarse, se
apart?
sienten
Now, a
incómodos,
lot
bueno,
of
pues los
players
que
don't like to use
hayáis
bandages.
o los que
They
estéis
feel
ya en estos ambientes, pues
uncomfortable
sabréis a lo que me
uh,
refiero, no me
when they're
gusta,
bandaged, and I'm sure you know
prefiero
what I mean.
hacerse
They
en la
say, I
clínica,
don't
incluso
like
hacen
it.
dobles sesiones en
They
pretemporadas.
irritate the
Y bueno,
skin,
pues
they
nos,
make it
nos
sore,
hizo
especially when
plantearnos
they
pues,
train
una
twice a
serie de
day in
estudios.
high season. And so
Y
we've
a ver,
conducted a number of studies into the issue of
os voy
ankle
a lanzar unas preguntas que
bandages.
me vais a
Let
saber
me ask you
responder al final
a
de
couple
la
of
charla,
questions
¿vale?
to
Esa
start you off,
limitación de la
questions that
movilidad
we'll
del
be
tobillo
answering by the
podría
end of the
afectar
presentation. If
otras
there is a limitation in
articulaciones,
ankle
¿vale?
mobility, could that affect other joints as well? That's question
¿Cuánto
number
tiempo
one.
es efectivo un vendaje de
How
tobillo?
long does an ankle
Por último,
bandage
¿se
stay
alteran
effective?
factores que influyen en el rendimiento
Number
del vendaje?
three, will
Bueno, os
that
enseño nuestro
alter
primer
the
estudio en el que
athlete's
comparamos
performance?
jugadores
Now,
de
this is the
fútbol,
first
jugadores de
study
baloncesto en una
where we
sesión
compared
de,
football players
de
to
90
basketball players
minutos, ¿vale?
over the course
Para
of
los dos
90-minute sessions.
colectivos, los dos entrenamientos eran exactamente igual y ahí tenéis en las gráficas
Exactly the same
como el
type of
primer
training
momento
for
es
both
sin
types
vendaje,
of
el segundo
athletes. As you
momento
can
es
see,
inmediatamente después del
the
vendaje y el
first part
tercer
of the
momento es
training is without
al
any
final del
bandages. The
entrenamiento.
second stage is
Como
with
podéis ver en las
bandages. The third
gráficas,
stage
son
is,
valores similares
the
incluso
final
que en baloncesto
part of
y
the
al
session.
final
And as
del
you can see,
entreno
performance is similar
nos
in both
encontramos
football
valores
and basketball. And towards the end
prácticamente
of the session,
iguales
we've
que
got
antes,
basically
estandarizado.
identical
Por lo tanto,
values
ya
as before
nos empezamos
applying the
a
bandage,
replantear algunas cosas.
which means that we should
Seguimos
be
investigando
reconsidering a
y
couple of things.
conseguimos engañar a otro entrenador para que nos dejara incluso sacar a los jugadores a los 30
We
minutos
conducted yet a
de
further
entrenamiento.
experiment,
Y como podéis ver en las gráficas,
and we got
a los
players
30
to walk out
minutos
of
del
training
vendaje del jugador,
30 minutes ahead of time.
el rango de movilidad es
So that was 30
similar
minutes after the
a
bandage was applied.
inmediatamente
And after
antes
30
del
minutes,
vendaje.
the mobility
¿Por qué
range
no
is
es
very, very
eso? Al
similar
final del entreno, incluso por el
to
aumento
what
de
it
la
was
conectividad
before
de los
applying
tejidos
the
y de movimientos
bandage.
repetidos, nos encontramos con rangos de movilidad
But more than that,
mayores que antes de
when
investigados. Con lo cual, seguimos un
the
poquito
bandaged
repreguntándonos qué estamos haciendo.
ankle is subjected to
Aquí
wide
hacemos
range of
otro estudio
motions,
donde miramos con quinovea de una
its
forma
mobility even
dinámica
increases compared to
cómo la
before.
rodilla
What does
responde
that mean?
a un drop
Here,
jump
you can see
inmediatamente
how a
después de un
knee is
vendaje
responding
funcional.
to a
No,
drop
no hace
jump
falta que os diga
right
los
after applying a
resultados,
functional
ya lo vais a ver
bandage.
ahí en la imagen, ¿vale?
These are the results. Well, this is what happened. You can
Medimos
see it
también el equilibrio, ¿vale? Mediante el
in the
balanceo.
photographs.
Y
We
aquí os dejo una
also
una tabla,
measured
perdón, con muchos
balance
valores, pero hay un valor que es el que más llama la atención, ¿vale?
through a Y
Es
test.
el valgo en dinámico,
And one very
el
interesting
dinámico
value
aumenta significativamente
is
inmediatamente
that
después de
the
realizar el vendaje.
p-value significantly
Que se
increases
corta el
right
periodo de
after
tiempo
applying the
que
bandage,
nuestros
which means
jugadores
that
están
even
haciendo,
though
están
in
predisponiéndose
only a
más al
short
mecanismo
amount of
lesional,
time our
¿vale?
players
En este caso del
become
tobillo,
more predisposed exposed more prone
veces lo hemos tratado y lo hemos hablado.
to suffering an
Hace
injury, in this
unos
case,
10 años en la
a
NBA,
knee
todos los
injury.
jugadores estaban obligados a vendarse por el
5-10
seguro.
years
Por el
ago
seguro no te
in the
cubre
NBA,
una
all
lesión.
players
La NBA es
were
una liga
mandated to use
extraordinaria porque
bandages,
tiene
otherwise
su producto.
insurance wouldn't
Por tanto,
pay
ellos
out
han
if they
visto
got
que
injured.
vendando todos los
The NBA
tobillos
is an
desde
extraordinary
sus
league, and
rodillas
they saw
a
later,
las
however,
lesiones de
that by
rodillas, que es lo que nos está mal.
bandaging
Una rodilla que es un año que te
the
quita la
the
ficha, un tobillo que son 2 3
ankle,
semanas.
the rate of knee injuries would increase. And what's more expensive, an ankle or a knee? Obviously, a knee. And so bandaging is no longer mandatory in the NBA. Recently, we wrote a new article, which is currently under peer review, where we looked at the differences in plantar footprint when wearing bandages. The distribution, weight distribution on the surface changes on the sole, and balance is thereby affected. So let's try to answer the questions I asked you earlier. It is quite apparent that yes, limited mobility in the ankle can and does affect adjacent joints. How long is the bandage effective for? Right now, not even half an hour. That's what we can say. And yes, performance is affected. Jumping, for example, or balance in the lower limbs. And as a result, what can we conclude? Bandages is only effective for less than 30 minutes. There is an increased knee imbalance on one leg drop jumps, altered balance, increased asymmetry. We know that in dorsiflexion, asymmetry leads to injury. An altered gait biomechanics. And as a result, risk factors for knee injuries increase, ankle asymmetries increase, biomechanics are altered, and so we should wonder, are we really allocating our resources in the best possible way? I think that bandaging the ankle is unnecessary. It's an unnecessary cost. Over 15% asymmetry across the ankles leads to increased injury rates. Watch out for asymmetries. And then one final question. What do we do with all that information based on science and based on my experience? And this is my personal opinion based on what we've been working on and what we've seen. We shouldn't be bandaging players without previous injuries aged between 14 and 18, so youth academy players. It could be interesting to use bandages after 2 to 4 weeks after the injury has been suffered. Strength training and ankle mobility training, I think, do fantastically when it comes to injury prevention. And then to tie this off with my colleagues' presentations, we need to respect the players' habits and beliefs. If they want to get bandaged, then they will. But to that end, communication channels between players and medical staff need to be kept open at all times. And what happens to players who are recovering from an ankle injury or who had several reoccurrences? I won't be advertising any brands here because Diego told me not to do it, but here I want to show you a system that that I've been familiar with for a couple of months because an NFA player told me about it and they've started using it in the NFA and the Premier League. It's this ankle brace, which basically works as a seat belt. If you are able to move your ankle at a normal speed, then it lets you do it. But if the speed increases and it gets dangerous, it stops you stops the ankle from moving. Now, I'm not trying to sell this, but I do think it's something that universities should be looking into. I think it's a great product for the future. A number of publications about this have already been made, and this brace can protect the knee. It restricts mobility, but only when it's necessary. And athletes report that it's quite comfortable, so it could be an interesting option. And I think this could really be the future. I think I can't state it obviously with absolute certainty because it hasn't been looked into enough. But it is a science-based approach. As I always say, there needs to be balance between science and clinical practice. Science is a very important pillar, and it never hurts to consider and test out new technologies and new devices. Again, I went straight to the point. I was quite quick. We need to strike a balance between science and experience. We need to think critically. We need to develop our own working methods and study up so that you can become the professionals you want to be. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pues estupendo, Carlos. Mil gracias de nuevo por
Great, Carlos. Thank you very much for talking about the importance of striking balance between science and experience. We're not doing great on time, so do the people in the room have any questions for our speakers? Just one. This question is for Angel and Anna. Sergio, in his earlier talk, spoke about prevention, and Anna has been talking about the neurocognitive mechanisms of injuries, but I'd like to talk about prevention here. You started off your talk by saying that in the case of Alaba's knee injury, well, his injury occurs in a very run-of-the-mill, very normal situation. And 2 weeks ago, I went to the Physiokinetic Congress, and the hamstring research group talked about this precisely. More common in males, it would seem. And so, regarding future research, do you think a WeMove type waistcoat could be used? Sorry, because I've got a lot of things taken down in my notebook. If we use a vibration chip, these waistcoats, they could come in handy. We can tell the footballer, look, this chip is going to vibrate, for example, halfway along the field. And when it happens, know that you're at a risk of getting injured. By that, we're basically training the footballer so that they can become better able to recognize the most dangerous areas of the pitch. Do you think that's a possibility, something we should study and look into?
Vamos a generar atención sobre el estímulo realmente y sobre la tarea que tenemos que ejecutar nosotros.
Yeah, well, our main focus really is shifting the athlete's focus on the athletic motion they have to perform. in this particular case, you're talking about something else, really, I feel.
saber dónde vamos a poder
You're talking about
ejecutarlo bien,
acquiring
¿vale? Y tenemos los
knowledge
recursos para ejecutarla correctamente. Al
of
final aquí al ser le metemos otro
an
estímulo más, un
athlete's
estímulo
risk
de
factors
vibración,
by
etcétera,
adding that
con los tiempos
further
de reacción de los cuerpos. Yo creo
stimulation.
que al final,
I think
para que esto pueda ser efectivo,
we're
puede
overly
ser efectivo,
straining
pero tiene que haber un
their
proceso previo, muchísimo tiempo anterior y
attention
previo en el que realmente
span.
se haya
They need to
trabajado
focus
con
on a
el
number of different
deportista, que haya
stimuli. It could be
interiorizado lo
done,
que es
but
esa situación. Luego, aparte
only
aquí también, fíjate que ese tipo de
if you've
situaciones muchas
worked
veces
with the
basarse
athlete for
en la
quite some time
relajación que puede tener en
beforehand
ese
and
momento
gotten them
el
used to
deportista,
it,
en el que no tenía estímulo de
because
motivación adecuado, en el que a lo mejor
we need to
realmente no
make
está
sure that
aportando, no está
they pay attention to
focalizando toda su
the
atención en
most
esa situación
important
porque viene cualquier otro estímulo que
things
le ha podido
first and
distraer y
foremost.
no
We need
refiere
to
tanto a la zona del campo, en
ensure
este
that
caso
additional
refiere a un
stimuli
estímulo particular,
don't
un segundo tal que le ha
sidetrack them
recibido
from the
muchísimo
primary
más tarde,
athletic
que va a
performance,
ser muy difícil de
athletic
detectar por
motion they
distintas
have to
zonas.
perform.
Es verdad que puede ayudar, pero yo creo que a día de hoy,
That's
ahora
what I
mismo,
think. I think what
al
you've been
deportista le
saying could
complicaría un
help,
poco más.
but
Yo creo que al final
today
es más
would
exteriorizar
complicate
ese tipo de
matters
movimientos que
quite too
estabais
much.
hablando, como decía
It's
Ana, muy bien
more
en su
important
presentación,
to
¿no?
learn the proper
Enseñar al
technique,
deportista a que se
to
olvide de
walk,
todos
to
esos estímulos y realmente
kick the
vaya a
ball,
ejecutar bien su tarea y
and
no tanto
thus
estar
prevent
pendiente de esa
injury in that
movilización
way.
motora. Eso tiene que ser mucho más
And
en el
I'd rather
entrenamiento,
not
en cómo realmente hacer ese ejercicio,
overload
que
them
trabajemos
with
en
too many
diferentes
things
situaciones para evitar que puedan
to
llegar
think
esos
about.
casos. Pero yo en el terreno de juego hoy por hoy no lo veo, no sé, no lo
Because
tendría muy
using that
estructurada a
on the
día de hoy.
pitch, I don't know, it does, especially short term, it doesn't look like an
Yo
effective
estoy con Ángel,
solution for
yo no
me.
lo veo.
I agree with
Creo que
Ankel.
además es
I
algo muy
don't think it
complejo,
could
que
be
cuando hablamos de
effective. I think
lesiones
it's
es
very
algo muy, muy
complex.
complejo. Cuando hablamos de práctica deportiva de rendimiento, son contextos
It's
caóticos
very
en los que
complex, and
no
injuries and
puedes
high performance
generar un aviso de cuidado, te vas a
athletes,
lesionar solo en base a la zona del campo o en
you
base
know,
a la
these
actividad
are
motriz que se está
chaotic
produciendo
fields
o en
to
base a, pues,
investigate, and
son
you
muchas
can't
cosas que tú no sabes el estrés que tienes en
accurately
casa, como decía Ángel, o
predict
cómo ha dormido el día anterior, que
all
ya
risk
disminuye
factors.
también
You
la
don't know how
visión
stressed a
ya tengan
footballer
más visión
is,
desde el
for
túnel, que
example,
media
if
visión
they slept
telescópica. Entonces,
well the night
sí,
before, if they've
tienen
already
problemas
experienced, if
emocionales.
they're already
Como salud mental
experiencing tunnel
sería,
vision, if they have
si
emotional
te está
problems,
generando estrés, lo
what
estás
they've
haciendo.
eaten,
No es solo la zona
again, if
del
they're
campo.
stressed out,
Y aunque
it's not
fuese
only about the error of the
algo
pitch
muy
where
claro
the
en lo que
injury is
establece un
most
umbral
likely
de
to
aviso,
occur.
¿qué generas con ese umbral de aviso?
And
Cada
once
tiempo
we
que
do
haya una
know
respuesta motriz
when maybe the
evitativa,
warning should be sent off,
ahora mismo lo
what's
veo
the
como lo que dice
advantage to
Ángel,
that?
como otro estímulo
I
externo
agree with
novedoso
Angel. I think
y que
it's,
no sé hasta
yes,
qué punto de
another
verdad va a generar
external
una respuesta
stimulation that
evitativa
can
o es
further
simplemente otro
confuse
estímulo
matters,
más.
complicate matters for athletes, and I'm not sure it's going to help.
A ti.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias
Very well.
a todos por
Thank you
la
very much,
asistencia.
everyone,
Vamos a
for
dar lugar a la
coming.
pausa de la comida.
We're
Vamos a
now
tomarnos un
going
tiempito
to
corto.
break for lunch.
Estaremos de vuelta para comenzar a las 3:30 con la mesa de los
Let's be
TCMs,
back at
trabajos con además
3:30. We'll be kicking off with our roundtable
que
on
aproveche y
end-of-year
que no se escape el avión. Esperamos a la
dissertations from
vuelta.
our master's
Gracias.
students. See you back here in 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. Welcome again, and thank you for being with us here again. Let's start with roundtable number 3. It will be about the end of degree and end of master. But first of all, let's watch video for one of our sponsors, Premium Madrid Centers. So, as I was saying, let's continue with this roundtable. We have with us physiotherapist Juan Manuel Casado Santos, is a student of the sports physiotherapy student from the University School of Real Madrid. That is here to speak about his work, effectiveness of the bloodstream restriction in athletes with chronic ankle instability, as systematic review. Thank you very much, Jose Manuel. Thank you very much for collaborating with us. And yeah, you have 10 minutes and go on. So, well, thank you very much. Thanks to Diego and Sergio for the great work. It has been quite an enriching year, both personally and professionally. And the best way to finish this year is to show what I've learned and what I've investigated in this course. And well, I'm a physiotherapist, as Diego has said. I studied at the University, and Miguel Hernández University in Elche. And I'll start with the topic, a systematic review called the effectiveness of bloodstream restriction in athletes with chronic ankle instability. So, regarding the content, I've organized it in introduction, goals, methodology, findings and results, conclusions, and bibliographic references. So, to get started with, it's important to understand the instability. So, this affects 20% of people that have suffered an ankle sprain. The chronic ankle instability is characterized by a feeling of insecurity by the patient and the perception that the joint is not solid, and this could entail new injuries. Regarding its risk factors, the most predisposing one is a previous record of injuries or the existence of a sprained ankle. We need to pay attention to age, since it has been proven that it is more often in teenagers. So if you suffered this ankle sprain when you were a teenager, you can have more instability in the future. We also have to pay special attention to the muscle deficit, not only the muscles that have to do with ankle muscles, but also the muscles that have to do with the lower limbs, from the hip to toes. And last but not least, the neuromuscular deficit, since the injury, sprained ankle, maybe not only ligaments are affected, but for example, the muscle tissue can be affected too, or maybe the tendinous tissue or the neural tissue. The last one is very relevant, since the neural tissue, its reinnervation is slower. And we have a totally stable ankle, but with a lack of neuromotor movement. So this could entail a new injury. So having said this, we will analyze the treatment that will help us make this instability not become an issue. Let's analyze the bloodstream restriction, and this reduces the bloodstream partially towards the muscle, while there's an occlusion in the venous stream during during working out. This restriction reduces the joint stress and it accelerates the recovery process and it prevents muscle atrophy. So regarding the goal would be to investigate the blood stream restriction related to pain, function, power, and balance in treating athletes or physically active people related to the strained ankle. Regarding methodology, so I followed the Prisma guide, and for the eligibility criteria, I followed the structure PICOS, where the P has to do with populations. We've included physically active people with chronic instability of the ankle. In intervention, we've included studies with rehabilitation programs that included the bloodstream restriction. The comparison has been control groups that do not include BFR or that are using a placebo. So we put the small coupler, but we didn't put pressure on them. And regarding results, we've included researches that consider power, pain, function, and or balance. And regarding the studies, these as being controlled trials. We've made the research in Web of Science, Medline, and Cochrane, with the search and equation that you can see on the screen with the following keywords: blood flow restriction, BFR, oculus cancer, sport athlete, player ankle instability or injury or pain. So once detailed the searching process and methodology, these research gave a number of articles, and after inclusion and exclusion criteria, we selected 5 articles that had to do with the features of the study. Out of these 5 articles, this has been considered with a Pedro scale to consider their validity and to see whether they could be included or not, out of which we had an average score of 7.2, and this entails a methodological quality that is quite high of these studies that have been included. Total number of patients that have been included was 103 people, out of which are 80 women, 43 are men, between 20 and 25 years old. To all of them, we used the pressure coupler on the hip, and this occlusion has been measured through occlusion systems that the coupler had, the system had, or maybe via Doppler. Regarding the findings, we can see an improvement of activation and power of the muscle, as we've measured the involved muscle of the ankle and the hip muscles and the leg in general, because there are researchers that are measuring the lateral vast, everything that has to do with the leg. This has been measured by electromyography and dynamometry. And for the balance, we use the e-balance test and a platform device that measures balance and proprioception. So we have seen different improvements there. Regarding functionality, it has been assessed through the ankle instability survey Cumberland and the disability index for feet and ankle, showing improvements at the beginning of the treatment and at the end. And one of the most significant piece of information of the study has been the reduction of pain and the reduction of the injury reincidence, since there has been a follow-up during 1 year that has proven that pain goes from a 64% to a 9%, and the relapse of this injury from 36% to 17%. This is quite significant for future researchers. And last but not least, the use of the BFR in chronic instability of the ankle offers very promising results, but we need more research in order to be able to construct the information that has been obtained and develop a treatment protocol that improves the use of BFR in chronic instability of the ankle. These are the bibliographic references of the studies that have been included, the articles that have been included in the study, and that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel. I think it's a very important topic. The fact of managing new ways of tackling this rehab in so common injuries, like for example, like the ankle, as you've said. So we're going to listen to Nerea Fernandez, who has a double degree in physical sciences, and she's going to speak about the epidemiologic study about injuries in weightlifting. Thank you very much to everybody for coming along. Thank you. So I'm going to speak about epidemiologic research about weightlifting injuries. I'm Nerea Fernandez Garcia, in double degree of physiotherapy and sports sciences at this university. So to speak about injuries, we first of all have to speak about the epidemiological background. For that, a review has been made about the most prevalent injuries in that field. For that, in many researches, we've found that the most prevalent injury would be in the back, the low back, with a 44%, followed by ankle 19%, knee 19%, and 18% would be shoulder injuries. These shoulder injuries are because the specific biomechanical move of weightlifting that entails an adduction and external rotation in movements above the head. The injury incidence in the sports practice, despite of what has been commonly known, is lower. This would be 2.6 injuries every 1,000 hours of sex position. This incidence is measured both in training and in competitions. What are the most important injury mechanisms in weightlifting? So these athletes assume that the most important mechanism would be the excess of load, the overuse of joints, or technical mistakes. This would depend on the competition level of them. As regards the kind of injury, there's a higher affectation both in terms of muscles because of that overuse and chronic tenderness. The justification of this research is because the scientific evidence is quite scarce, and it's a little bit, it's not up to date, since the research comes from a study from 1999 with weightlifting elite sports belonging to the US. We need more epidemiologic researches in this field, since there's an increase, as you can see on the right, of the license track record. There are more people that are practicing weightlifting either at competition level or regional level. So there's some kind of we don't have many researchers to solve these injuries. 25% or 30% of weightlifting athletes assume that they've had an injury during their career with medical attention, medical assistance. So it's a field where we still have a lot to learn and explore. What's the research hypothesis? The hypothesis is that there will be differences both in epidemiology and the psychological factors that we will tackle in a minute in weightlifters of different levels of competition that are certified and that are official athletes in Spain. So what are the goals? This is what we've been saying up to now, to see the distribution and incidence and prevalence of injuries in professional weightlifting, not only high-performance weightlifting, but also at national and regional competition level. Besides, we should determine and analyze the anatomic location and avoid that fear of movement, that kinesiophobia. So in methodology, in order to fulfill all those goals, we have an observational research based on Strawberry Guide. For that, we will implement a survey that we'll tackle in a minute, and we'll follow the organic law of personal and digital rights protection. So the inclusion criteria will be that they should be competing for at least 1 year because they have experience in practicing the Olympic movements. Besides, they should have a federation license in force, and they shouldn't practice any other sport of more than 3 sessions a week because it would interfere in the results of weightlifting. For that, we have split this in 3 groups: the regional level, national level, and international level. So following the G-Power application, seeing the data, we would say that N would correspond to 51 people, 17 on each group, but our goal would be to reach to as many athletes as possible in the weightlifting world. According to the variables and measuring, there are 3 main variables that we will break down. We've created our own survey in Google Forms where we measure variables that have to do with sport practice and general variables like sport level, years of experience, federative license, frequency, intensity, number of sessions of training sessions, and the injury variables. We said that it was a retrospective cohort because we consider both past injuries and current injuries. There you have a link that redirects you to the survey. And as you can see, on the table, we see that there are 2 other surveys. The TSK11 would measure kinesophobia, that would be to be afraid of moving after an injury, and the next one would measure the belief and avoidance of doubt, of a fear, that are very important psychological factors in high-performance sport. As I was saying, in the training variables here, we can see it in a broken down way. We are interested in the intensity measured by the Borg scale and interpreted according to the athletes, how long the sessions last, the number of sessions, the number of years of experience, training, and within the injury variables, we are interested in the location and how these injury impairs movement, how long I'm going to be out of competition, training sessions, and how would this affect me both personally and professionally. And later on, as we've said, the psychological variables measured by these 2 surveys. The data analysis will perform in regular analysis, descriptive analysis through square chi and Pearson and Spearman correlations and relational analysis. The idea is that within the variables that we have in terms of injuries, training, and psychological factors, we are able to correlate them in a statistically significant way to create bonds and associations. So the working plan has been approved by the ethical committee of this university. Subsequently, the survey creation that has been measured through different surveys of scientific evidence and distribution to the federations. In the federations, we have the Spanish Championship of Weightlifting, and it has been distributed both through QR codes and through central figures of the sports practices so that they spread this survey and they can reach as many federations as possible. So we had the results and the conclusions, and there will be a publication proposal assessed. So according to the limitations, in the end, the survey is aimed at being answered by the athletes. So in the frequency and training intensity, we have a subjective perception that has been interpreted according to the athlete. So a future investigation line could be to create a survey focused on trainers and coaches so that they can measure both the volume and the training intensity. We have the memory bias because we were speaking about past injuries. So there are many people that could be a little bit confused in terms of injuries, diagnosis, etc. So the main research line would be to see what are the most frequent injuries in the epidemiological study, and to use the overuse injuries with the OSRT surveys, both on the low back, shoulders, and knee And these are questions that are much more focused on a specific level. And lastly, we would have the injury diagnosis. Since in the survey we consider whether the athletes are in a high performance center. So as far as they have scholarship in a high performance center, the diagnosis will be much faster and much more accurately than in athletes that are training on a regional level. And future research lines is that through this epidemiological study, we can set a specific protocol proposal to rehab for typical injuries of weightlifting. And last but not least, I would like to say thank you to Jaime Almanzan, my tutor, for having proposed me to be here, for having trusted me through the whole process. Thanks to Premium Madrid for having sponsored this workshop, to Real Madrid School, and thanks to the European University for giving us the chance of being here. And last but not least, the Royal Federation of Weightlifting, since they have given me every contact and every single thing that I've needed in order to spread the survey, and of course to the athletes that have taken their time to fill up this survey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nerea. It's a great pleasure that we are speaking about other sports that are not only football or basketball. Congratulations on your talk. Thank you. So we continue with Sandra Nieva and Rebecca Lopez. You're both students of this university. We're both students of double degree in physiotherapy and science sport. And in this case, you're going to speak about a randomized clinical study about the application of percutaneous electrolysis in paddle players of the international circuit, World Paddle Tour. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Rebecca. And you have the floor. So thank you very much for coming along. We are Sandra and Rebecca. It's great for us to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks to Jose, our teacher, and thanks to Diego. And well, in the end, the final title is the effects of percutaneous electrolysis through Mulligan therapy in paddle players. And first of all, I would like to get started by saying that paddle is a recently created sport. It was born in Mexico in 1969, but in the end of the 90s, it expanded in Spain. Although it's a sport that is really trendy, we haven't seen many things about it, and even less about the European injuries. We've investigated and we've seen that the most usual injuries are the ones that have to do with the upper limbs, especially the elbow joint, since this is the one that is the most demanded. And the one that has the highest prevalence is hypocondylage. So the higher the level of the player is, the lower the injury is. I would like to highlight the term that return to play in order to understand what we are talking about, since it's a term that is not very frequently used, but it is important in our work. And it has to do with the inclusion of the physical condition, but maybe not recovering the previous level to the before the injury. Epicondylage is affecting the tendon, and this creates pain and a possible degeneration. Sorry, I've forgotten about the presentation. The most common symptoms are pain on the side of the elbow, and radiation towards the forearm when extending the wrist. And regarding the conservative treatment, we've seen that manual treatment together with force treatment would be the best option to treat this kind of things. But the one that has been described by Mulligan in 1999, that was called mobilization with movement, is the one that has better results in epicondylalgia, since it reduces pain and it improves the grabbing force when applying it. Regarding the percutaneous electrolysis, it's a minimally invasive technique, and what we want to accomplish is a locally regulated swelling through an analgesic effect because of the mechanical stimulation that the needle has, and a neurophysiological effect. As regards the justification of why we've chosen this topic is because the prevalence of this injury is between 23 and 27% among players. But despite how how recognized the sport is and the high women participation, there are no research about what therapy to be used in these cases, and even less in the case of electrolyzers in this case. In other contexts we do, but not in paddle, and even less making a distinction between genders, and without having women as a target group. And the percutaneous electrolyzers, together with the eccentric power effect, has better effects than Mulligan therapy in paddle players with epicondylalgia on a medium to long term. We want to analyze the percutaneous electrolysis effect together with the strength power versus Mulligan therapy in paddle players with epicondylalgia on a medium to a short term. We want to analyze the changes that players have as regards the movement range, the grabbing power, and the echographic changes. For that, we have created a experimental design, randomized analysis following the Spirit Guide. It's also important to highlight that we followed inclusion criteria that players should be older than 18 years old. To that, we've gone to the absolute ranking of the Madrid Federation. We're only using the players that have a Madrid license that are older than 18 years old. So out of the 136 that we find, just 308 were older than 18 years old, and following the G-Power methodology, we have had 70 players, 35 per group. We've also counted on Physiosalud Clinic and the Madrid Federation of Paddle that have helped us pick our best subjects for the study. So we're going to speak about mentions we're going to do. First of all, we'll measure the ROM. We'll do it with a manual device. The grip, the grip strength. The pain will be a combination of functional tests, that is the Coulson and Mills test. And we will add the DASH survey and the PSFS. And last but not least, the echographic changes will be made with an echography system. And we will measure the size that the different systems have, and the return to play, as Rebecca said, we will make this with a combination of all the previous ones.
Now, to put you in context, we'll be setting up 2 groups, same number of participants, and on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they'll be going to the Physical Plus clinic to conduct the experiment. The Mulligan group will be obviously using the Mulligan therapy and eccentric strength exercises with isometric grips. They'll be doing the Mulligan exercise with forearm pronation and maximum dorsal flexion. Then there will be a palmar flexion for about 5 seconds. Isometric grip for 30 seconds, 3 reps. The whole exercise will be repeated 3 times with a maximum of 6 reps. 30 seconds rest in between. Then they'll move from maximum dorsal flexion to maximum palmar flexion with an isometric contraction of 45 seconds. Pain can obviously will be controlled, and again there will be 3 sets, 10 reps. Regarding the EPTEC group, they'll be performing the same exercise 3 days a week, with the only difference that on Wednesdays they'll be receiving the EPTEC treatment. This group will be made up of professionals with training in ultrasound and invasive procedures, and then we'll be performing a structural localization test. The EPTE will consist of 1 to 2 minutes, 3x3 sets, using the Valera Garrido protocol. Afterwards, an ischemic compression will be made in order to avoid bleeding. Once these 4 weeks will have elapsed, we'll be conducting the same tests as the beginning of the experiment, with the difference of the return to play, because the return to play will be measured right after the test is completed, and then once again 3 months later, as you can see in this diagram. It's very important to stress that once all the information is gathered, one statistician will be processing the data, determining first of all whether the sample is normal or not, and then depending on the distribution, the appropriate test will be picked depending on whether the variable is qualitative or quantitative. Once all the statistical data is gathered, a report will be written out, and then finally the study will be published. We'd like to add that our research team will be made up of one main researcher in charge of the whole study, 2 physical therapists with training in ultrasound and EPTE, and they will be supervising that group, and then 2 physical therapists with experience in ultrasound, and they'll be operating in blind. They won't know which group they belong to, so as to avoid contamination. And then we'll have one person in charge of coordinating the eccentric exercises and one statistician. Obviously, the study has a number of limitations. First of all, there is quite a significant lack of studies in paddle, epidemiological studies as well, and gender-based studies about the differences between men and women. There is no standardized protocol. We used Larry Garrido's protocol because it seemed quite relevant to us in this regard, but there are no protocols setting down a standard for this. We also think that the samples will be difficult to get a hold of because we're talking about 3 times a week for 4 weeks, and it is possible that not many people will be able to attend, and it's also possible that all participants will work with different trainers and in different contexts and different types of training. That's further bias. Thank you very much. We hope you liked our study.
Muchísimas gracias, Sandra.
Thank you, Sandra and Rebecca. Very interesting study, this. In this case, at least more people play paddle than they do weightlifting, so it's a great proposal. Let's carry on with another student from the BA in Physiotherapy, Celia, to be telling us about the relationship between incontinence, urinary incontinence, and the risk of suffering an ACL tear in female footballers. Thank you, Diego. Thank you very much for the introduction, and congratulations to all my colleagues who've already done their presentations. That's going to be tough to follow, but I will try. I'd also like to thank my classmate Celia. Her name is also Celia. She couldn't be here today, but we've worked on this project together. This is a project, it's not a study per se. If I could get the clicker, please. This is a study protocol. We don't have conclusions to present or results, but if you're interested in this topic, hopefully further research is going to be conducted into it in the future. This is the title of it. Whether there is a relationship between urinary incontinence under strain and ACL tears. Now, knee injuries are very common in athletes, accounting for 20.9% of the total, and that's a huge number. And then urinary incontinence under strain in women athletes, to narrow down the scope of our study, affects about 44% of women who practice sports. That's almost half. So these are very, very frequent, both of these illnesses, and they have a number of common risk factors, and these 2 diseases have never been studied together. Now, common risk factors include some biomechanical factors, lumbar hyperlordosis, restricted hip mobility, issues with pelvis muscles, etc. Now, again, these two injuries are very, very common nowadays, and they're often reported in a number of cases in clinics, surgeries. In fact, the most serious cases of urinary incontinence under stress need to be rectified via surgery, as does, of course, an ACL tear. Now, an ACL tear as an injury, an ACL tear as an injury requires a very, very long time to come back from. After suffering an ACL tear, an athlete will need to go through a rather lengthy rehab process, and a high number of athletes, both men and women, eventually quit their sports or train significantly less because of these injuries. Surgeries can also lead to problems such as instability, pain, restricted mobility in the knee, and so on and so forth. The main hypothesis of our study is that women footballers aged between 18 and 35 display a sort of correlation between urinary incontinence and ACL tears. This is the hypothesis. So the goal of the study is, number one, to study this correlation in several different control groups, amongst which women with children, at least one child, versus women who haven't, different age groups as well. And then finally, women who've had a natural birth versus women who've had a C-section. So we carried out our retrospective analytical study. We will divide 330 players into two groups: women who suffer from urinary incontinence and women who don't. Prerequisites are for the athlete to be for the athlete to be a woman, to be aged between 18 and 35, and to be federated in Madrid. Exclusion criteria include previous surgeries, chronic diseases, or pregnancies. Now, we'll collect the data, obviously. We'll be sending an email around to the Madrid Football Federation to recruit our volunteers. Once volunteers are recruited, they will be asked to sign an informed consent form and fill out a further 2 forms. And then they will fill in a form called ISIC, in which they'll be asked whether or not they've been suffering from urinary incontinence. And depending on their answer to this, they'll be assigned to their respective groups. So our goal is about 175 women per group. We'll be collecting the data on the SBS platform. We'll collate the data using descriptive indicators, and then we'll cross-reference the data to see if there is any correlation between ACL tears and urinary incontinence, and then we'll use odds ratio to quantify the intensity of the potential correlation. Now, to interpret the results, after analyzing the data, we will either confirm or disprove our initial hypotheses and obviously draw conclusions. The study has 2 limitations. The first one is the information bias, meaning we don't know how truthful the information supplied to us by the player actually is, not only when the questionnaire is filled in. There can be variations over time. A player can get pregnant halfway through the study, for example. And then the other limitation is our form questionnaire is currently not valid. It hasn't been validated yet. Now, to conclude, I'd like to talk to you about the 5 stages of the project. In the first stage, obviously, we establish our hypotheses and goals. That was the planning stage. The stage 2 is going to be the longest. It's when we're going to be recruiting our participants. It's going to be long because we won't be able to select our participants directly. Stage 3, data analysis. Stage 4, interpretation of the results, the most objective manner possible. Then stage 5, publication of the study. The research group is made up of the lead researchers who have designed the project and will be coordinating it. The research coordinator who will be in charge of the logistics of the study. Then research assistants who will be helping us collect the data, draw conclusions, and then finally a statistician who will be processing the data in blind to make sure that the analysis is as unbiased as possible. We do hope that perhaps the study may, in the future, open up new research avenues with a view to both preventing and treating these disorders. Thank you.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Celia. Creo que es una línea de investigación muy interesante relacionar patología de suelo pélvico.
Well, thank you. I think it's very, very interesting. It's an interesting correlation to look for. Very interesting. Okay, Q&A then. We'll be prioritizing participants from this room. Are there any questions in the room for our speakers, for our students?
Hola, buenas. Mi pregunta es para Juan Manuel.
Hi, I have a question for Juan Manuel. I wanted to thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, this occlusion, what does it do to the muscle around the ankle? Thank you for your question. Well, this occlusion causes metabolites to build up in the folds of the muscle. So the muscle grows and the goals are accomplished, especially when you're training resistance at a low resistance. So basically, this is a less aggressive treatment, and it's apt for diseases not in their acute phase. Thank you. Are there any more questions in the room? Do we have any questions from our online viewers? Yes, for Sandra and Rebecca. Why did you pick this subject matter to study? Well, thank you for asking that question, whoever that was. Well, we picked this topic together because we also collaborated in our BA end of year dissertation, and we did that in my colleague's speciality, which is bow and arrow. And now, because I'm a paddle teacher, we thought we'd look into this, and now Sandra likes paddle better than she used to before. This is why. Similar question for Nerea. Why did you pick this minority sport, this minority practice? Well, same as Rebecca, really. I've been a professional of it since I was 15. I've been training at the High Performance Center here in Madrid, and based on the injuries I and my classmates have suffered, I think we need specific rehab procedures for weightlifters when the kneecap is injured. Right now, we're following the same protocol as basketball players or volleyball players, but the biomechanical motion we are tasked with performing is completely different. And so I thought I'd research into the matter and then see if physiologically and from the point of view of physical therapy, we can come up with something specific to weightlifters. Celia, at what stage during the sporting season would you start looking at the pelvic floor? Well, we won't be doing that, actually. It's not something we were thinking about looking at specifically. Athletes will be required to give us information about that in the questionnaire, but that's it, really. Granted, a new study, perhaps, including an analysis of the pelvic floor via ultrasound or other techniques, would help clear up even more doubts. Okay, and then finally for Juan Manuel, at what stage would you start using BCR?
Pues es una pregunta bastante interesante.
Interesting
Teniendo en
question,
cuenta
that.
que el uso del BFR se puede usar en cualquier fase,
It's been
desde el
shown that
reposo en cama
BFR
hasta
can be
en
used
fase
at any
relajada
stage, really,
de return to
during
play,
the
porque también
bed
tiene
rest
un
stage as well as the
rendimiento
return to
aeróbico
play,
y
because
anaeróbico, por
it's
lo
got
cual también es
both an
interesante
aerobic
aplicarlo en
and
fases
an
finales
anaerobic
para
component. So
preparar al
it's
jugador
interesting to use it towards the end
o
to
a la
better
persona
help players
para su
return
actividad.
to play and prepare for their activities.
Yo tengo una pregunta
Okay.
para el pádel. ¿Por qué
I
habéis
have a
elegido
question about paddle.
trabajar sobre electrolisis, siendo una de las
Why did
técnicas,
you decide to work on electrolysis? Because it's one of the most redundant techniques in tendon disorder treatment.
En primer lugar, porque sí que hay muchos estudios sobre la EPI
First
o
off,
EPI,
because
Dinamarca,
there are a lot of studies on EPIs and tendinopathies, but few of them which look specifically at epicondylalgia, even fewer looking at a female population. And so we thought that, first of all, we need more studies on epicondylalgia and EPTA, because the EPTA has been used in other studies for kneecap injuries or ankle injuries, but not as much for the metacarpus. And so we think it important to gather information about this disorder, suffered by not only paddle players, but also badminton and tennis players.
Pues muchísimas gracias a la mesa.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It was truly brilliant. I think it was, all very, very interesting to listen to. And you've been very, very good, I think, at clearing up our doubts and presenting your topics. It's been a pleasure to have you over. And it's been a delight to see how much effort you've really put into this. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, continuamos con la cuarta mesa del Congreso. En este caso empezaremos a hablar de
Welcome
neurociencia
back.
y
In
deporte.
this session, we'll be
Tenemos
talking about
el honor de contar con
neuroscience
esta
and
mesa
sport.
con el doctor José María Abad
Yes,
Morenilla. José
able,
María ha sido director
we have the
médico del
honor
Hospital de FREMAP, es
of
consultor clínico
having
de la Clínica Centro y además es
Dr.
traumatólogo
Jose
experto
Abad
en
Morenilla with
traumatología
us, from
deportiva.
director of the
Contaremos
Fremont
también
Hospital
online con el profesor
and
doctor
sports
Alejandro Luque Suárez,
traumatologist.
que es profesor del
Dr.
Departamento de
Alejandro
Fisioterapia de la
Luque
Universidad de Málaga
Suárez will be
y
joining
director de
us
la Cátedra de
online.
Salud en Dolor. Y por
He's a
último,
lecturer
también
at the University of
online
Malaga,
con el
physical
profesor
therapist and
doctor
anthropologist, and
Ángel
finally,
Alberto
online
Alvarado
again,
Luna, desde México,
we'll be
que nos
talking
hablará de la importancia de la
Dr.
fuerza en la
Alvarado Luna
osteoporosis
from
y la
Mexico, and he'll be
osteoporosis.
talking to us
Doctor
about
Abad, muchísimas gracias.
the importance of physical therapy for
Vamos bien de
treating
tiempo, así que
sports
bueno, vamos a hablar un
injuries.
poquito más
We're
de
doing great
esto.
on time, Doctor. You'll be the first one to take the floor
Así
today.
que nada,
So over
gracias
to
por
you.
estar con
No
nosotros.
hurry at
José
all, and
María
thank you very
es
much for
profesor del máster
joining
en
us
física
today.
deportiva de la
Jose
Universidad
Maria
Complutense
is
de
a
Madrid y
lecturer
además
on
también ha
the
sido profesor
Masters in
del
Physical
curso de
Therapy here
nutrición y
at the
fisiología
European
corporal en la Universidad
University,
Europea de
and
Canarias.
he's also taught at the European University of the Canary Islands.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Over to you, sir. Good evening,
Buenas noches,
everyone.
gracias Diego, gracias
Thank
a
you,
la Universidad
Diego.
Europea, gracias a la Escuela
I'd like to thank
Real
the
Madrid, pues
European University as well as the Real Madrid University School for the invitation. This is the fourth time I'm participating in this symposium. So hopefully this means I haven't let you down yet. And for as long as you want to hear from me, I'll always be very, very glad to come over here and talk to young people and students and chip in any way I can. The topic I've chosen in past years were always rather complex. I often talked about surgery. But for this year, I picked a slightly different topic, one that's more closely related to our day-to-day practice. It's a rather basic, let's say, elementary subject matter. I'll be talking about how to treat something rather, again, basic, and hopefully we'll have some time to look at a couple of controversial issues as well. I'm here to talk to you about non-complex ankle injuries. Let's try and put everything in context. To do that, I'd like to talk about the anatomy of it all, and to begin with the biomechanics of these injuries, which you're already familiar with, but it's important to lay down some ground rules and basic definitions before we delve deeper into this subject matter. And then we'll be talking about clinical treatment, diagnostics, and then treatment, of course. Now, regarding the anatomy, the ankle is a rather complex structure. The ankle does have a certain range of mobility, but it's sort of blocked and limited in its mobility, especially lateral mobility, by the shin bone, and this has repercussions on the talus bone, and then of course the calcaneus. As regards the ligaments to be found in the ankle, in the 21st century we became rather familiar with syndesmosis, an inflammation of the frontal part of the
más habitual, ¿no?
tibio peroneal area.
Luego,
Then obviously we have another ligament, the peroneus stragulinium, and then finally the deltoid ligament. Laterally, we have the peroneum calcaneus ligament, and the talofibular anterior ligament. On the back, we once again have the tibiofibular posterior, the talofibular posterior as well. In the median part, some very important structures of the deltoid ligament, both on the surface and in depth, deeply, and then the collateral ligament externally. Here in the medial section, you can see the posterior fibers of this structure, the tibio calcaneus ligament, as well as the deltoid ligament, or the talofibular lateral ligament. This is the structure. Obviously, the deltoid ligament is tremendously important. Here, you have a few interesting and useful bibliographical references if you're interested in deepening into these definitions and acquiring more information about them. And then just to remind you, the ankle is fitted out with a joint capsule, which is very, very important because it reinforces the ligament both laterally and medially. Biomechanically speaking, the combination of all these structures results in the functional capability of the talofibular structure, meaning that obviously the ankle can be moved, though with its limitations, because the talofibular ligament is quite static, but yet it allows for some movement, and it's often engaged whenever an ankle is sprained. By stretching it, obviously the mobility range can be improved alongside the whole functional capacity of the foot.
So we can see the mobility arches here. We all know them in the sense that if we relate this with sports activity, we see that there are sports that or activities that use this joint a lot in plant situation or plant flexion or in other situations, and they will have traumatisms, specific injuries related to every kind of sport by activity. So if we speak about traumatic injuries and ligament injuries, to move from the most complex to this most simple one, the most difficult thing would be the ankle dislocation. It's quite a weird pathology that appears as a consequence of a loss of contact of the stragglers with the tibial peroneal area. I've had the opportunity of seeing 2 cases in 45 years that I've been working on this. So what we do is to link bone pathology, and what we're going to see are dislocations on ankle fractures because the structures that are holding laterally, medially, this joint are having problems. So we'll see internal malleolus, external malleolus, and we'll see different fracture at the peroneal diaphysis. So this could entail the dislocation of the articular part of the ankle. Pathology is quite traumatic, and in maximum instability. So the treatment is quite simple, and that's the reduction. Normally we can do it on the go. In acute terms, we take the shoe off and we can reduce the injury normally. If not, otherwise we would have to sedate the patient. And in terms of treatments, after the immobilization, if there's any degree of pathology, we could consider the surgical treatment of these ligament structures, as we've seen in the anatomic model before. So this is the original situation. We see how the struggle is suffering. We have specific traumatisms, as we can see here. So reduction is clear. We need to confirm it with a simple radiological study, and the immobilization would be the original setting. We would only speak about surgery if there were very specific complications. Regarding the ankle, if I decided to speak about it, it's because all of us have joint trauma cases, because maybe it is the most common injury in the emergency world with very high incidence on the functional pathology, the treatment, and sports practice on a daily basis. So to speak about sprains, about twists, we need to see the foot is unstable. This would be the plant flexion. You have that point of security that could favor that it rolls over the external side with that mechanism of foot reversion, and your weight plus the speed of your body would condition the disruption or breaking of those ligaments, basically of the external side of the ankle. The most specific mechanism is the one in which there is a higher risk of injury, and that's when we are on the tip of our toes, on our tiptoes, and the stabilization is conditioned sometimes because of the strength of your ligaments or the strength of the muscles that we have both in the leg and the foot. Basic injury would be the anterior peroneal astragalus ligament. This is the one that conditions the response of articular failure as the main basis of this pathology. So it's quite usual in sports between 10 and 15, 25, 35 is when we find the peaks. I think that we've all suffered this injury at a specific point in time. So I think that we can all say something about it. In the case, we can set any kind of discussion. In terms of prevention, well, it has been quite beautiful to listen to the talks this morning. We've seen that it seems that prevention goes against other joints. A different story would be the scientific analysis of these studies could entail the fact that it seems that that bandages are useful or not. After that, we have the foundations. Foundations, I mean, when you want to hold something, you trap it with something. Maybe that's the key. If there's any feeling of movement or bad feelings in the sense that the ankle is working or not working, we have the possibility of stabilizing it with external bandages. I'm in favor of them, but if you start to perform metaphysical analysis, as the one that we've seen this morning, maybe they make you doubt. A bandage can favor the appearance of cross ligament injury, maybe, but always after an accidental process. I believe in bandages. In fact, if you have a look at it, many athletes in the world of tennis, I think that all of them have bandage. Many have suffered some injuries, and others are feeling that safety of the bandage when they are in those structures that have a very strong grip and there is no sliding. It's not the same as, for example, with granulated cements that can allow you move a little bit. But these fast surfaces have some kind of rugosity, so to speak. We've all seen some sprains, and they have some roughness, as I've said. I think that structure protection, like tendons, in terms of stability and improvement, I think that, well, I believe in them, and I think that patients feel it. Patients feel that improvement. When you want to bring that protection up to the to its maximum level, we'll see that the splints. It's even a smart shoe that can help you have more stability. If you don't want an ankle to roll, you create a splint that goes through the plant, and it would be impossible. It's impossible because I've suffered this kind of issues. And if you don't want to operate, you can use a U splint that goes through the plant, and it's impossible at the ankle sprains. And you can do everything, even in terms of stress and effort. And bandages, functional bandages, I also believe in them. I think that it would be part of your activity for many, many years. And they give that safety and they restrict mobility a little bit. But I think it's part of a context that improves the emotional stability of a patient. You've seen that everything's important when you compete. Of course, the different rankings. Well, when we move to radiology, we go to how the tibial estragalin structure can move. I would speak about the distension. The player can even walk when after that sprain, but well, maybe they're in pain. Of course, that's a tolerable pain. I'm speaking about good pains because they allow you to do whatever you need. Sometimes you can even train. So we are speaking about fiber breaking. You're seeing that peroneal calcaneus or peroneal estragalin are ligaments that can create a level of stability in them to keep an important clinical tumefaction level up to the point of having an active weight with one important laming. And this means that they are surrounded by a lot of clinic and quite a high level of incapacity. And third degree are quite complex. They are physically obvious because of the size of the bruises and we can see that the patient can't even walk, sorry. So we should rule out bone injuries that could be associated. So this would be an example of what this could mean after 24, 48 hours with a degree 1, 2, and 3. And it seems like if the bruise was setting as a specification of what has happened in each and one of them. Maybe we should separate the non-serious one or from the serious one. Maybe the complex ligament breaking that would be separate from the others. I think we should use complementary tests in order to fine-tune that diagnosis. So stages in development of the evolution, so inflammatory, I think that they're almost the same, proliferation and stabilization of these structures. And I think that we could reach, we could even improve that situation up to 1 year after. Let's keep in mind that any articular structure has a stabilization, bone stabilization that we've seen. It has a ligament stabilization and a muscle compromised stabilization with any muscle development makes these joints to work with a higher fixation level. I think that for that it is important to see the development of the improvement factors to improve functional capacity and supports with the muscle development of the leg and feet muscles. So in clinical terms, I think that everybody here has suffered something like this at some point in time. The problem would be to set the level in order to differentiate serious from mild injuries, at least when we are on the field, because now with some imaging tests, you will almost have the solution. The point is that the clinical diagnosis has to match with complementary tests, and clinical tests would come first, assessment, presumption, diagnosis, and complementary tests. That would be the way. A complementary test can't come before a good physical situation. We would be losing the identity of the exploration. So pain, swelling, and incapacity, these would be the terms that we should analyze. And regarding the clinical one, so degree number 1, or grade 1, we've been talking about swelling symptoms, and the patient more or less can do things. And maybe I won't say that they can train quickly, because sometimes these are very painful and they are quite insidious. Maybe they don't find the point to keep on training. So grade number 2 is much more eye-catching. This would be much more identifiable with that swollen ankle. It's difficult that the patient can walk easily. Maybe they can leave the pitch just walking, but after a few hours or minutes, the food would be like I would say like a ball. So maybe that's one of the symptoms that should be taken into account. And grade 3 is where everything, when nothing's working, basically, and when lamening and pain are increasingly significantly, swelling sometimes, as far as it's as important, breaking, goes through the whole foot, with the exception of very big bruises. And we need to see the diagnosis to see the extent of all this and to see what to do. So specific tests for all of us that are here. So the stress procedures, the ankle can give us an idea, same as with the ankle. And we would start adding points to reach the right diagnosis, the metacarpus, for example. And if we have a previous situation, that would be, well, the same as exploring a previous situation in the knee or a metacarpus phalangical. We should start having information that are difficult to assess in an acute process, because this symptomatology prevents us from giving the final diagnosis. For us, we have different evidences in order to complete these studies. And we've talked about different joints when the joints are opening, and the syndesmosis. For example, when I started, I'm quite old, by the way, we usually didn't speak about syndesmosis. The ankles were like fair enough, so, or badly. Some people needed 2 weeks, and others after 5 months had not recovered yet. So when we started to develop the biomechanical, etc., the capacity, so syndesmosis was starting to be tackled. I think that's the key. So a sprain, so you can be 3 or 4 weeks with that, but if the syndesmosis is affected, maybe it would be 3 or 4 months. And it's something that at least has to be considered with rotation movements and with pain in terms of the distal tibioperoneal structure. I think that this is what justifies it, but the exploration was here before with the stress tests, but now with the echography and the MRI, this can help you think about the kind of injury you could have. So specific, in this case, we are speaking about specific tests. In this case, the ankle will be very well held, very well supported with different situations. So diagnosis, we have something to speak about here. So simple radiological study. Well, to all my residents, I've told them that you can't, you need to go through X-ray for any kind of sprain. Of course, you can make a diagnosis, but please ask your teams to complete the studies and at least to use an X-ray, because it can be surprising for you. It's not that it's not going to give you a lot of information, but when there's located pain at the peroneal area, for example, to ask for a radiological study, it's like, well, please take me that radiography. The problem is when you do not make it because maybe you are missing it. I don't know. And these are complications that are not necessary. And we all have a responsibility towards our patients, especially if they are athletes, not about elite athletes. So don't be on the line. So we have high definition tests. The 21st century brings us MRIs, where you can see patients that come with 5 MRIs and they still haven't touched the joint. I think that they are making a mistake. First of all, we have to explore presumption diagnosis and complementary tests. I think we need to follow that rhythm, although, well, of course, the studies will help us specify the different things. So what about ultrasound ecography? So sometimes they are better than the professionals. We can take them to the pitch, and it is a great test, and you can have a lot of information about it. So, for example, radiography was our working element 40 years ago. So 2 ankle projections, and in some cases, we should see that syndesmosis. We were trying to see whether we could see the syndesmosis that was very open, and maybe the perineum could have been broken, and maybe the perineum could have been broken, So these are complementary tests, etc. And we could see these kind of images. So see the angulation here, a basketball player that plays this 130 kilograms are rolling on themselves, and these are his injuries. Almost all of them are ligaments. Of course, we don't have to operate all of them, but this can be, well, it can heal with many things, plastrons, mobilizations, therapies that you all know. But we need to be patient and not to be too hasty with the recovery plan. So this kind of images, well, it means that there's no anchoring, either medial or lateral, especially posterior ones. So these are tests that are not used. Why? Because there's an MRI that tells you the damage you have, the broken ligaments, and if there's an edema. The inflammatory edema at every sprain that is more or less severe condition a response that is not bad over time, that is not good over time, sorry. So sprains with severe articular traumas are evolving very badly, no matter the syndesmosis is altered. If syndesmosis is there, everything's much more complex. But articular contusions in more or less mild sprains are also painful, and they need a diagnosis. And of course, the treatments, I think that you know more than me about this. So the goal is clear: to remove the edema, recover the function, and make an effective recovery of the ligaments that have been broken. The key is defining the severity of every injury and to set an individualized treatment for every patient. When there are important ligament injuries, we will have more functional treatments. And if we go to more aggressive situations, we can even think of surgeries. It's not usual to operate the ankle injuries. So splints that we'll be able to use. And let's remember that when the deltoid ligament participates, we will almost every time go to grade 3 and careful with malleolus fractures. Sorry, peroneum fractures at the diaphysis, and the update of pathologies. This could be an important problem in the case of the fibula. And well, that's it. Thank you very much, and I hope that I haven't bored you very much. Well, thank you very much for the masterclass. It has been amazing. It's a good reminder of how we have to keep in mind the physical exploration with other complementary tests that sometimes are more considered. We should speak a lot about this because this is our daily life. Yeah, we will have a Q&A later, no worries. So let's continue. Next speaker, in this case, it will be Professor Ángel Alvarado Luna through video conference that is sent from Mexico. So as I was saying, the doctor, the co-director of therapy clinic Physiotherapia Avanzada, is an expert in amateur and professional athletes in Puebla, in Mexico. Good afternoon from Spain. Good morning from Mexico. I'm Dr. Ángel Eduardo Alvarado Luna. Thank you very much for the invitation to the European University of Madrid, the University School of Real Madrid. Thanks to Clinica Premium for this invitation. Thanks for the invitation to this event. And today I want to speak about something very interesting, something that has been questioned, but some myths have been broken about the situation that It is the importance of power in sport injuries. And these European international meetings, sorry, I want to speak about this. This is a relevant topic for all of us that work in physical physiotherapy. And here, this would be the first question. So, is power important in sport injuries? Different studies and from the clinical experience, we see that sport injuries really alter the strength. When we speak about joint injuries, like for example, lateral ankle, or for example, the anterior cruciate ligament breaking in the knee, we've seen that there are predisposing factors for that, the reduction of the muscle force and muscle strength, sorry, like quadriceps, like major gluteus, at ankle level, for example, fibula, ural triceps. And when we speak about tendinopathies, axial tendinopathies, we've seen that there are risk factors that are predisposing. For example, the reducing of corporeal as well as the reduction of ural triceps. Well, the major medium gluteus. This is relevant because after an injury, of course, there will be inhibition and lack of activation and synchronization, neuromuscular synchronization. So the models to understand this situation are not only based on a structural pathology, but also on knowing how these central nervous system alterations happen because of mechanical stress, or because there are gradual loads that can bring us to an sport injury or alterations. We've seen that swelling process affect the transmission and processing of the neuromuscular information, proprioceptive information, and the cortical representations change. That is, there's not only peripheral and structural injury, but there's an alteration, a cortical motor and cortical sensitive alteration, etc., that can entail neuroplastic changes in our neuronal networks at the level of motor cortex level and primary sensorial cortex. In many other areas, it could be an alteration too. And this can be equal to having the injury for a longer time and to protect and heal the tissues for a longer time and to limit the performance in the recovery process and chronicity of this injury. This is because the nervous system is reorganized, and this is a mechanism that is that underlies the muscular deficit, and we keep on having that muscle weakness.
So an injury results in neuroplastic changes in the brain. Studies such as Clark's show that the brain has a strong link between cortical excitability and strength and weakness in the muscles. So this is strongly related to whatever happens in the brain when the body is training, and acting accordingly can result in improving performance and overcoming injuries. This is a list of studies which proved that by training strength, you activate primary strength areas to acquire further motor skills. This is useful to strength training, and when you actually train your strength, you create corticospinal excitability, yes, but also on top of that, you improve motor synchronization. It's been proven that by training strength, you can improve corticomotor excitability, meaning that on a motor level, you can activate muscles when you need to and disengage them when you need to. So that's better synchronization, basically better motor coordination. And strength training can lead to adaptive changes at a supraspinal level. And this is relevant to recover from injuries and from both peripheral and central alterations, meaning that strength is important,
Aquí la situación
as
es
we've seen.
saber cómo comenzar a establecer una
The
jerarquía de
issue
importancia en
is
los índices de función
how
muscular tras una lesión. ¿Cómo
do we
pueden
come
ser
up
estos trabajos
with
y cuándo?
a
Algo
hierarchy of the
importante a
muscle
tener en
groups?
cuenta es
What
saber
should
los
we work on
índices,
and when?
de función
Let's look at
muscular.
the
Y eso
indices
tiene que
of
ver con el
muscle
principio de
function,
especificidad.
because it has to do with
Saber
the principle of
que
specificity. By
dependiendo
looking
del
at these
deporte y del
indices,
deportista,
we know
se
that
tendrá que
depending on the
trabajar
sport and
fases
on
de
the
entrenamiento de
athlete,
fuerza, de
there
poder de
will have to
potencia,
be
de
phases,
resistencia
stages where
muscular,
we work
de
on
rendimiento
strength, others where we work on
sensitivo-motriz, de
resistance,
propriocepción,
others when
hasta de
we work on
adaptaciones estructurales y
proprioception, on
neuromusculares como la
structural
hipertrofia.
and neuromuscular
De aquí la
adaptations such as
importancia
hypertrophy,
de que,
etc.
como dice Suchomel, para el
So, as
deportista la
Suchamel said,
importancia de
it
la
is
fuerza es primordial.
important,
Debe de aparecer en la lista de
paramount,
prioridades. La
for
fuerza muscular
athletes
es
to train
importante,
strength.
nos
Muscle
ayuda a que
strength
la fuerza nos
is
dé
fundamental.
combustible, capacidad de
It
energía y
helps us
resistencia neuromuscular,
provide our
metabólica,
body with fuel.
endógena,
It
inmunológica.
increases our metabolism,
Se
our
debe de saber cuál es
uh,
la característica de la fuerza
endocrine
y la
health,
manifestación de la
and being
fuerza que
able
tienes
to
que trabajar.
work on your
La
strength
fuerza es importante para generar potencia y rendimiento físico
is
deportivo.
paramount to
Además de que la
generate
fuerza es importante para la calidad
good
y cantidad de
performance.
vida de los
And it's
deportistas.
important towards the
En un
quality and
tiempo de verdad,
length of life of
se pide
athletes.
más y
Nowadays,
más tiempo.
we have
Tiene que ver con horas
athletes
mejoras de
who
entrenamiento de
perform
fuerza
better,
quizá a través de algunos
and
años.
and they do
Para
so for
mejorar el
longer. They have
rendimiento
longer
y la
careers
fuerza en los
as well.
atletas, se ha vinculado que atletas que tienen mayor magnitud de fuerza se han asociado a
Athletes with a higher
características
level of
mejores
strength
del
are
rendimiento
more easily
físico deportivo.
associated with higher
Atletas que
physical
tienen
sporting
mayor capacidad de fuerza
performance.
se han relacionado a
Stronger
características o
athletes
cualidades
have
físicas
been
y
correlated
deportivas mejores y
to
más
physical and
óptimas,
sporting
ágiles,
qualities which are more
correr a
optimal,
velocidad, cambiar
better,
de dirección, etc.
jumping,
Atletas
changing
que son más
directions,
fuertes
running,
se ha visto
etc.
que tienen un
Stronger
rendimiento
athletes have
superior
been
en deportes
observed to
específicos.
perform better in specific
Atletas que están
sports
más
as
fuertes se han
well.
diferenciado
Stronger
que tienen menos
athletes
riesgo o disminuyen el factor de riesgo de
have
lesión.
proven less
Los
likely
científicos
to
deportivos
suffer
y todos los
injuries.
que estamos en el ámbito
And sports
deportivo
scientists and
hemos
all of
visto que
those who
mejorar
work
la
in
fuerza
sport have been
isométrica,
able to observe
dinámica
that
y
by improving
diferentes
isometric
variables o
dynamics, strength,
características de
as
la
well as
fuerza
other variables and
optimiza el
characteristics of
rendimiento
strength,
y el
can lead
proceso
to
lesional.
optimized
Tener
performance
una fuerza
and
relativa
prevent
de
injuries.
base se
A
mejora
higher
con
base relative strength
crecimiento y
can
optimismo de la
be
fuerza para el rendimiento
improved
deportivo y para las fases de entrenamiento.
by
No es
working on
ningún
your strength
sustituto o
with a
no
view
es
to improving
sustituto
your
más bien de la fuerza,
performance.
que esto tiene que ser
There is
individual,
no
tiene que
substitute
ser
for it,
específico
for
en el
greater
deportista
muscular
para así
strength,
reducir
and
simultáneamente el riesgo de lesión y mejorar el
it leads to
performance
a
y
reduced
rendimiento
risk of injury and
físico y
improved,
atlético.
again, performance,
Hay que
athletic
implementar programas a
performance.
largo plazo para que promuevan
And we need
mejorar
to
la
implement
fuerza en el
long-term training
contexto de cada
strategies that promote
deporte
the greatest
según el
muscular
nivel
strength
físico
within
del
the
deportista.
required context
Por
of
lo
each
tanto,
sport or
la fuerza
each
es
event.
primordial.
And so,
Es
all in all,
fundamental
strength
trabajarla.
is paramount. It's
Pero hay que entender que
fundamental
también la fuerza
to
tiene
train
que ver con
strength.
otras manifestaciones o cualidades físicas
Strength
para el
is also
acondicionamiento físico
related
saludable.
to
Juan Ramón
other
Heredia
physical
nos
qualities.
habla que
Juan
la
Ramón
fuerza
Heredia
tiene que ver con amplitud de
says
movimiento,
that
tiene que ver con
strength also has
resistencia
to do with
y
range of
tiene que ver
motion,
hasta con componentes
resistance, and even
psicosociales y
psychosocial
emocionales.
emotional
Los
components.
deportistas que tienen mejor capacidad de fuerza no solo tienen fuerza
Athletes
física,
with a greater
tienen
capacity
fuerza
for strength
mental.
are not only
Esto es importante
physically
saberlo porque al final
strong, they're
buscamos
also
un
mentally
deportista
strong. And this is
a
important to
mejorar
know
su
because
condicionamiento
what we
físico para la
want
salud.
for our
Y
athletes
nosotros como
is
profesionales es nuestro
a better
objetivo.
physical
No solo
conditioning
tienen que
and better
rendir,
health
tienen que estar
altogether.
saludables.
Athletes not only have to perform, they
¿Cómo podemos
also have
adaptar
to
o
be
entrenar esta
healthy.
fuerza? No
And so,
podemos
how
olvidar
can
las
we
fases de
train
aprendizaje
strength?
motor,
Let's not forget about
donde
the
estas fases
stages
nos
of
describen cómo podemos
motor
ir
learning,
mejorando y optimizando la
because they
fuerza.
tell us a lot,
Con la
they give us a
fuerza
lot of
son varias
information about how we
cualidades.
can improve strength,
Tenemos que
how
tener
strength
fases de
resides in
atención
several different
donde
qualities,
desarrollas
and it goes
estrategias
through
y
different
etapas
stages
que
where athletes are
faciliten
thought about strategies
preliminarmente
that can
estas
help
adaptaciones y después
preliminarily
perfeccionar la
facilitate
fuerza,
this
promover
adaptation, and
cada vez
then
más
following on to
recursos para
refine
lograr esta
strength and
condición,
supply
para después estabilizar,
increasingly
es
more
decir,
resources to
mantener,
stabilize
ir adaptando estas
and to
condiciones y
maintain
cada
that
vez ir
strength.
reclutando más para después dar disponibilidad variable del movimiento con fuerza, donde haya más recursos de adaptación
so
a
as
la
to
fuerza
acquire
para estrategias
further
motoras o
resources
movimientos específicos del
to better
deporte
adapt
que
strength to the
mejoren la
specific
adaptación y el rendimiento
requirements
del
of a
deportista.
given sport,
Para
and as
eso,
a result of
en
that,
la
improve
recuperación de
athlete
lesión,
performance.
es importante
So when
saber
recovering from
qué
an
hacer de
injury,
retorno al deporte.
it's important to
Esto tenemos
know
que
when
entender que el
to
proceso
return
lesional
to
es un
play.
continuo, así como
An
muchos
injury
profesionales lo han
is a
escrito en la
continual
bibliografía de
process,
la
and many
fuerza
professionals have
específica,
said so
donde tenemos que
in
partir de dónde
literature.
se inicia o dónde está el deportista
We
lesionado,
need to start
para así hacer
working with the
evaluaciones
athlete at the moment
y
when
para
the
ofrecerle la
injury occurs.
especificidad y progresión
And at
e
first, we need
individualidad
to
sobre todo,
run our
e
tests,
ir dando
evaluate,
resultados en las revaluaciones para ir mejorando las fases o el
and
gestiones del
based on that
proceso de
evaluation, plan
recuperación
out
de la lesión.
the whole recovery
Esto se
schedule.
necesita tu cabeza, tu conocimiento,
For
tu
that,
pericia
we
y
need
habilidad clínica
our
e ir
knowledge,
estableciendo
our
esas fases
clinical
y esta gestión
skills,
de fases para ver qué
and to better
necesitas
manage
en el
those
momento
stages,
adecuado de la lesión. Por
we
ejemplo,
need
hacer
to be
evaluaciones de
aware of
dolor,
what is
que hay
needed
muchas
at
como el
every stage of
FMS,
the injury. For
Madrid,
example,
Watkins,
for a core
Leval,
test, and there
etc.
are several
Después
methods
evaluar
that
la
can
fuerza y la
be used,
resistencia a la
Watkins and so
fuerza,
on and
que
so
esto lo
forth.
podemos ver con dinamómetros,
For
reacciones
strength, we can use
cinéticas o con
dynamometers,
RM convencionales,
isokinetic
para
machines, or
después ver la
conventional
potencia y hacer evaluaciones de
IRM,
salto,
or power. We can
golpe,
evaluate power,
etcétera, para
jumps,
después mejorar la condición
VBTs, hop
física general del
tests,
atleta
etc.
y hacer
Then we
pruebas de
can look
peso
at
máximo, wing weight, un yo-yo
the
test,
general sport
etcétera,
conditioning, the O2 max, wing gait,
disminuyendo y
yard,
progresando la carga
shuttle,
hacia el
etc., and
performance,
so on and
hacia el
so forth,
rendimiento. Y todo
moving on to
esto
performance.
nos va a ir gestionando las fases, e ir cumpliendo metas y objetivos con el deportista
While
para
you're
ir
doing that,
mejorándolo de una manera
we'll be
continua,
accomplishing
progresiva
goals with
y al nivel
the
inicial
athlete, and
o más
progressively,
beneficial
gradually, we'll
después de
take
la
him
lesión.
back to optimal physical condition.
Con esta breve
With
ponencia,
that,
podemos concluir que es
I'd like to
importante la fuerza,
conclude this
que hay que
short
saber
presentation. I
entrenarla,
wanted to show you how
hay que
important
saber
strength
diseñar
is,
las fases
how important
después
it
de una
is to be able
lesión,
to train it
y
and to
esto nos
manage
puede
the different
ayudar a la
stages of
prevención, a
recovery
la
after an injury, because
potenciación
that can
y
help
también a
us
maximizar el
prevent
rendimiento físico
reoccurrence
de
as well as
todo
maximize
aquel
physical
deportista o
and
atleta.
sports performance.
Agradezco mucho
Thank
desde
you
México,
very
les dejo
much.
mis redes sociales,
From
Ángel
Mexico
Alvarado en
is
Facebook
my
y
contact
Ángel
details
Ángel
for
en Instagram.
Facebook and
Gracias por
Instagram.
compartir un breve espacio
Thank
conmigo.
you
Gracias a
for
Sergio
sharing
Gallego por
this
la invitación.
space with me,
Gracias
and
a la Escuela Universitaria del Real
thank
Madrid, la
you,
Universidad
Real
Europea
Madrid
y la
University School
Secretaría
and
Técnica
European University, for
Preventiva
the invitation. I'd
por
like
siempre
to
estar a la
also thank the
vanguardia
Premium
y
Madrid
por tener
Clinic
estos encuentros que nos
for
nutren
always
como
spearheading
profesionales
our
y
efforts
para
and for
seguir
organizing these
mejorando
symposiums,
nuestra
which
gestión y
help
nuestra
health
labor
professionals
como
come together
profesionales
and
de la
share
salud.
knowledge about
Muchas gracias a
our
todos.
work.
Que tengan
Thank
un
you very
muy
much,
buen día.
and
Duda,
have a great
comentario,
rest of
saludo o
the day.
pregunta.
Of course,
Estaré
if you've
aquí
got any
para
doubts
contestarla.
or questions, feel free to send them to me.
Bueno, ahora el profesor Alvarado no me oye, pero bueno, luego lo diremos. Gracias
Obviously,
por la charla.
Professor Alvarado can't hear us, but
No sé si
thank you
está ya
nevertheless
el
for your
profesor Luque
presentation. Was
conectado.
wondering if perhaps
Perfecto.
Professor Luque was already
Pues
online. Yes, he
estupendo.
is.
Vamos
That's
a
great.
continuar con
Then
la charla
let's
del
carry
doctor
on
Alejandro Luque. Como decíamos antes,
with Dr. Alejandro
Alejandro
Luque.
Luque Suárez
Professor
es
Alejandro
profesor del
Luque
Departamento de
Suárez
Fisioterapia de la
is a
Universidad de
professor of
Málaga
the
y director de la
Physiotherapy
Cátedra de
Department of the
Salud y
University of
Dolor.
Malaga
El doctor
and
Luque viene a
Dean
hablarnos del Return to Play, en la fase
of
inicial de
the
fisioterapia
Health
médica,
and Pain
conceptos clave
Management
desde neurociencia y recuperación neurocognitiva, abordaje
department.
del dolor.
In this
Pues
presentation, you'll be
sin
talking
más
to us
dilación,
about pain management precisely. So, anytime now.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Se me escucha
Good,
bien y se
good
me ve, por
evening.
favor?
Hopefully, you
perfectamente,
can
Alejandro.
hear me and see me. Yes, we can, Alejandro. Very well. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. As always, I'd like to thank Premium Madrid and the Real Madrid University School, as well as European University, for the invitation to take part in this fifth international meeting of sports injury professionals. Over the next few minutes, I'll be trying to talk you through an interesting concept, which is not return to play, of course, because that's quite well known. I'll be talking to you about a novelty. I'll be talking to you about neurocognitive training. which is normally conducted at an advanced stage of an athlete's recovery after an injury. And in early stages after an injury, regardless of the injury itself, that is generally something we do not use. I'm a lecturer of the University of Malaga, and I practice in professional in my hometown of Malaga. Now, globally speaking, we could say that sports injuries are overcome over three phases. The first phase or stage is known as the offload phase, where we try to reduce pain and to reduce the amount of activity that the athlete performs. Now, to reduce pain, because there is a lot of pain after an injury, several different treatment options are available, of course, and then there is a second stage. In the second stage, we generally work on range of motion, if any of it has been lost. We work on recovering muscle strength and on recovering proprioception, neuromotor control, basically. And then the final stage, which is the closest stage to the so-called return to play, athletes undergo treatments to improve physical qualities such as speed, strength, resistance, and new stimuli are introduced in accordance with the athletic motions that these athletes are expected to perform. And now the third stage is where nowadays we generally include neurocognitive training. But I'm here to propose the same philosophy whereby we include neurocognitive training in the third stage, we apply to the second stage and the first stage even. It would be interesting to differentiate between tissue recovery and neurocognitive recovery. They are different processes. In tissue recovery, we attempt to cure the tissue and to cure the lesion. Whereas in neurocognitive recovery, we aim to restore the neurocognitive skills that have been hampered by the injury itself or by the athlete's downtime after the injury. Why am I suggesting that we start working on neurocognitive recovery early on? It is known that in early stages of the sports injury, much like in any other case where musculoskeletal pain is experienced, there is a process of neural compensation, meaning that certain areas of the brain work harder to speed up recovery, or they are highly engaged because they process pain, and eventually an arthrogenic inhibition is generated. By this mechanism, we protect the injured area while the brain is attempting to repair it. Now, this has an advantage, obviously. This is a necessary mechanism to recover from an injury, but at the same time, it's also got a disadvantage because it leads to a whittling down of the neurocognitive reserves of the brain. It saps the neurocognitive energy of the brain, and that's something the athlete needs to perform well. When an injury is suffered, the brain taps into those neurocognitive energy reserves to cure the injury, and so there is a decrease in motor neurovariability. This is not a pathological process. It's absolutely necessary. Shouldn't be seen as a pathology, but it's also the reason why we should act on the neurocognitive recovery early on. We need to ensure that these reserves are replenished. As you can see in this graph, on a technical, motor, cognitive level, these reserves are very, very important. After an injury, these reserves are again tapped into. They are used to facilitate the recovery from the injury. And it is precisely at that time when the likelihood of suffering a further injury increases. Because as we go along in the recovery process, we need to replenish these motor cognitive reserves. And when do we do it and how do we do it? About when, this is something that as of right now we do in the third stage, in the return to play. And how do we do it? By using neurocognitive training principles. Those are aimed precisely at replenishing those reserves in order to protect the body from the stress it is exposed to when performing the motions specific to that sport. But today, I propose that we begin doing that earlier on in the recovery process with a view to preventing part of that whittling down of the energy reserves. There are several different techniques that can be used in neurocognitive training, especially in advanced stages after an ACL tear. For example, as you know, we do single leg jumps, hops, peripheral reaction crossover hops, which is a dual task because it consists of asking the athlete to perform one motor action while they receive audio visual stimuli. And this is something we often do in late stages. But how can we start doing that earlier on in the recovery process? Well, to act on the central nervous system early on in the recovery process, we need to be aware of what happens in that early stage precisely. And we've got three mechanisms here which are quite frequent in early stages, and in fact, they are more intense the more severe the injury is. The first process is the cortical spinal smudging, which is a poor representation of the injured area in the sensitive motor primary cortex. The second mechanism is a lowered cortical spinal excitability. And the third mechanism would be the negligence phenomenon, which is closely related to hypoexcitability. Negligence basically means abandonment of the injury area. It's something that human beings do all the time when they're injured, when they want an area of their body to recover. They arthrogenically isolate it and start using different motion mechanisms, different motion strategies. But in sports, because we need to recover quickly, we want to ensure that that doesn't happen during for a long period of time. And from the point of view of physical therapy, what is it we can do? Well, three simple strategies which are used in chronic pain management regularly and could also be applied to treat an injury neurocognitively in early stages. The first one would be motor imaging, the second, isometric exercises, and the third strategy would be virtual reality. Gradual motor imaging, as you know, is a three-stage form of training where we activate motor and cortical areas without actually performing the movement in question, without any pain. Now, to do this, what techniques can we use? We can do lateral acknowledgement, implicit lateral acknowledgement, as you can see in the video here, where the athlete is asked to recognize the left-hand side or right-hand side of the injured area, because by doing that, they are creating neural labels that are generally only created and used in later stages of the recovery. The second technique is the explicit motor imaging, where we ask athletes to picture, to imagine themselves moving the affected area, which obviously at that time still cannot be used, and then tactile acuity, which is, put it simply, which is all about training the sense of touch, because that enables athletes to also make use of the neural labels we talked about earlier. Within gradual motor imaging, we also have another technique. It's known as a bodily illusion. This is a real image of a longitudinal manipulation of the knee, and it's geared towards helping the athlete imagine that joint moving. They basically imagine, conjure up an image and a feeling of pain relief, and that can be helpful in early stages to reduce a poor representation of the central nervous system of the athlete. In a second group of technique, we'd have precision isometric exercises. They are a very simple tool, but very useful as well. And they prevent a cortical erasure of the neural information. With this technique, we ask athletes to focus on the injured area early on, not only to prevent negligence and facilitate the repair, but also for a number of other purposes. Because this is a manipulation that results in absolutely no threat for the injured tissue. So this is a second group of techniques aimed at preventing the exhaustion of these neural cognitive reserves. And then thirdly, we have virtual reality. Virtual reality has been used more for the purpose of pain management than anything else, but it could also represent a valuable option to stimulate the central nervous system of injured athletes. How? By creating an immersive virtual reality where, in this case, the girl finds herself an environment that's completely different to her reality. Because when we suffer an injury, our sensory perception of the environment in which we operate is altered, and through virtual reality, we can create an artificial environment that is safer, where the athlete can move more comfortably earlier on in the recovery process and more safely. So is this something we've done in practice? Yes, we have, and many, many times, in fact. For example, we've done this with a 17-year-old female footballer who totally dislocated her ankle, and we helped her recover from this injury using all of these principles. In the first 15, 30 days of recovery, we used explicit gradual motor imaging. We used PAPs and isometric exercises. That would be tactile sensory training alongside cross training, because it's always very, very useful, especially early on. And obviously, I'm going to show you the result, a result that was achieved not only over those 15 days, but also in the remaining 2 stages. But again, we introduced neurocognitive training in the second day, on the second day of her recovery process. She had an ulcer here, which needed to be removed. This was caused by the cast, but it was actually a good thing because we removed the cast, we put a brace in its place, and we were able to manipulate the joint in the 48 hours following on from the dislocation. And so, after a few months, the athlete was able to get back to work and return to play. In this case, the athlete got help from the father as well, who is a physiotherapist, and they were the top scorer in the next season. Now, to conclude my presentation, we could argue that immediate neuroplastic changes occur after an injury is sustained. Secondly, that by tackling these injuries early on using low risk, low cost techniques, we can revert these neuroplastic changes, which would otherwise present a hindrance for high performance athletes. Finally, that neurocognitive recovery is different from tissue recovery. And so a lot of physical therapists want to treat an injury from the first day, as would maybe doctors and physicians. Please be aware of the fact that we can do it. We can start working on the central nervous system on the first day. And that doesn't mean that you're putting any strain at all on the damaged tissue. Finally, to conclude my presentation, I have 3 questions for you to think about. Do you think that by adding this focus, we might risk over-treating the patient? Are we sure that this is actually helpful? This is a question I've been wondering about myself. Secondly, are these neuroplastic alterations recoverable without any neurocognitive training? Once the athlete recovers from the injury, do they revert back to the original neuroplastic conditions? And do we know if any particular types of athletes are poised to benefit more from these treatments? These are questions. I still don't have the answers. I just wanted to share them with you. That's all from me. Once again, I'd like to thank the organizers. I think I've stuck to the allotted time, and I'll be here, of course, if you've got any questions. Thank you.
Great, Alejandro. Thank you very much for your talk. Thanks for your participation. And as usual, thank you very much for giving the balance between clinical practice and the last scientific evidence and last progress. So as Dr. Luque has said, we will start with the Q&A. As we've done up to now, we'll give priority to the people that are in the room. If there's any questions, anything they would like to ask. Then, if not, let's start with social media. Yep, we have some questions for Angel Alvarado. They're asking if it's necessary to have technology to intervene sports injuries by strength training. Well, good morning. Can you hear me? Perfectly, Angel. Great to see you. Great to see everybody. if we need technology, this will depend on the context. The context where you work in, the sports context. I think that technology can be important, but it's not empowerment, so to speak. In clubs like Real Madrid, with high performance clubs, technology can play a very important role to monitor, to manage the recovery stages for the recovery of the different injuries. But the ones that don't have all this technology, as Dr. Alejandro said, you need to have knowledge, you need to have your clinical skills, because all this, in terms of neuroscience, could be applicable without technology in order to tackle the sports injuries. This is what Dr. Pedret used to say. We need more knowledge, more clinical skills, rather than so much technology to manage the recovery process for the athlete. So if you have technology, that's good, that's excellent, use it. It can help you manage these processes. But if you don't, use low-cost tools that could help you manage the recovery of the athlete injury. But I hope I hope that it answers the question. Thank you, Angel. Thanks for your answer. Yeah, we have more questions here. For Alejandro Luque, they're asking what's the effective cost? Well, what's the effective cost that it has to have a neurocognitive training in early stages? Good. So it's one of the questions that I left in my conclusions because I want to be honest. Everything that we said is something new. We always have to stop a little bit. When I present these things, or these topics at different trainings, I always ask if this means an addition, if it means something positive to include this early treatment that entails different human resources, time resources by the athlete and the therapist. The scientific base is there, the neuroscientific base is there. So I truly think that the clinical sense is there. But I always like to leave that open mind and to leave a question of whether maybe not every time more is better. And I may be contradicting a little bit what I've just said. So I invite to explore all these field regarding the central nervous system, but we should be cautious with it without wanting to add 10 more techniques the first day an athlete comes for treatment and to want to overtreat him, because as I'm saying, as time goes by, and I've loved what I call our colleague from Mexico has said, I think that the idea is not every time more is better, but we should always consider what kind of things we can work from a central nervous system point of view, that when the recovery is taken to the last stage, we don't have to start from scratch, but this central nervous system could have been stimulated during the whole recovery. Great, Alejandro. Thank you very much for your answer. Do you have any more questions? Here we have the last one for Dr. Jose Maria Abad. So what differences do you understand that we have between a lax and an unstable ankle, and how do sprains act after an injury? So interesting question. So first and foremost, we have to know that a lax ankle, as any other joint, is a joint that has an excessive movement, and always according to the advisable and acceptable limits, without needing it to suffer any kind of injury. An unstable ankle is the one that has suffered some kind of injury and that has left some kind of has lost some mobility because of these taped ligaments. Many of them heal, but because of the injuries that have been suffered, they heal with an increase of mobility. The problem comes when there is an injury on a lax ankle. First of all, prevention is much more permissible with a lax ankle. So we would go to those tape bandages, protection bandages, both in amateur and professional sport. I think that they are totally justified with those splints to limit more or less the function. I particularly believe in them, and I've had the chance to use them. And even when, well, as a prevention, okay? Of course, when there's a lax ankle injury, because it has more risk to suffer some kind of dysfunction, sprain, or whatever, and to finish up in a grade 1 or 2 injury, not necessarily 3. So the possibility that this lax ankle becomes into an unstable ankle is much higher. So in this case, we have the readaptation phase, functional adaptation for the sport capacity that everybody has and effort, I would say. And this is where we can find the integral treatment figure, therapy, etc., with that readaptation that I think is paramount in the 21st century. And I think that this is where we are heading to. So when we have an unstable ankle, we should consider whether these processes have the possibility of going through surgery. Today, with arthroscopy, there are very simple and stabilizing techniques, and we should consider maybe more aggressive surgeries. I think that maybe I've explained this. I hope that I have explained the goal of the question. I think so. That's great. Thank you very much, Jose Maria. So any further questions? Anything you would like to ask? And so we conclude the roundtable. So Dr. Luque, Dr. Alvarado, thank you very much. Thank you for collaborating with us. Thank you for being with us in this kind of events. It's a great honor and a great event to have you here in the master's degree, contributing your knowledge. Jose Maria, what can I tell you? And yeah, that's it. Let's go for the last roundtable of the Congress. Thank you, of the conference. Sorry. Great. So let's continue with this fifth roundtable, where we will speak about interdisciplinary tackling of sport. We right now have Professor Jose Ignacio Diaz. He's a pedologist, a physiotherapist, and former Olympic athlete. Hello, Jose. Hello. We have Jose Chavez, who's a physiotherapist of the Spanish national team and high-performance athletes. And fortunately, we will have you with the Spanish national team in the Olympics. Yeah, we will be there fighting to get a medal. Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Sergio Vázquez Santiago, who is a teacher of our master's degree. He's a sport physical readapter, and he's an expert in preventing injuries. So once again, Sergio, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Diego. So we'll start with this last roundtable. And we'll start by Jose. Jose Ignacio is here to speak about the food muscle in sport. Thank you very much. Okay, so as Diego has told you, I'm a physiotherapist and a pathologist. I usually tackle sport injuries from both sides, and that gives us a higher approach in order to help the athlete recover. First of all, I'm going to speak about some basic concepts to understand what we are going to speak about. Intrinsical muscle of the food, we understand the one that is based on the food. Not everything is sole muscle. We have some muscles that could be considered as intrinsical muscle. There are some parts that could be considered as such. Although we're used to speaking about intrinsical or sole muscle. So the deep layer have innervation from the lateral sole nerve, but also from the fibular deep nerve. This could have a great meaning. If there is a fibular injury or the sole lateral nerve. So in more physiological ranking of these researchers, the muscles are broken down rather in these 4 groups depending on the power generation and the shortening capacity. So divide them in a first group with high strength generation and low shortening speed, with the muscles that you can see there with the hallux abductor and the short flexor. A second group that would generate less strength and less generation. And the group number 3 that would have a high speed of shortening, that would be the slope, the square one, the slope square. And we would have a fourth group, sorry. This would explain that some muscles would be more stabilizers, other will be more strength producers. So the function that these muscles have are important in stability and food function, but especially the main strength that we've seen in electromyographic studies would be the forefoot stabilization through an effective propulsion force. So they contribute to the development of deceleration and propulsion, and they're related to the energy behavior of the food during our daily life. As main function, as a stabilizing function of the forefoot to create a more effective propelling strength, it plays its role in sport. Because since the very beginning, when we have a sports injury, if we are not having a propulsion force, these muscles are starting to be inhibited. Since the moment when we are not putting them on the ground, we are not walking, or we are in a discharge stage. This goes in line with what Alejandro Luque was saying. Since the very beginning, we could start to introduce the re-education of these muscles. So this is just a graph of the previous study in order to explain this stabilizing forefoot force, where, well, for example, when we are walking, when we are jumping. So the relationship between intrinsic and extrinsic muscles of the foot, as we've explained before, well, both muscles have peaks of activity in the initial stage of support when they are on the ground. And as I was saying, depending on whether they are stabilizers or strength muscles, they act in different stages. The hallux abductor would have an early stage, followed by the plantar square. And this one had been developed during the initial stage. And this would be the last one in deactivating the propulsion. It seems that in that initial stage, it's about giving rigidity to the foot in order to foster these intrinsic muscles. And when the extrinsic are deactivated, they can start presenting that propulsion.
So importance that we have and challenges ahead of us. There are no assessment methods that are standardized for this muscle. So we want to train these muscles, but we still don't have a gold standard in terms of valuation. So the direct methods are measuring the flexion force of the finger, and the finger and the toes, have both intrinsic and extrinsic muscles. We have the paper grabbing test, and we have the fingers dynamometry and the intrinsic positive test. It's been based on the paper grabbing test, as you can see on the picture, because the discharge dynamometry is only considering finger flexion. But with a weight, they can consider the forefoot performance. The intrinsic positive test is described in the literature. It's a qualitative test. And it requires understanding and neuromotor skills in order to take it, because we are asking the patient for a flexion of the hallux, and sometimes the patient is unable to do it. After practicing, he's able to do it. It's not a matter of strength or a muscle. So it's a positive pattern when he makes it, and a negative one when he doesn't. Now we focus on when we set this training of these muscles. And as I was telling you, the injury prevention and special attention to immobilization and discharge periods. The injury doesn't have to be in the lower limb, or it doesn't have to be on the foot even. It makes sense to work on that muscle since the moment when we are not seeing a regular sports activity. Because from that moment on, we are losing, or these muscles are being inhibited. I'm sure that many of you have had the chance of seeing cases of sole fasciitis or sole pain that come after sprains, traumatisms, knee injuries, and they say, well, maybe you're not walking well. And why? And maybe you are having that pain because there's a weakness in the muscles that are involved in that movement. So lower limb tendinopathies, because of the same reason, when the neuromuscular pattern of the lower limb is changing, it makes sense to introduce this muscle training. So there are question marks here, the chronic instability of the ankle. We've always thought that the muscles, intrinsic muscles, played an important role here, and the literature does not reinforce this hypothesis. In fact, we've all done this, maybe empirically, or maybe because we've learned it this way. And if you go to the literature, there's no scientific evidence of this hypothesis. And why not? Maybe the non-evidence is because of a lack of studies. And why not in performance? If the stabilizations of the forefoot during takeoff, when we're sprinting or when we're jumping, depends on these muscles, and it creates a higher propelling force. If the stabilization is better, why the sports performance wouldn't be better too? If the scapular performance can be good for a better hit, why the forefoot stabilization shouldn't improve the performance? We don't have supporting researches, but in the coaches are working on all this. I'm going to explain a little bit what kind of exercises we have, how to perform them, etc. The progression is usual to set by analytical exercises to move to global exercises.
The advantage is that in analytical exercises, you usually work a lot with these muscles. And the disadvantage is that global exercises, although they entail more muscles, have proven to be quicker in accomplishing goals of acquiring force and strength and recovering these muscles. The analytical studies are the basic ones that we know to separate the toes, the toe grip that would be pushing against the ground. This grip can be highly selective, both in terms of the thumb and the smaller fingers, the smaller toes. We can do this separately. It's interesting to do it separately. The finger crawl, well, same happens with every variant, with manual speaking, with a rubber. And the most known one, and the one that is that has more scientific credit, is the short foot exercise. It is that, well, you put your foot on the ground without separating the calcaneus or the metatarsian. You have to shorten it. And we have described many cases to apply it in terms of ankle stability, in fasciitis, in prone flat feet. And it is where we've described a protocol that, well, it has some kind of working protocol. It's advised to start in sedestation and bipedestation for another 4 weeks, and after that it would be with unipodal support. On this research, there are 3 blocks of 12 repetitions of 5 seconds each, 2 minutes of recovery between blocks, and 3 sessions a week. And this first research is the one that includes a protocol that is more standardized to work on these muscles. Now we would move to functional exercises that we have both static and dynamic. The main one would be standing on our tiptoes and everything that has to do with that. Since we simulate the takeoff action, and it makes that the need of developing a stabilizing force is higher, is bigger. We can introduce every kind of variant with rubbers, unbalances, or unstable platforms. But what has been proven as something efficient is standing on our tiptoes, charging our weight forward, because this makes us create a higher stabilizing force. And Pisa Tower, Michael Jackson, or everything that makes us take our weight forward. And the most efficient ones that are functional dynamic exercises, that, well, same happens to walk on our tiptoes. I like heel tip exercise, because in the first deceleration of the ankle joint, in that first moments of support, there are muscles that are being activated. So it really makes more sense to do heel tip exercise rather than just working on our tiptoes, or at least combining both, because we will encompass a much wider range of muscles that we will activate. Hopping, that is like, I don't know if it is to jump a little bit on our tiptoes, unipodal or bipodal. We can change direction. We can set every variant that we could think of. And something that has been proven efficient in some studies is that we have a much higher activation of these muscles if by walking we educate the patient in putting more pressure on the tiptoes when taking off. There's a higher activation. So as an exercise, it is a functional exercise that accomplishes quite a lot of re-education. So maybe not in terms of strength gain, but maybe in that change of neuromotor body structure of activating these muscles. And what are the future challenges in all this? Maybe we could accomplish a good assessment method so that we can have not the same situation for everybody, but to see when we have to work on it and when we don't have to. We could extend the training prescription as well as we prescribe exercises in every pathology, we could extend this to the pathologies where we have a little bit of immobilization when we are moving out the sports activity for a while, or at least we could work on this so that we can do these static exercises in discharge since the very beginning. And then we could improve the planning. Well, readapters have a very important role to play because there's not much literature with established protocols. So the better way would be to have trainers or readapters to have a good planning of how to work on these muscles in terms of weight, repetitions, and these kind of things that they are very good at. And well, that's it. Thank you very much to you all for counting on me. And I hope that you found it interesting. Thank you very much, Jose, for reminding us that the big forgotten that is, well, food and food muscles. We always speak about pronations, supinations, but we forget that the food has different muscles that we have to work on mandatorily. And by the way, he's a teacher, he's a sports physiotherapy teacher at the master's degree, and he's a co-director of the master's in sports pathology that we will, and if we're lucky, we will have you here next year. Yeah, let's see if we can have this degree here at the school. Thank you. Great. So let's continue with Jose Chavez. As I've said, he's the national team physiotherapist and physiotherapist of high-performance athletes. And luckily, if nothing happens, we'll see him at the Olympics, defending our country, trying to get some medals. He's going to speak about the tibial fibular lesion beyond ligaments. So, Jose, he's a teacher of the sports physiotherapy master degree on its English version. So you can get started. So thank you very much for the invitation. And thank you for being here. Thanks for watching us, and thanks to everybody that makes this this meeting possible. So, as Diego was saying, my intention today is to share with you all one of my concerns, of the many concerns that I've had throughout my career, in the sense that there are injuries that, I mean, we could say that sometimes get more difficult, that are a little bit challenging. There's a love and hate relationship because they make your life more difficult, but in the end, you eventually like them. And this injury could be one of them. I'll try to explain what do I mean by this beyond ligaments.
Right, to put you in context, Dr. Abadia gave us a great introduction on the issue. We know how frequent ankle injuries, ankle sprains are in professional sports, and according to experts, we're talking about 1 in 5 sprain originating from a syndesmosis, which can lead, of course, to further complications further down the road. Now, anatomically speaking, this is the basic structure of it. On the front side, we have the ligament, and then at the back we have the tibiofibular ligament. Now, about the grading system. Historically, we've always used a West Point system to grade these injuries. It's a rather graphic system. It's comprised of 3 different grades. Grade 1 is a microscopic stretch strain in the fibers. Then grade 2, we have a partial tear. Grade 3, we have a full tear. Regarding other possible signs, of course, we have instability and a higher prevalence of these symptoms depending on the grade of the injury. But recently, consensus has been reached amongst specialists on the topic about a number of things. And recent studies now provide additional information about it. And it's interesting to get familiar with them so that we basically all speak the same language. This is one of such studies. We have a form of grading, much like other injuries, as a function of time elapsed. Acute, under 6 weeks, subacute, between 6 weeks and 6 months, and chronic, over 6 months. But the most relevant thing about this consensus that has been reached is that it clearly defines which injuries are stable and which are unstable. And the criterion is simple. Stable syndesmosis injuries are those where the deltoid ligament is intact, and unstable injuries are where there is a tear in this ligament. Throughout this presentation, basically, I'll be attempting to show you the stable injuries, because they are most common in our day-to-day practice, and as a result, they can probably be more interesting to you. Now, depending on the grading of the injury and whether it's stable or not, different treatment options are available. In the case of unstable injuries, of course, you need surgery. This new consensus that was reached gives us a lot of interesting information about diagnostic tools as well. Manipulation is a good one to start with, of the tibiofibular ligaments, and the sooner pain ensues after manipulation, the more extensive the injury is. Another interesting clinical tool is the cotton test. And regarding complementary tests, as Dr. Abadia said, we have X-rays, they are fundamental, but magnetic MRI scans are also recommended. Now, about the day-to-day care of these injuries, it depends on how the injury occurred. If there was an external agent, the treatment options change. And then it depends on the specific position of the ankle joint. Pain generally ensues after dorsal flexion or external rotation. This is a systemic review and meta-analysis of a number of studies on return to play after such an injury. And it is rife with very useful details. For example, 99% of players returned to their respective sports after suffering this injury, which is quite hopeful, which means it's an injury that rarely results in serious complications. But anyway, average return to play is 52 days. There are details to this, of course, but that's a good benchmark. And there is a low rate of recurrence, especially after treatment, and just as rare are post-op complications. However, what we lack details about is the performance level of athletes after the injury, or residual symptoms that can linger. Another significant data point is that PRP injections seem to be a safe technique, one that could be helpful, one that should be taken into account as part of the recovery process. Going back to the consensus reached by specialists, there are recommendations about treatment, especially non-surgical treatments. They talk about a 3-week offload period, followed by walker boot type recovery for a further 3 weeks after that, after which the patients can go back to their normal activities. So let's take a look at the practical side of things and move on to the conclusions. It's fundamental to accurately diagnose the patient with syndesmosis and make sure that the injury is stable. Prognosis is that 99% of athletes can go back to their respective practices on average 52 days after the injury. And then treatment should be conservative with a clear indication for a 3-week offload period. But logically, we should see what that means for high performance athletes. If that's realistic at all. Now, speaking from experience as well here, this injury, which we defined as acute and isolated, can be diagnosed via a simple test, a test that, in my opinion, is very useful because it's got a very low rate of false positives. It's the external rotation test, and it gives us a lot of useful information at a crucial time in an athlete's recovery period, which is right after the injury occurs. And then, of course, the X-ray as a diagnostic tool is extremely useful, especially for high-performance athletes, also because it gives us information about the damage suffered by the ligaments, about the prognosis. Once again, very low recurrence for these injuries. But then again, the level of performance for a high-performance athlete is an incredibly important detail. It's not only about coming back, it's about how you come back. So we should look at residual symptoms. And about treatments, well, the offload period is something that scientific publications seem to agree on. I don't know if we all act accordingly in practice, but it is fundamental. The offload period, especially at the beginning. Now, one thing we could discuss is how long this period should be, because 3 weeks can sound a little scary to athletes who want to play. But one more important factor, perhaps, is that new loads can be introduced depending on the tolerance threshold of the athlete, meaning we have to be very, very meticulous in that. And then obviously there is PRP injections. Thankfully, we have at our disposal therapeutic options and physical therapy options that can help a lot, and we shouldn't shy away from them. Now, ostensibly, with that, that's all we need. There shouldn't be any further complications. But in truth, there's more to it. This was the theory. Now I'd like to talk to you about, my personal experience, a couple of personal anecdotes, things that I decided to look into and that I'd like to talk to you about today. this game was played on January the 13th, 2024, between Real Betis and Granada. I was there watching it, although it may sound strange. I was watching this game on January the 13th. And what happened on January the 13th is this. It sends shivers down my spine. He could have injured a lot more than just an ankle, but in this case, obviously, it was syndesmosis. Obviously, because that's what I've been talking about. I have to publicly recognize here that sometimes I just can't help myself. I need to make predictions. He tried to soldier on and play on, but shortly afterwards, this player was subbed. Now, this is something that some very prestigious scientists have already looked into. This is a high-speed video analysis of this kind of injury in football, and about whether it's possible to predict syndesmosis. Now, what's interesting about this study? First of all, it says that recovery can be long. It's often unpredictable. According to theory, it should be easily predicted, but in practice, it isn't. And then the study also looks at whether, depending on how the injury occurs, the extension of the injury itself can be predicted, as well as return to play. So in the study, they looked at high-speed video analyses of injuries, as well as X-rays and scans, and the results are significant. Now, the worst syndesmosis injuries are related, closely correlated, to dorsal flexion of the ankle, as well as an external rotation. At the same time, other mechanisms were found to be responsible for it, such as supination and inversion, often leading to a tear in the talofibular anterior ligament, although they generally lead to lower grade injuries. On average, return to play is a bit shorter here, 26 days on average, again, compared to 91 days. But obviously, that's a bit of an overestimate to me. But anyway, when syndesmosis occurs as a result of supination and inversion, recovery is definitely quicker. Maybe I'm digressing too much, but my story actually goes on. I'm a curious man, and I thought you could use a little more details about my personal experience. This injury that we saw is one that maybe people will be talking about for quite some time. And so I kept looking at it, I kept monitoring it. This is the medical report from the club itself on January the 15th. And the medical report is very, very clear. The player reported a ligament sprain and anterolateral syndesmosis. So the club said this officially, and nothing else. After that, we read about it in the press. We have an injured player, a medical staff report, and now finally another player. which in high performance athletes we can't forget and we can't shun. The press. The press said that the injury was a lot less serious than it could have been. That's the free interpretation of the thing. I didn't read that anywhere in the medical report. And they also said that the player left the pitch on his own feet, which is probably true because there's also video footage of that. Just a few more news articles. Evidence has shown that the player suffered a strong ankle sprain and something else I'd like to add. And then on the next day, 10 days downtime. I don't know if that strikes you as surprising at all. It struck me as surprising for sure. But then again, it's the press. They're no specialists. 10 days later, a new press article, because obviously the player didn't go back to the pitch, and the press said, thankfully, just like the club reported, the injury was nothing serious. Again, I didn't read anything about that in the medical report. 10 days later, the player was asked about the injury, and he said he was feeling fine, that he thought he'd once again be available the next week, the following week. I don't know. It's all quite confusing to me. 34 days after the injury, on February the 16th, once again, a news article and a press release saying, although the prognosis initially was different, recovery time kept increasing. And then the manager said, there is no chance the player will successfully recover by next week. This was 34 days after the injury. 38 days after, he said he wasn't feeling good and that he needed a little more time. Finally, 42 days later, some good news. The manager said that the player is in the final stage of recovery, and the following week he'd be joining the group again and be available for the next game. And on the 50th day, March the 3rd, almost 2 weeks later, said the press. 50 days to me is not almost 2 months, but anyway, finally some good news. He comes on for another player during an official match. And then one final note, 62 days later, the player said that the injury is still bothering him. He can still play, but it was a bit of a complicated injury. Sorry about the long report, but I wanted to make this very, very clear. So a long stop, long downtime for this player. And to me, the facts are these. Eventually, yes, the player went back to playing within a reasonable time frame, 50 days, which is pretty much the average we discussed earlier. And the other fact is, when he got back to playing, the player said that the injury was still bothering him, which is something we need to be aware of because it affects performance. My proposal, and it's based on my experience, obviously, is this. We have scientific evidence, we have experience, and based on that, we have to make decisions. Decisions to speed up the recovery process as much as possible. Sometimes all it would take would be to simply go by the recommendations of the literature regarding offload period and downtime. And then there's a few more tasks which could be performed, and they aren't necessarily easy, but they are key. Explaining something firmly and clearly. Well, you have to be quite frank, quite upfront when you see these injuries, because we are backed by science here. And as soon as we acknowledge the reality of the situation, the better for everyone involved. And then another fundamental aspect of it all is teamwork. Teamwork because everybody needs to chip in and collaborate, because otherwise we risk straying from the correct path. Finally, goals and challenges in these injuries. Maybe this has been said before and it's a bit redundant now, but anyway, a fundamental goal for the player, for high-performance athletes, is to return to play without any complications whatsoever. And then that recovery can happen in a number of ways. We can either speed it up and risk complications, or simply enjoy our work, take our time, follow the prescriptions and indications of the literature, and collaborate. That was all. Thank you very much for your patience throughout my presentation. And of course, I'll be more than happy to answer questions. Thank you very much, Jose, for your presentation. I think, once again, that presenting a clinical case like this and then taking stock of theory and the practice at the same time is quite useful. Another important thing you talked about is the relationship with the press, because whatever the press says sometimes can be misleading and color our expectations, and we should be aware of that. Finally, we have Sergio Vázquez Santiago, director of the Premium Center in Fuenlabrada and lecturer of our masters, both in English and in Spanish. We'll be talking about Achilles heel ruptures, recovery and return to play. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Sergio, for the invitation. I'm here to talk to you about the Achilles heel rupture in this roundtable. Obviously, we've been talking about feet quite a lot, and I'll be weighing in myself, and I'll be referencing your work as well throughout my presentation. Okay, let's talk about screening and epidemiology for Achilles heel ruptures, tears. Males are more likely to suffer these injuries with a likelihood of that is 5 times as high as women in an age group which is between 30 and 40 years of age. Interestingly, as both literature and clinical practice indicate, the vast majority of Achilles heel tears are symptomless. Athletes requested assistance much later. They didn't report any previous tendinopathy or nothing of the sort, which could have pointed to structural flaws. 83% of these tears are contactless. Later, we'll be looking at the biomechanical factors contributing to these injuries, but we'll also look at some videos showing that these tears are quite spontaneous and happen regardless of what the opponents are doing in the case of contact sports. A risk factor, which we're aware of, is previous muscle injuries. For Achilles calcaneus issues, we have a couple of interesting cases. Kevin Durant, 3-4 seasons ago, who in the midst of NBA's playoffs, he suffered a calf injury, and as a consequence of that, he returned to play and tore his Achilles heel. Kobe Bryant also suffered an Achilles heel tear at a late stage in his career. David Beckham also tore his Achilles heel quite late when he was playing for AC Milan after leaving Madrid, and before heading to the US, he suffered an Achilles heel rupture. This is exactly the age range I was talking to you about earlier, as I'm sure you noticed. Now, the careers of our athletes are becoming increasingly long. There is increased longevity in this day and age, which means the athletes play at a high level for longer. And as they do, I'm afraid that these injuries will become more and more common. The literature also points to the fact that corticoids or fluoroquinolones can affect the structure of this tendon. Jose can surely corroborate this, but very often with high-performance athletes, we have to use these compounds to keep symptoms under control, so that athletes can keep playing. But when we do, we should be aware that these compounds affect the structure of the tendon. And then finally, we should differentiate between athletes and non-athletes. Athletes will suffer these tears due to issues related to high loads, whereas people who are sedentary have other risk factors. A sedentary lifestyle, of course, possibly diabetes, diet, and that can also lead to Achilles heel ruptures. So the prevalence of these injuries is increasing by approximately 5% a year, a season. And let's delve deeper into our analysis. Perhaps the sport in which prevalence has been increasing more quickly is NFL, American football. Over the years, since we started keeping track of it, and we started in 1980, there was an average of 4 Achilles heel tears per season, and in the past season, we had 23. This is a difficult injury. It takes a long time to recover from it, much like an open shin bone fracture. These are the longest injuries to nurse. Earlier, Jose said that in the case of syndesmosis, 99% of athletes are quite capable of getting back to play the same performance, but in the case of this, only 3% of professional athletes can go back to their pre-injury performance levels, and those who do, as we will see earlier, they do so because there is a difference between structure and function, because after a tear, the structure will never go back to being the same, but functionally, maybe athletes will be able to develop a comparable function performance-wise, but we need to be aware of the fact that the structure will never go back to being the same.
So, in these cases, and according to the one that have happened this year, we're going to speak about, if it moves on, about 2 very specific cases. The first case would be Aaron Rodgers' case. At the beginning of the season, he signed for a team, a 2-year contract for $75 million. So in the first game of the season, his fourth action, he suffered the injury that we are seeing. In this case, it was because of contact. It was not a direct contact on the tendon. But Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback, as he was stopped. It generated an articular positioning that caused that Achilles tendon break. So it created a cost of $37.5 million in terms of salary. This has been Aaron Rodgers' salary throughout the season, where until the last 2 months of competition, they couldn't count on him. He was the star hiring and the star quarterback that should relaunch the franchise. And in the second case, you see this is the Super Bowl. Okay, so in this case, it was strict Greenlow, last game of the season. And this case, what we can see is that there's no type of stimulus. It is when he's getting in the pitch. This should make us reflect when we are speaking about the factors that could predispose us. When he was starting to run, it was not a competitive start. It was not, I want to grab the ball, I want to reach a mark. No. As we've said before, these are breakings in asymptomatic patients. Maybe it was predisposed to that injury, and it was like, I just need the biomechanic circumstances to reach that tension at the tendon so that this break happens, understanding that this player during the season has made much more demanding efforts at energy level at the tendon that had not caused this break. And we've moved to other kind of injuries that are more frequent. This year we'll have the Olympics. Jose will be there, luckily. In April, we had Yulimar Roca's case that, in fact, she's training in Guadalajara with Ivan Pedroso's team. And she's doing a great job, especially with the jumpers categories where we have an Apelatato here too. And unfortunately, she suffered the break of the Achilles tendon, and she won't be able to compete at these Olympics. 1 month later, we had Maria Vicente. In her case, it was not training as Yulimar. It was during a competition because she was competing. She was trying to jump, and in one of the attempts, when she was getting close to the fence, this is what happened. It's another athlete that won't be able to compete. So we know that these athletes are trying to increase the workload as soon as possible and their performance in order to create a tapering stage previous to competition that creates this volume discharge and that helps us face the competition, in this case the Olympics, at our highest performance. And last but not least, although he's already retired, Usain Bolt, he was playing football and he broke the Achilles tendon. There's no video. He started to run, and we understand that he's an athlete that today he has a world record in 100 meters. So we can understand the overload that he has been suffering. And when he started to run at that non-profit game, it's not that as powerful as the one that he used to do when he was competing. So if we move to biomechanics, this is from De La Villa in 2022. He did a biomechanical study through cameras to describe or analyze what's a biomechanical pattern that causes this Achilles tendon break. And what we can see, the main risk factors at biomechanical risk is that the body is bent forward, and with a dorsal flexion of the ankle and the pronation there, we create an extension both in terms of hip and knee. So that movement is the movement that we've seen described to create that Achilles tendon break. In terms of actions, we see that these are accelerations from scratch where this break takes place. So the other technical gesture that we see is a crossover cutting, that is a change of direction. And thirdly, we have the vertical jump. So once this break happens, especially speaking about athletes, we will have to choose a surgical tackling in order to repair the tendon so that it can perform as it used to perform before the injury. We'll have two options: open surgery or percutaneous surgery. The main two techniques that are being used in percutaneous surgery are speed bridge, that is the one that you can see on the screen, where there's not only an stitching of the tendon, but there's a re-anchoring on the calcaneus bone, and the pars technique. 3 weeks ago, when we were in Isokinetic, we talked about the Achilles tendon break, and at one of the talks, Silvernagel's team told us that they were mainly choosing percutaneous surgery in the case of high-performance athletes. Of course, every surgery entails its pros and cons. An open surgery, we know that it has a high risk of infection, and with percutaneous surgeries, what we have up to now is that there could be a small increase in re-breaking rates, and we could create cases of sural nerve trapping. So once we've made the surgery and getting into the rehab stage or a functional re-education phase, we need to set that our main goal will be to accumulate mechanical load on the tendon. We will use isometric or slow eccentrics. This will allow us to increase the sliding of collagenous fibers on the tendon to improve the muscle force, and we'll be able to reduce the stiffness and the ultratendinous union. Besides of respecting times in the dorsiflexion, we normally have to wait during the first 2 months not to go beyond 90 degrees of dorsiflexion. When the patient recovers them in a natural way, it has to be him, it has to be the movement that forces that, because we could have a tendon elongation, and we'll see sports readaptation, but maybe if we have stretched it more than what we should, it won't be able to create tension enough. From that point on, we would get into the sports readaptation stage, where our KPIs will be focused on working on the muscle, so that this muscle allows us to improve the capacities and the actions of the nervous system that will allow us eventually to expose the tendon to the loads and speeds that the tendon will create adaptations at. If we don't have a muscle that is strong enough, or a nervous system that is able to activate those muscles at the times and speeds that we want, we won't be able, with our exercises, of creating the necessary stimulus for the tendon to adapt to the requirements that we will ask him about in the sports activity. For these KPIs, what are we going to see? We will reduce the Golgi tendinous organ reflex so that it works better, and this should improve the neural impulse. So the eccentric work should allow us to increase the number of sarcomers in raw. This would create a high capacity at eccentric level and at plyometric level, and to improve that shortening speed through training sessions that would re-educate the nervous system, that will allow us to create that force in shorter contraction times, so that our training sessions create an increase in the stiffness of the axial sole calcaneus system, that will allow us to generate that boost. When we were speaking about this relationship between intrinsic muscles in the foot regarding the performance, In this 2024 research, where it has been analyzed what KPIs play a part compared to related to the ankle, would see that at maximum speed, would if we have a better torque at the metatarsophalangeal joint, an RSI, reactive strength index, in the foot ankle complex, or the passive stiffness that we'll find in the Achilles tendon will set up or will determine whether we are successful or not. We would need a good RSI at foot ankle, and the posture of the foot, it should have a neutral position. Regarding the acceleration, we see that it will be that strength moment of that sole torsion would will set the fact that we're able to perform better accelerations and to have a high performance in accelerations. And in jumping, there is no direct relationship with structures related to foot and ankle. So when we perform a functional analysis, we have this research from 2022 when we saw the different contributions of the hip, ankle, and knee, both in propulsion and landing of the horizontal jumps or vertical jumps. So what do we find here? The ankle will have more relationship with with jumpings that have a more important factor of horizontal strength rather than vertical ones, as we've described biomechanically. We've seen that at that moment of starting to run, the tendon will suffer the most. So we need stretching and shortening cycle improvement. For that tendon to be competent, it have to be stimulated, and it will have to be tested when we need to use that CEA at a CMJ. We won't be able to assess the tendon stages, because we'll see the performance at strength, hip, and ankle level. We will have to move to jaw jump tests. It has been described in drop jump that practically 70% of success or height in the second jump, once the contact on the floor corresponds to the tendon, just 30% on the muscle capacity. So according to the tests that have been described, we should move to tests that entail this stretching and shortening stage. And we should individualize those requirements, taking into account every sport with the actions that every athlete will have to take in our sport, because it won't be the same the number of jumps or the type of jumps that a football player does compared to a basketball player. And to conclude, and as we have said, when we go back to practice, we need to know what requirements we'll have and which ones will have to be analyzed, and tests that consider the strength level at ankle level, where we could have the feet rise, or we could have isometric valuations with strength platforms. We will ask the athlete in this case, the case of assessing the calf muscle, he should be able to mobilize 3 or 4% of their body weight. And if we consider the soleus, it should be before 2 or 3% of his body weight. If we move to dynamic capacity, we should move to jump tests, jumps with rebounds either by distance or number of repetitions to reach a specific distance, and according to every marker that we can obtain through RSI, as we've said, mainly through jumps where we have reaction against the floor. And last but not least, be aware that in the readaptation stages, we'll have to be based not on temporary criteria, but on performing tasks. We can't ask an athlete that starts to run until we know that the muscles will be able to hold that stress, because everything that the muscles are unable to hold, we will have to send it to the tendon. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. with all this information to know when the tendon is in charge of an action and when it is not, in order to perform the planning. Amazing. So let's start with the Q&A again. Just for a matter of courtesy, if there's anybody in the room that wants to ask any question, go ahead. Thank you. Hello, my question is for Jose Ignacio. And I wanted to know, we know that a training session of the intrinsic muscle, sometimes many physiotherapists start to do it once there's an injury. And according to the explanation, it would be interesting to do it from a prevention point of view, but it is difficult to start to do it in sports training as a professional. So what would be your piece of advice to start to use it in sports training, no matter as a physiotherapist or as a coach? Well, I would say that according to my personal experience, I think that I could speak as an athlete rather than as a professional. I would say that many things have to do with the integral workload of the training session. If there's a game or a competition, we need to include that during the week, possibly, well, to separate it from other exercises, as there are many exercises that affect long muscles. We should separate it from other exercises that could be overloading, for example, the calf muscle or other long muscles. That could, well, in the end, could mean higher stress for the body. And then the coach is the one who controls the global workloads, or the physical trainer, and maybe they can guide us to set or to see when, in our case as physiotherapists, we can include that exercise. Maybe he has a more global image of workloads and they can help us. I would tell you that at the beginning of the session, it would be much more frequent than at the end, just because of the fatigue at neuromuscular level. It would be better at the beginning rather than at the end. But who's with the athlete is the one that should apply his personal criteria. If you know how much you've worked with him, maybe you know when and with what goal you would like to include it. Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Any further questions here in the room? Hello. For Sergio, a couple of questions. I'd like to know if a healthy patient that has a deficit in dorsiflexion of the ankle, if we want to include that dorsiflexion, it doesn't have a repercussion. It could be a risk factor for break of this tendon. And second question is if the BFR has been used to treat the Achilles tendon break. Thank you very much for the question. On the first case, as we've seen, the dorsiflexion won't be the only trigger. So in this case, we need to consider that. We should see that limitation of that dorsiflexion, what is provoking our athletes. Maybe it's making the incidence to increase on the knee, on the hip, or on any other structures, or maybe it's altering its biomechanical pattern. And we should see if it is a limitation that has been with the athlete during his whole life, and maybe his body has adapted to that dorsiflexion. So if there is no important injury background, maybe it wouldn't be an issue. Maybe his body doesn't have any capacity to tolerate that dorsiflexion. Maybe his performance levels are enough with that mobility in that dorsiflexion. Anyway, the fact of having higher dorsiflexion will allow us to increase the performance when improving the full range of the ankle and the stiffness capacity that will be generating, because as we know, a muscle, the bigger the previous stretching is, the more capacity it will have to make strength. So at an ankle with a higher dorsiflexion, I'm speaking about vertical jump, the more capacity these muscles will have to develop that strength, because it comes from a previous stretching. So from that point on, the fact of having higher dorsiflexion ranges could have that incidence, but we are speaking about a situation where ankles, hips, etc., have a role to play. So it would be much more interesting. And well, before thinking that that dorsiflexion could create more prevalence, or another possibility about these Achilles tendon break. But it's not that we are extra forcing that dorsal that dorsiflexion. We'll try to equal this to the physiological standard. And according to the BFR, in the BFR case, we'll be interested in working at muscle level. But the problem that we'll have with BFR is that, as you know, as we've seen, the BFR will be anchored at proximal level. But generating BFR it will have an impact on other muscles. On other stages, it could be interesting. It will allow us to be able to generate the same stimulus without adding external load at a joint or in a muscle that maybe is able to create heel lifting with the body weight, but we are unable to work with that extra weight because we haven't reached that point of improvement, the level of strength. Thank you. Great. More questions here in the room. We have a few questions online. So for this case, Jose Antonio Chavez, in your opinion, what's the biggest challenge of the syndesmosis injuries? Thank you for the question. So really, I could say that the biggest challenge would be some technical concepts. But if I'm honest, according to my experience, the biggest challenge that I think we have is to manage the injury. In fact, as we said, it's about putting every participant in the recovery process. If we are speaking about high performance, the staff performance, etc., the different club departments, well, everybody knows about the deadlines. Everybody knows that I have that first stage that apparently, well, we won't be able to do many things, but in the end, we can do many of them. And in clubs or structures that have many people, I think that's the most challenging situation, to be on the same page, so that there are no differences, so that nobody wants to show off, because as some other colleagues have said, it's not only that, well, more is not better. I would summarize it by saying that less is more in this case. I would summarize it this way. Thank you. For Jose Ignacio, we have a question. Is it better to work with a naked foot or not? And if we go to the gym, would it be better to have a naked feet or not? Well, for the foot exercises, 99% naked foot. But with trying to be careful. In some cases, we've been talking about hopping. According to the surface, maybe we shouldn't create a bigger injury. And for example, if you want to work with a shoe and with the game surface, well, maybe that feeling of muscle contraction, maybe in some cases it could be interesting that they use the competition shoes, not only with barefoot. And regarding the gym, there's a lot of controversy about it. What we have to do is to individualize things. For example, squats with barefoot or with shoes. So depending on the mobility, there are people that can make a perfect squat with barefoot, but maybe there are people that need to do it with shoes. Sometimes people ask the same with soles. Should I use my soles to do that squat or not? So depending on the patient, depending on the stability deficit, we can ask about one thing or another. But as physiotherapists or health professionals, we shouldn't set just one guideline, everybody with barefoot or everybody with shoes. Maybe you can do some exercises with barefoot or and others with a shoe. And the last one for Sergio, what approach would you have to prevent that Achilles tendon break? Well, in this case, I think that one of the most interesting things that can be done, specifically during the pre-season and according to the means that we have, in those athletes and those sports where we understand that can be more success, that we could suffer this injury, and we could perform a triage to see the status of this Achilles tendon. Maybe in the most cases, the asymptomatic ones will be the ones that will break up. To know the status of this tendon, and we would be able to implement preventive strategies since the beginning of the season. From that point on, as we've seen, there is something that we won't be able to control, like, for example, biomechanical factors, since the movement in the vast majority of the sports won't be 100% controlled by the athlete, but it will be reactive to what's going on in the environment, both with the ball, for example, or our rivals, our teammates. As far as we're in a chaotic environment, we won't be able to control that movement, that biomechanical movement, 100%. And where we will be able to play a role both in prevention and physical preparation too, will be in terms of managing the load volume that this tendon is receiving, especially in those sports that entail important accelerations or many jumpings with that horizontal force, accounting the number of jumpings or intensive and extensive plyometry that happens, and we should have the right dosing of those plyometry's volumes during the whole season. Thank you. Great. So we've come to the end of this session. It has been quite an intense and very enriching session of this fifth meeting of this conference. It has been a great pleasure to have you all here, especially the ones that have come along here in person. I think that during today we've had the chance of diving a little bit in the sports physiotherapy world, and our speakers, our teachers have shared with us not only scientific studies, but also their personal point of view, because sometimes it's the one that we don't see on papers, and it is very valuable. It gives us, or it helps us see the reality of what our patients need. We've been able to discuss and we've been able to learn with all of them about the last trends in prevention and sports physiotherapy treatment, and I think that it has conveyed a very accurate and thorough point of view of our field, seeing how important it is to be updated in the sports physiotherapy world. I would like to say thank you to all the speakers, thank you to all the attendees, and of course thanks to the European University and Real Madrid School for allowing us to hold these conference for another year. And as it couldn't be otherwise, thank you to Mr. Nielsen for supporting us for these conference to happen, to Alba, Roman, and Lorena for being with us through the whole day, and thanks to their collaboration, because otherwise it would have been impossible to hold this session. I hope that this conference has been as enriching for you as it has been for us. We would like you to take new ideas to implement with your patients since next week. Well, you have the TFM that has to be defended, but anyway, to keep on working on your daily work, because the protagonist is the patient, in this case, the athlete. I'd like to close this section by saying that learning is not over. This is not it. We will be connected, and fortunately, social media allow us to do so. It doesn't matter where we are in the world, and they will allow us share. They will allow us to share these professional experiences and that support, that mutual support, that physiotherapy need and sports readaptation needs. We do not need more enemies, but more friends and more common work, so that our patients are the most benefited the most benefited from all this. So thank you, and see you next year. Thank you.